Spider-Man Brand New Day sees Peter Parker continue to mutate, furthering his spider-based powers. In a lot of ways, it's a huge power spike for the webhead, but if he keeps evolving like this, if he keeps mutating, the reality would turn him into his own worst nightmare. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that knows that with great power comes great responsibility. To click that subscribe button. It's no secret that the MCU has been in a rough spot the last few years, even with genuinely good films like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four holding down the fort. But for this year, Marvel's pulling out the big guns to right the ship, with Avengers Doomsday co-starring the X-Men and Fantastic Four launching later this year, and Spider-Man Brand New Day just hitting theaters. That's like all of their big names all at once. It's crazy. Anyway, Brand New Day returns Peter Parker to where he really thrives, the streets of New York. He doesn't have any fancy Stark tech or the backing of Earth's mightiest heroes. He's just a spider guy trying to do the best he spider can, and that's a direction I can get behind. Fun fact, but the story is taking inspiration from two plot lines in the comics. The first is called, well, Brand New Day, which features Spider-Man making a literal deal with the devil to bring Aunt May back to life and erase everyone's memory of his secret identity, but sacrificing his marriage to Mary Jane Watson in the process. Yes, really, comics are weird. And while this brand new movie seems to share some elements with that comic storyline, it shares more with a different arc called The Other. Here, the webhead neglects his spider sona for too long, causing him to fall gravely ill, but enhancing his spider abilities. He becomes faster, stronger, has a better spidey sense, and is given the ability to make organic webbing instead of relying on mechanical web shooters. And, well, just take a look at what we see about the new movie. Peter starts going through a metamorphosis.
It's probably spider puberty.
Yeah, I like that. It's spider puberty, where he's suddenly getting way more spider abilities.
Organic webs, heightened senses, increased agility.
More or less, Peter's becoming more like a spider, for as terrifying as that sounds. And if that doesn't scare you, well, it should. Not only because spiders are, well, they're just icky, but because the abilities Peter could get would be, well, horrifying. So today, I have a theory in two parts. Firstly, if we took the premise of this movie to the logical extreme, what would Spider-Man actually look like, and what powers would he have if he mutated into a real Spider-Man? And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, why is this happening to Spider-Man? Like, why now? Is there something going on in-universe that is completely changing the webhead? Or perhaps, even worse, are there corporate shenanigans afoot? And how is that gonna change Spidey for better and for worse? Put on your mask and thwip into the streets, loyal theorists. This one's getting weird. Now, the idea for Spider-Man to evolve and continue to get new powers has been around, like, forever, even beyond the storylines we mentioned earlier. And those stories often focus on the balance between the spider and the man. For example, Peter grew 4 more arms in Spider-Man number 100, giving him 8 limbs like a spider and kicking off the 6-arm saga. He ended up getting cured thanks to the blood of a brand new character named Morbius, so at least he was good for something.
Intriguing.
Then there was the Man-Spider storyline, where Peter Parker literally turns into a Spider-Man, famously adapted in the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. Here, Spider-Man's powers change, he consults a scientist about it, continues to evolve, the Punisher shows up, and he eventually learns to control his new powers and... Wait, all of that sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? Yeah, it's basically beat for beat what we're seeing in Brand New Day, and these movies don't do half measures, so what would it look like if this was taken to the logical extreme? Well, firstly, to get an idea of what his powers would look like, let's look at the powers he already has and how they map onto real-world spiders. For example, Peter has enhanced strength. He can jump really high, and he can stick to walls, all of which are based on things that real spiders can do. I mean, you've seen it before. Spiders can crawl on walls. Jumping spiders can jump with forces up to 173 times their own body weight, so yeah, high jumping. And on average, spiders can lift or pull things between 10 and 50 times their own body weight, with some species getting up to 170 times their own weight. So yeah, check for enhanced strength. But did you know know that even the iconic spider sense that allows Peter to feel when he's in danger has a real source? See, many spiders have tiny hairs called trichobothria that sense changes in the air currents around them, known to help them react quickly and escape predators or foes. But, as I'm sure you know, Peter isn't the only spider person with abilities, and while many, like Spider-Gwen, have powers very similar to Peter's, others can do more, and you might be surprised to learn what exactly has roots in reality. For example, we have Miles Morales, aka Spider-Man, aka Kid Arachnid, aka... wait, Spin? Really? That's a freaking terrible name. Anyway, Miles can produce electric venom blasts and camouflage himself. And, well, some spiders can utilize bioelectricity, charging their webs to draw prey towards them, a little similar to the venom blasts. Likewise, many spiders like Australia's wraparound spider can manipulate their bodies to create camouflage, inspiring Miles's power. And then there's Cindy Moon, aka Silk. Wait, have you never heard of Silk? Well, you will, because she's probably going to be the next playable character in Sony's, PlayStation's, Insomniac's Marvel's Spider-Man 3. Can't wait to add that one to my physical collection on my shelf full of physical discs. Anyway, Silk has more nuanced web control thanks to organic webbing that comes out of her fingertips instead of her wrists. Similarly, most spiders can produce 7 different types of silk, and if you combine Cindy and Miles's powers, well, you can get some crazy outcomes. For example, the Orb Weaver spider can add paralyzing neurotoxins to its webbing, meaning that getting webbed by the webhead would leave you unable to move. And then, let me introduce you to a process called ballooning. No, this is not something you'd find in the darker corners of the internet. Instead, it's when a spider uses nuanced control of their silk and combines it with their bioelectricity. Doing that, some spiders can literally fly through the air. How? Well, this is going to be a super simplified explanation, but first they test the wind like an old sailor, raising a leg to check on its strength. Then, when the conditions are perfect, the spider releases electrically charged silk into the air, and then they use that web to fly thanks to the stickiness of the air, or the natural electromagnetism that's around all of us. And this isn't like, oh, we're gonna fly to the other side of the room. No, they can maintain their altitude for thousands of miles. Can you imagine getting hit in the face from a flying spider that was originally from Africa? Now, just scale that up for our Spider-Man and, oh god, it's terrifying. And if you think this would be a case of him gently floating towards you, well, it might be much faster and more painful than that, thanks to how crazy he'd be able to jump. Yeah, Peter's jumping abilities would actually be even crazier than what he can already do, especially if he developed the powers of a jumping spider. They rely on a biological hydraulic system, where body fluids are put under pressure to launch them upward, versus a human's use of just their muscles. That lets these little guys jump over 30 times their body length. At their size, that translates to just a few inches, but if you scale that up to human size, well, Tom Holland is 5'8", and if you multiply that by 30, you get 170 feet, which is somewhere between 11 and 14 stories high. But if you apply that fluid system to other parts of our Spider-Man, it could make him terrifyingly strong. Now, don't get me wrong, Spider-Man is incredibly strong already. The Tom Holland version of the character was able to stop the Winter Soldier's punch like it was nothing when other super soldiers like Black Panther and Cap struggled to. And Peter famously holds back his strength in the comics. But add in this hydraulic pressure to those punches, I don't even want to imagine the gory details. Now, you might be thinking, well, hey, would jumping up this high actually hurt Spider-Man? Would it cause him to freeze or something? And yeah, it might be chilly up there, but, well, there's a solution for that too. In fact, this monstrous Spider-Man wouldn't need any fancy Stark tech to stay warm either. Yeah, don't know if you've noticed, but in the winter scenes of this new movie, Spidey is wearing some winter fits, which he didn't need before because Tony put warmers in his previous suits. But some spiders in the real world just don't ever freeze. Meet the Clabonia spider, which is extremely freeze resistant because of natural antifreeze that flows throughout their body. It can stay toasty until minus 30 degrees Celsius or minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. That's literally deep into a winter polar vortex, more effective than the antifreeze proteins found in fish. So if you were hoping to take a trip to Antarctica to avoid our Spider-Man, well, that won't save you. Now, the idea of a floating or flying Spider-Man crossing oceans on a web balloon, or jumping and punching hard, or not being able to freeze is one thing, but if Peter became more like a tarantula, he'd become the stuff of true nightmares. Now, you know tarantulas. You've seen them and they probably scare you. But tarantulas are covered in hair that is quite literally built different. Human hair is mostly made from a high-protein substance called keratin. It's actually the same stuff that makes your fingernails. But tarantula hair is made from chitin, a sort of biological armor that I only know how to say thanks to the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. That already sounds kind of horrifying, a lot of armored hairs just sticking out of you, but they can do even more. See, the bristles can cause both physical and chemical rashes, and if a tarantula is feeling threatened, they can shoot their hairs out like tiny harpoons. A real Spider-Man would have built-in projectiles that would keep him safe from enemies up close and let him attack enemies at a distance. That would also make any upside-down kissing a pain in the butt. I'm not gonna lie, all of this so far sounds pretty horrifying and terrible, but maybe Peter wouldn't have to look at himself if he had spider vision? Well, no, not actually. In fact, that would be pretty horrible too. If Peter got any of the traits from the Dinopody or the ogre-faced spider, he'd have night vision, allowing him to hunt you down even in the darkness. But this would also become a nightmare for Peter every time the sun rises. See, because the ogre spider doesn't have irises, or the part of your eye that processes light, their eyeballs are fully destroyed by sunlight every morning. But they also regenerate every nightfall. Just imagine being trapped completely in a cycle where your eyes are burned out of your skull every sunrise, grow back at night, only for the process to start up again the next morning. Just brutal, man. But that regeneration wouldn't just stop at eyes. Other spiders, like the wolf spider, can regrow limbs when they molt. Applying that to our Spider-Man, that means that he'd be able to regrow any arms or legs that got ripped off during a fight. It's not quite Deadpool and Wolverine levels of regrowth, but absolutely wild stuff. And Peter's spider sense and night vision wouldn't be the only senses enhanced by this continued mutation. No, his sense of smell would be upgraded too, just not through his nose. See, a lot of spiders actually quote-unquote smell through their legs. Yeah, really. Specifically, they detect pheromones produced by potential mates, something explored in the comics through a short-lived romance between Peter and Cindy Moon. They were attracted to each other's spider pheromones, and it sure was something. Comics are weird. But this could be adapted into something more useful or terrifying, allowing our Spider-Man to detect organic life around him through said pheromones. You know, smelled through those 6 arms, of course. So, okay, I'm gonna be real, all of this sounds like a fate worse than death, if you ask me. I hate spiders, so turning into one like this, I just can't. But don't worry, because we've saved the worst for right now, and that would be the milk. Oh god, the milk. Yeah, milk comes from all sorts of places. You know, cows, almonds, oats, and spiders. Yes, spiders. Ew. The female Toxius magnus jumping spider makes a milk-like substance with 4 times the protein found in cow milk, essential for the growth of their young. When scientists withheld spider milk like this from baby spiders, their entire brood died within just 11 days. But the grossest part of this? The milk isn't dairy per se. It's thought to be repurposed from unviable eggs. So that means that ew. A fully mutated Peter Spider-Man would be producing a lot of milk, and if he ever had a kid, that kid would probably need it. Ugh, jeez, I just feel bad for Mayday. So, okay, we've taken the idea of Brand New Day to the logical extreme. We have a picture of what Peter could evolve into, and it's absolutely terrifying. But then, that raises another big question. Why? Why is he continuing to evolve in this movie? Like, sure, they're pulling from some comic storylines, but the Six Arms saga and the other aren't exactly beloved plot threads, so what are we doing? What's going on? Well, it could all come down to another bit of supervillainy, corporate supervillainy. Here, let me lay down some facts for you. Tom Holland has been Spider-Man for over a decade and has said that he wants to spend his next era in the MCU as a mentor. You know, similar to what Downey Jr. and Tony Stark did for him as Peter. He wants to help bring in characters like Miles Morales into the fold. Spider-Man has also been a big sign of change for his entire time inside of the MCU. He was a key part of Civil War, which permanently changed the Avengers and led to Infinity War and Endgame. Far From Home acted as an epilogue analog for the Iron Man-led MCU, while No Way Home was one of the more successful films to explore alternate universes with the Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire Spideys, stuff that's becoming much more relevant now with Doomsday. And, what's more, it's a pretty open secret that Sadie Sink's character in this new movie is going to be Jean Grey from the X-Men, a group that Spidey frequently teams up with. He even briefly operated as the school's guidance counselor. And here, get this. The creators of the excellent PlayStation Spider-Man games, Insomniac, are currently making a video game adaptation of Wolverine where Jean Grey is the main character. According to leaks from hacked internal documents, their next few games are another Spider-Man, a Spider-Man spin-off with Venom, and a full-fledged X-Men game. What's more, Sony Pictures has canceled all of their in-development live-action Spider-Man villain spin-off films after Morbius, Madam Web, and Kraven the Hunter were various levels of disaster. So now they're rethinking their entire strategy and approach to the franchise. And when you lay all of this out like that, it kind of scares me to think about, but if Peter is evolving, mutating even, is Sony trying to make the MCU Spider-Man a mutant? Are they trying to shove a Spidey-shaped peg through an X-shaped hole, desperately trying to attach their biggest film IP to what they see as the next biggest franchise from Marvel? Well, sadly, I think it makes a lot of sense. The big hurdle would be that Peter isn't actually a mutant, an important part of being an X-Man. See, in the comics, people who gain their abilities after they were born through some accident or cosmic rays or spider bites are called mutates, as opposed to mutants who are born with their abilities. They have a genetic signature inside of their body already that activates their powers. And while I'm not sure Marvel would ever try to change their comic Spidey origin, it's just so iconic, Sony, who are a lot less precious with their characters, I think that they might try it. And it's not like the MCU hasn't frequently changed character statuses for a more cohesive story. For example, both Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch dropped their mutant origins because the X-Men weren't in the MCU at the time. Deadpool is a mutate in the comics since his powers came from experimentation from the evil Canadian government instead of the X gene. But in the films, he's a mutant, and those experiments activated his latent X gene. And similarly, Ms. Marvel was originally an Inhuman in the comics, a story we've talked about before, but in the MCU, they made Ms. Marvel a mutant and later changed her status in the comics to match up. And even if we want to keep our example just to Spider-Man, the whole reason Marvel did that storyline with the one that gave the webhead organic webbing, it was to better match up with the Sam Raimi films. And hell, Marvel might already be on board. The comics division recently announced that they'd be launching a new spin-off universe separate from the main continuity, with horror-inspired takes of their biggest characters, called Midnight Marvel. And this version of Spider-Man, well, just listen to this. Quote, "A young Peter Parker is transformed into a hideous spider hybrid by the ruthless Oscorp Corporation in their pursuit for eternal life. When Oscorp begins to use the secrets unlocked by his mutation to create more human-animal hybrids, Peter embraces his grotesque new form to stop them." Hideous spider hybrid? Mutation? Those are very specific descriptors in Marvel books, my friend, and what they're talking about here sounds exactly like the Spider-Man we created today. If the suits in Hollywood really wanted to force this in, they could just say that the MCU Peter always had unique DNA. He always had the X gene or whatever, and the spider bite activated it. That would classify him as a mutant, connect him with what will probably be the biggest movies for the next 10 years of the MCU, and gives characters like Miles a community if Tom Holland decides to retire. Would it be forced? Yep. Would I hate it? Absolutely. But when has that ever stopped Hollywood before? And really, even if he mutates into a giant six-armed hairy man with bug eyes, that should be Peter Parker's worst nightmare. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory! And cut! Up next on Film Theory. So, Miguel thinks that Miles is an anomaly in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. This is everything you need to know about the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Every theory we've had, all the lore we've spotted, and all the Easter eggs hinting at a bigger story. Also, you're prepared to watch FNAF 2. Just make sure you don't lose your head. Hello Internet, welcome to Film Theory, the show that will just always come back. So at this point, Five Nights at Freddy's needs a little introduction. This franchise and Team Theorist are so intertwined at this point that our forefather and founder MatPat is literally in these movies.
It's just a theory.
And as more than just a cameo in the upcoming sequel.
Mr. MatPat himself and getting to be the voice of...
Yeah, in a crazy bit of news, Matt is actually joining the movie as one of the main animatronics, lending his voice to Toy Bonnie, something that the internet has really just taken and run with.
And then I open up Double Stuff and I'm like, oh, look at that thick layer of cream in there. I want that thickness inside my...
Just absolute perfection with this one, man. Also, fun fact, but Matt, the traitor, did not tell me that he actually got this part, so it was just as much a surprise for me and the rest of the team as it was for you. Stupid non-disclosure agreements. Anyway, we've theorized a lot about these movies over the years. Our very first FNAF movie theory was actually the very first script I wrote completely solo because Matt knew what happened in the movie and thought it wouldn't be fair for him to theorize about it himself. So it holds a special place in my heart, you know? And with the new movie coming out so soon, I wanted to do something a little bit special here. I wanted to collect all of our theories into one place for your convenience, so you are prepared with all of our thoughts and knowledge before we head into the sequel. Oh, and we're also adding a special little surprise from another channel in the Theorist family that you might have missed back in the day, but trust me, you'll be eating well. But hey, that's enough of me yapping. Let's get into everything you need to know about the FNAF movie before FNAF 2.
Finally it's happened. After 8 agonizingly long years in development hell, hopping from studio to studio, director to director, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie is finally out for you to go see right now. And man, has this been a commercial hit. As of the writing of this script, just one weekend into release, the movie's made over $152 million at the box office, more than 7 times its own budget. And that's despite being available to stream on Peacock, where, oh wait, it's also the most viewed movie on Peacock ever. Suck on that, my big fat Greek wedding 3. It's also Blumhouse's most successful opening weekend to date, which means that more people are turning out to see Springtrap wielding his knife than Michael Myers. Maybe now Hollywood will finally bother to get the name of this thing right.
And his other movie, Friday Nights at Freddy's, comes to theaters and streaming on Peacock October 27th.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
What did I say?
Friday nights. It's been 8 or 9 years since I first met Scott Cawthorn, who created this.
Why do we get it
Five
wrong?
nights.
Or not. Who cares? Forget them. This thing was made for the fans. From Sparky the Dog to Dream Theory to...
It's just a theory.
You bet it is, and today we're getting back to those theorist roots. Today we're theorizing about the actual movie, and boy, is there a lot to talk about here. True story, after the movie, I basically locked myself in the room with Lee and Tom, the film and game theory creative directors, and we busted out our trusty whiteboard to figure out exactly what was going on in the movie and where the story was going to head in the future, because there were just a lot of details left hanging. What was up with the Balloon Boy figurine? How's no one freaked out by the fact that there are bodies in those animatronics? Wasn't this like the most structurally unsound table for it of all time? That last one, perhaps the biggest mystery of them all. Today, we're going to be looking at all the Easter eggs, secrets, and hidden lore from the movie, then comparing those to other parts of the franchise, both the books and the games, in order to predict where the story of the FNAF 2 movie is gonna go years before they actually make it. So to begin, we should point out that we already do have some vague idea where the sequel's gonna head. In an interview with Variety, FNAF director Emma Tammy explained that the first movie was tied to the first game, so a second film would likely tie into a second game, which, kinda goes without saying, but also should probably make our lives easy, right? Yeah, not quite. As we mentioned in our first prediction theory, the strategy for the movieverse seems to be taking iconic bits and pieces from across the entire franchise, games, books, fan theories, even hoaxes, and distilling it all down into the most recognizable version of FNAF there is. That's how we got Mike Schmidt from FNAF 1 hanging out with Vanessa from Security Breach, fighting Springtrap from FNAF 3, and saving Abby from getting stuck into a Springlock version of Ella from the Silver Eyes novel, with an ending that was ripped straight out of the fourth closet. It is literally FNAF the smoothie. Everything dumped into a blender, chopped up, and then poured back out onto the big screen. So yeah, while it did follow the same broad strokes as the first game, Five Nights in the FNAF 1 pizzeria with ghost kids in suits, it is definitely not the same story. It's also important to note the changes to the story that have been added in. One example has to be the time that these movies take place. It's widely accepted that the FNAF 1 video game takes place somewhere around 1993, and yet in this scene from the movie, we see a date on a security camera that reads April 6th, 2000, about 7 years later. Another big example, though we've long theorized that the story of the original FNAF games takes place in Utah, that is not the case in the film. In the film, during the scene where Aunt Jane is confronted confronting Mike at Abby's school, her lawyer hands Mike some family court paperwork. If you pause and read the fine print on the documents, you'll find the URL mncourts.gov, which is the official website for the Minnesota judicial system. Additionally, we can see a phone number with the area code 651, which is connected to the St. Paul area and eastern suburbs of Minnesota. And get this, I kid you not, there's a small town in this area code named Afton. You cannot make that up. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott moved the entire movie to Minnesota just for that change alone. Lastly, there's also this decal on Vanessa's police cruiser, GFPD. PD stands for police department. That part's pretty darn obvious, but then what about the GF? Well, honestly, that could stand for any city or township with those same initials, from Grand Forks to Glen Falls to Great Falls, but included in that list is Granite Falls, just 2 hours west of St. Paul, whose cop cars, at least according to the website, follow the exact same black and white color pattern that we see in the movie. Speaking of clues from the cars that are seen throughout the movie, we can also reasonably assume that Mike's brother Garrett was kidnapped in the early 80s, based on this shot from Mike's dream sequence. By taking the rear end of William Afton's car here and reverse image searching for it, we're able to identify this as a Ford Fairmont Futura. Specifically, the model is coming from between 1980 and 1983. You can immediately see the connections here between the unique vertical taillight design and the boxy body shape. But why then does that matter? Well, Mike's brother Garrett is likely the first child that Afton abducted and killed. In Mike's dream flashbacks, we very clearly see Garrett holding a toy airplane as he's being taken away in the back of Afton's car. And where do we see that airplane again? When Vanessa reveals Afton to be her father. She's holding the same airplane. That right there, that is cold. Gifting toys from your victims to your daughter. But not only is it gross, it's also helpful because it lets us put together a rough timeline. You see, Afton and Vanessa are clearly in a still operational pizzeria in this photograph, which means it had to have been taken before the other kids went missing, causing Freddy's to shut down. In other words, Garrett was the first of Afton's victims that we currently know of. And that right there, that's important, because in the games, Afton's first victim, and the one most closely associated with his car, goes on to possess the puppet, a marionette-esque character that serves as a protector and guide to all the other spirit children. It's the first victim that gives gifts and gives life to the other animatronics after their murders. We see this possession happening in FNAF 6's security puppet minigame. Notice the tire tracks out there in the rain. We see the exact same event from a different angle in FNAF 2. Notice that cool purple car. From there, the rest of FNAF 2's hidden minigames then show us the puppet trying to protect the other dead children from Afton. And when it can't, the puppet decides to bring them to life in the form of animatronics. The robotic voice here is spelling out "save them." Does it sound familiar? It should. That same robotic voice appears at the very end of the movie's credits.
COMEFINE.
Once the whole thing wraps, the voice has spelled out "come find me" in the exact same way that the puppet communicated to the player in the FNAF 2 minigames. And who needs to be found in the movie? Garrett. See, the fact that they never resolved what exactly happened to Garrett was a big thing that stuck out to me when I was watching this thing. After all, it was Mike's entire motivation and his only clear outright connection to both Afton and Vanessa. His fate is definitely going to come up again in the sequel, and all the signs are pointing to the puppet from the FNAF 2 video game. What's more, did you notice the music that was playing during that section? It's a music box. Another nod to the puppet, who in the games is kept calm by constantly winding a music box. In short, Garrett is possessing the puppet in this world, and here he is literally trying to tell Mike and the audience to come find him in the sequel. But stop for a minute and consider the method of Afton's crime here. It is different from all the rest. He's out in nature. He kidnaps Garrett and presumably leaves him alive longer than his normal victims. He keeps the kid's toy and then gives it to his daughter. They're even in a completely different state. Unlike the rest of Afton's crimes, where he just lures kids to the back of the pizzeria and kills them, here, things feel premeditated. They feel personal. And that would align with both the games and the books, where Afton's first murder isn't just a random killing, it's targeted against one person, his business partner and the original builder of the animatronics, Henry.
Small souls trapped in prisons of my making, now set to new purpose. A wound first inflicted on me, but then one that I let bleed out to cause all of this.
In fact, in the novel trilogy, Afton does the exact same thing that he does in the movie. He kidnaps Henry's daughter, Charlie, before ultimately killing her. Basically, all signs point to Garrett not just being a random victim, but rather to him being the son of Afton's partner and rival, Henry, the man who helped Afton build all of the animatronics. See, as I was piecing together the details from the movie, I started to notice something. The Afton and Schmidt families from the movie seem awfully close to the family structures from the games, except in reverse. You see, in the game series, we know that Afton has himself 3 children: Michael, Crying Child, and Elizabeth. The oldest son, Michael, plays a prank as a kid which gets his younger brother killed in the iconic Bite of 1983. From there on, Mike becomes obsessed with atoning for his mistake, eventually becoming a security guard and releasing the spirit of his brother into the afterlife. Then there's Elizabeth, who eventually gets trapped and dies inside a baby, a suit that is increasingly looking to be a spring-lock animatronic. Now let's check out the Schmidt family over in the movie. You have, again, a family of 3, 2 boys and a girl. Mike, the older brother, is a security guard who's obsessed with atoning for the time that he got his younger brother Garrett kidnapped and killed. Then there's Abby, who's nearly trapped and killed inside the Ella suit, a spring-lock animatronic. They literally match 1 for 1. Meanwhile, Afton in the movie seems to have himself only 1 daughter, Vanessa, just like Henry had himself 1 daughter, Charlie, in the games. So if they've switched dynamics, that could make Mike's dad here the representative of Henry Emily from the games.
Our mom died a little while back, and Dad, he couldn't handle it, so...
They leave Mike's dad's fate vague. To me, looks like it was deliberately done in case they ever wanted to bring Mike's dad back into the story in a role similar to Henry's. But perhaps most interesting of all, if you look in the background of the employee training video, you can see a man who looks very similar to Mike's dad working on the animatronics, just like Henry would have done in the game's canon. This is also, as far as I can tell, an uncredited performance, but one look at Mike's dad, this guy from the training video, and the way that Henry's portrayed in places like the character encyclopedia, it shows a visual design connection between the 3 of them. But not only would this connection fit with the established game lore, it would also explain why William Afton recognizes Mike. Early in the movie, we see Afton have a moment of recognition when he reads Mike's last name,
Mr. Michael.
But according to US Census data, there's around 166,000 people with the last name Schmidt here in the US. So either this is just a case of pure movie coincidence, or William recognizes not only the last name Schmidt, but Mike Schmidt specifically, in the general age range that his partner's son would be. That's why he's so sure that this is someone from his past. More evidence for this? The fact that William knows that Mike has a brother without it ever being addressed.
This is perfect. First I killed your brother, now I killed you.
Sure, we can assume the spirit children told him.
Little ones tell me you have a sister.
Or maybe Vanessa, but that's a bit less satisfying than him just knowing and taking out his vendetta against every member of the Schmidt family. And for those of you saying that Henry's last name is Emily, it might be, but that's never actually been officially confirmed. We've always thought it was a bit bizarre to have as a last name, and let's be honest, it could just as easily be Charlie's middle name, Charlotte Emily Schmidt. But last, let's talk about William. You'll notice that I just pulled the line that indicates that the spirits talk to William throughout this movie, which is a very important detail. In fact, if you notice, they really gave Afton a lot of explicit control over what the spirits are doing here. See, while he seems to understand what was happening in the games, it never seemed like he could outright control the animatronics. In the books, it's a little bit different. He eventually is able to control the animatronics, but not until the last novel of the trilogy. Here, though, he seems to understand all of it from the get-go. They tell him about Abby. He understands the importance of the pictures on the wall.
What have you done?
And as the spring locks in his suit are going off and he's dying, what does he do? He basically looks directly in the camera, says his catchphrase,
I always come back.
and puts on the Springtrap helmet. Why? What sense would that make? Well, it's a pretty clear indication that this Afton explicitly knows how possession works, and it involves being completely put inside of the suit like this. Putting on that helmet is basically Afton accepting his fate, knowing that he'll be back, able to possess the suit and survive. So right here we have ourselves a smarter Afton who is years further in his understanding of the spiritual world than either the Afton in the games or the books. Which leads me to this, an animatronic buried in the parts and service room of the pizzeria. One that you can't see in the movie, but you can see in the behind the scenes footage from Dawko during his tour of the movie set. An animatronic with rounded human skull, silver eyes, and human teeth. While this could just be background set dressing, I don't think that's the case. If this is truly an Afton who understands the power of agony in granting eternal life, if this is an Afton who has gone so far as to build a Freddy torture chair for extracting remnant from his victims, I'm thinking his experiments with building passable robotic humans has already begun. This isn't just me playing the Robot Gregory game again. It is the only explanation for the parts and services room to have an animatronic with human teeth and realistic human head proportions and eyes. And above it, hanging from the top of the shop, a robotic hand with 5 fully articulating fingers and human proportions. No other animatronic in this series fits this sort of description. Does this mean he's already built a humanoid, or is this just an early phase of his experiments? It's unclear, but it does give a bit more credit to Vanessa's bloodless stab wound at the end of the movie being more than just an excuse to get itself a PG-13 rating. My real guess, though, is that there's a robot Garrett walking around, and that he'll be the reveal at the end of the movie, just like Charlie the puppet is revealed to be a robot at the end of the 4th closet. A world-shattering revelation for Mike as he comes to terms with the nature of his brother and his father's weird creations, before the final movie where he's tasked with having to burn it all down. down. Honestly, the pieces are in place for us. Or not. All the next movie has to do is drop a Markiplier cameo and then show me a clip of Mangle and I'm in.
So, my secret's out. I can finally be honest with you. I'm in the FNAF movie! Oh, and it's been a year! And not only was I in the FNAF movie, my scene was the first scene shot of the entire production. Day one, scene one, I was there. I also got to meet Scott Cawthon after 8 years of us dancing around each other for the first time in person. But you know what? We're gonna get to all that. First and most importantly, I just need to apologize. I'm sorry that I had to lie to you for the better part of the last year to make it seem like I wasn't a part of this whole thing. I'm sorry that there were so many of you that were convinced that I wasn't in it and were mad at the production on my behalf. Trust me, I would have been mad at the production too if I had thought the same thing. I never wanted to cause any sort of stress or anxiety or bad feelings to any one of you out there, and honestly, for what it's worth, I cannot tell you how wonderful it was for me to see so many of you up in arms defending my right to be a part of this thing. I see each of you, and I appreciate what you guys were doing. Seriously, it meant the world to see so many of you care and defend me like that. It was awesome. I just hope that the surprise of me walking out on stage and being revealed to be in this thing was worth all the fake out. And let me be clear, at the end of the day, no one from the movie once gave me any sort of instructions on how to handle this whole situation. No one swore me to secrecy, there was no paperwork, there were no explicit instructions of what I could and couldn't say. It was all kind of implied. Everything else was just kind of on me. But I also knew that if I didn't cover the movie or do like live reactions to the trailers on GT Live, things like that, that you all would probably figure it out. You would sense that something was off about our content calendar, that I was hiding something from you, and in turn, that would just ruin the production secret. And let me tell you, I did not expect them to make my life so incredibly difficult, especially when they started throwing YouTuber cameos into the trailers themselves. Thanks for that one there, guys. Is that Dawko? No, are you kidding me?
Where to?
Are you kidding me? Fun fact, by the way, they actually had me read for that role literally a week before their filming started. So there I was, awkwardly in my basement at midnight on a Friday with Steph filming me reacting to a giant robot bear in the imaginary backseat of my invisible taxi cab.
No! No! Not cool, man. Not cool.
Oh, and also, in case you were wondering, actually being in the movie kind of made making theories predicting what was going to be in the movie a bit tricky. I had the whole script, and so basically, unless they rewrote the whole thing, I knew basically all the major story beats. It kind of felt like I would be cheating somehow or spoiling the movie in advance unfairly. So instead, that film theory prediction of the movie was one of the few times where I actually took a complete step back from the channel and was almost entirely leaving the script in someone else's hands, letting Film Theory's creative director Lee handle all the heavy lifting based on information that was available via the trailers. And I gotta say, I was surprised with just how much he got right, and also some of the things that he missed, but you know what? That's a theory for another day.
Anyway, so yeah, almost exactly 1 year ago, all the way back in November of 2022, I was contacted by Blumhouse to be a part of the movie, or Bad Cupcake, as they were calling it back then. It was the secret code name so no one discovered what it was. A week before flying out, they were still shuffling me around to see what my part would be, and on February 1st, day one, scene one, I was in New Orleans to film this thing. Hey there. Welcome to Sparky's. Okay, but let's get real. The whole actor thing is kind of crazy. They're like, no, we will bring the stuff to you, and oh, you can stay in your trailer. I'm like, it's okay. I can go get my own food. They're like, no, but you are the actor. One thing off the bat that I didn't expect was actually the scale of this thing, because it was massive. And you're probably thinking, well, no duh, Matt, it was a movie, but I guess that never really registered with me. I mean, I've done professional theater before. I've done things like big Mr. Beast shoots where he takes over entire football stadiums. How different could this actually be? Well, it was different. It was huge. I have never seen anything this size before. The number of people, the coordination. I had a costume fitting the day before, and for my dinky little cameo of 3 lines in this movie, I kid you not, they had me try on 20 different combinations of outfits, all of which had to then be run by the director and Scott for their approval. I mean, an entire floor of a building was just full wall to wall of clothing, hundreds and hundreds of outfits. Mike alone had practically an entire wall all to himself. It was actually there that I got to see who else was going to be a part of this movie up on the wall. That's where I actually learned that Corey was going to be a cab driver for the first time. It was also where I saw that good old Markiplier was supposed to be the security guard who gets killed at the very beginning of the movie. But probably most importantly of all, it's there that I also saw the withered, dabbing Chica posted on the wall, like some sort of guardian angel over the production. Basically, I was just doing the whole theorist thing by trying to pick up as many small details and Easter eggs as I could in
what few moments I had left unsupervised. Funny enough, it turns out the production staff were trying to do the exact same thing right back at me. From the moment I stepped into my first costume fitting, people started to grill me about FNAF. No joke. Apparently, they had been briefed that I was someone who had studied the franchise a lot, and so I was getting inundated with all sorts of questions about the type of person that Mike is, or how I saw William Afton in my mind's eye, or whether I could give them information about characters like Abby. I honestly think it was them trying to get a feel for whether they were on the right track with all of this, how the community as fans might respond to all of this world that they'd created, which honestly is pretty cool. The same thing happened the next day when we were on location at the shoot, where all the other actors in my scene between setups would take time to ask me about how their characters behaved in the games, how their role fit into the overarching narrative of the franchise, which I gotta say was kind of a bummer because all the characters in my scene were just made up for the movie. So didn't have a whole lot of detail to impart on them. So instead of all that, Heather Stewart Masterson, she's Aunt Jane in the movie, she just ended up asking me a lot of questions about the parallels between Abby and Baby from the game, since that's the one that her character is probably most focused on. In general, though, it was clear that across the board, everyone was so eager to do the franchise justice. They wanted to know as much as they could. They wanted to learn. They wanted to absorb all that information, and they were proud to be a part of a project and being able to show it off. The only sad part of it all was that I was so early in this process, most of the stuff wasn't even ready for me to see yet. They really wanted to show me the pizzeria, but schedule-wise, the first month of production was dedicated to everything happening outside of the pizzeria, meaning that the set, it was still being built. It was still in process. So when they took me to see it, it just got a lot of blank walls. And don't get me wrong, they were impressive blank walls. Very big, very majestic blank walls, but still, left a lot to the imagination. Same thing kind of happened when they showed me the animatronics. Everything was still locked away because it needed final testing, so the most I got was like a little peek through a sliver in the wall. It's awesome. I think I could make out the murder mask. I'm like, what's up with that weird Freddy head? And they're like, I don't know, creative decision. But come to think of it, it actually kind of worked out really well, because when it came time to react to the trailers when they were being uploaded to YouTube, I didn't have to fake anything, because it was truly my first time getting to see all of this thing finished. Sure, I knew the storyline of the movie, I had the whole script in my hands, and I knew what part I played in this whole thing, but seeing it all, actually getting to experience how it all worked together, it was my first time. No fake reactions here, my friends. And to be honest, seeing it on camera doesn't do the scale of this whole thing justice. I cannot stress to you how massive this production was. They literally built an entire restaurant inside of an old abandoned Home Depot in New Orleans. Hallways, rooms, it was a complete restaurant, which was just mind-blowing to me. Most movies would probably try to do some clever camera tricks or green screening or something, but no, they built an entire building from the ground up inside of another building. It was crazy. As far as my role in all of this, I had a one-day shoot, and that actual day I had to wake up at 4 a.m. and then find a car that had been left for me in a random parking garage the night before. Inside the car were explicit driving instructions to a secret location. Really felt like something straight out of a spy movie. From there, I drove an hour out of town to a random diner that had been shut down due to COVID. Once we were on location, they actually gave me my own trailer. They told me that's not the sort of thing that a day player would normally get, but they wanted to give us YouTubers the star treatment, which I gotta say was just like incredibly generous of them. That's right. Got 3 lines, baby. That's what I get. It's nice. That's where I'm gonna be hanging out. That's where the next 2 episodes of Game Theory are gonna be written, probably. Inside my trailer, I found this. This guy right here. Little rubber chicken head. Little pencil topper. He was in one of the drawers, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna work him into my character. And so if you see him in the movie, that's it. Little Easter egg for you. And from there, it was on to set where for the next 8 hours, we were working on a single scene. Now, one diner scene. You heard that right. 8 straight hours. One thing. Why so long? They had the cameras set up outside. Then they had to move the cameras inside. Then they had to have the specialty close-up cameras. Then they had to remove half the booth to capture one side of a conversation, then remove the other half of the booth, replace the other half of the booth to capture the other side of the conversation. Then they had to remove the booth entirely so they could put cameras right here and capture a close-up of my face. There were B-rolls of different tables getting served. There were B-rolls and specialty shots of dishes getting served up at the window. It was a lot for what ultimately amounts in the movie to be like 3 minutes of footage. As you might imagine, we all started to get a bit creative with how we were filling our time with each take.
What are you doing?
I'm filming this for eventually when I do the like, hey, I was in this movie and it's behind the scenes.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, so no pressure. Hey,
The lengthy time between takes as they moved cameras along also gave me plenty of chances to explore the set for any hints of lore. And I actually found a lot of really fun details buried in the walls. Like, here's one time where I found the fake diner's registration information. Here's another one where I found a QR code that I was almost convinced was trying to be a start of some new ARG. Then I learned that it wasn't, at which point I decided to call that detail out to the production team as being anachronistic, since this was meant to be set at a time before QR codes became mainstream. And then they promptly took it down. So, TLDR of this entire video, I single-handedly saved the FNAF movie. By the way, on the subject of small details, I don't know if you noticed it in the movie, but the diner I work in is called Sparky's Diner, which is a reference to one of the earliest urban legends from the first FNAF game, that there was this dog animatronic named Sparky hidden somewhere inside. The movie is actually full of these sorts of Easter eggs. For instance, my character's official name, right here, it's Ness. I don't know if you've noticed this one in the movie, but it's Ness. And I was told by everyone that Scott specifically called out that he needed me to be named Ness. At first, I immediately thought like, oh, this gotta be a reference to Ness from FNAF AR. Or maybe this is another instance of Vanessa from Security Breach. You know, just Scott trolling people by using the same name over and over again. But no, when I met him later in the day, he told me it was a reference to Sans' Ness. He was very proud of himself. Speaking of, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Scott Cawthon. The whole time, it was unclear whether Scott would actually be there on set. It was one of those things that people were like, we don't know if Scott's gonna be there. He might show up. We asked him if he's gonna show up on the first day. I thought that was a little bit weird. I mean, it's your first day of shooting your movie that's been like 5+ years in the making. I don't know, you'd think that you'd try to make an appearance there or something, right? Well, he did, but apparently it was a big surprise. He flew in special for that day. It was interesting. Most of the production crew didn't know who he was. They just knew him as the VIP on set, who everyone had to listen to if he asked them to do something, but no one actually understood what he was, that he was the creator of the game. I think ultimately it winds up being a movie thing, you know, where he's just responsible for talking to the director, who's then the one who's executing on his creative vision. So a lot of the rest of the day-to-day staff don't really need to know that this is the man that gave them a reason to be there in the first place. But yeah, I got to meet him. It was great. He has a good, strong handshake, and he looks you in the eye when you talk, which is always the sign of an upstanding person. He was wearing a classic Zelda t-shirt, which big props to that one. And he was doing a great job, honestly, of directing everyone. I overheard him consulting some of the costume department and clearly outlining his vision of what everyone should be wearing, which was really cool. I think most people would probably have been intimidated by this massive production, all leaning on him, but it was just really impressive to watch. He made sure that I knew about the whole Ness joke and also about how he gave the waiter role bonus lines. In fact, he was so proud of that one line that he asked me to go over the top with it like I do in the videos as part of the scene, and I did it for one take, and it was weird, especially with everyone else in the scene taking the scene so seriously, and so we all decided to keep it a bit more toned down. He took off before I left for the day, and I said, I'll see you again at the premiere. And, well, there's no premiere, so I guess that's the last time I'm ever gonna see him. Oh, and no, to answer your obvious question, we did not talk about lore. We both swore that one off. Instead, we talked about the community and how we both expected the community to take this particular script. In the end, he was just really grateful for me being able to be a part of the movie. And that was mind-blowing to me because I'm like, are you kidding? I was the one who was lucky. I got to be in this mainstream movie. How cool is that? Growing up, acting was one of my dreams. To be a performer, that was always like the end goal for me for like the first 18 years of my life. And since then, that goal's obviously changed a lot. I've moved on, I've done something, honestly, that I'm more proud of here, where I'm able to make a business and perform as myself instead of as a character. But this was, in a lot of ways, a realization of that dream that baby MatPat had nearly a decade ago. I actually recorded a bit of my thoughts as I was getting ready to leave the set. It felt important to document.
That's a wrap.
I was there. I was in it. Kinda sad.
But it was cool to see a childhood dream in some ways get realized.
It was kind of like I got a peek into a multiverse of another life of mine. And then that was it. Back home, like nothing had ever happened. I did keep the pencil topper and the name tag as souvenirs though. So yes, I did steal from the set of FNAF the movie. For 2 days, this was just a small window into something that was so big. I got to be a visitor in this massive machine that I hopped off of, and then that just continued on without me. But man, let me tell you, it is surreal to see posters going up in theaters of a movie that you're in. Oh, and can I level with you for a second? This whole thing, it was so intimidating. You know how I keep doing videos this year about being in the PGA Tour or producing a Broadway show, and how the theme of the year happens to be like, say yes and to your life? Well, this was actually the first of those things, because it was at the top of the year. This was the thing that got me started on the whole theme, because it is one thing to speak as yourself on a couch about things that you know, and it is something entirely different to walk in as a complete noob and say scripted lines as a random character named after a meme to a crew of seasoned actors while they're stopping public traffic outside and 50 production staff are slowly zooming a camera into your face. I mean, I've done a lot of performances, but this was just at another level. The only thing that I asked the director, Emma, to make sure of was that I didn't deliver some sort of like cringy YouTuber performance. You know what I mean. It can't not be cringy when you're saying your like own catchphrase. That's kind of silly. But you know, I didn't want to bring the movie down. And to be honest, I think I did all right. Anyway, that right there, my friends, that is my story, and it feels so good. So good to finally come clean about it. I have wanted to bring you in as a part of this journey for the longest time. In the end, I cannot thank the team there enough for all their incredible generosity and their patience. And Scott, thank you for giving me the chance to be a part of this. But most importantly, thank you. This whole thing, this is our collective victory, right? Because without you supporting me or supporting these channels and supporting these wacky theories, none of this would have been possible. And if you haven't seen the movie, then what the heck are you waiting for? Watch it and then go watch it again. Show them the force of Team Internet so that the late night hosts and the executive producers finally learn that things from the internet deserve to be pronounced correctly. Anyway, in the end, who knows? Maybe there'll be room in the sequel for the return of a well-meaning, cringy waiter with a love of breakfast and a meme-ish name. But until then, remember, that's not a theory. It's just a video. Video for you.
Friends, it feels like some sort of cruel joke. The Five Nights at Freddy's movie came and went from theaters. It was fun. It did great financially, and we all had ourselves a grand old time. We moved on, and now we wait patiently for the next installment to drop where Mike seeks help for a sleeping disorder, and Freddy and friends take their fort-building business on the road to turn it into a major real estate venture. Everything was in balance, as it should be. And yet, they couldn't just leave well enough alone, could they? Because just like clockwork for this franchise, they turned the movie into a book. A book! Even though I announced my final episodes, I still couldn't get out of this thing fast enough, could I? Even though all the book releases were technically done for the franchise, after 22 solid books, and that's not even including the graphic novels and all the other spin-off materials, good old Scotty Cawthon found a way to squeeze one more in on me before my foot was out the door. And you know what I did? I read the thing. And I gotta say, I'm glad that I did, because let me tell you, it is a theorist gold mine. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to tell you that the FNAF movie book... That the FNAF movie book... Oh, I can't even say it. It physically makes me ill to acknowledge that something like this exists. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today to tell you that the book version of the FNAF movie, it tells us everything about where the film spin-off series is headed to next. And perhaps more importantly than anything, it tells us that the big reveal of Chapter 3 is gonna be that Vanessa is a robot. Yeah, I know. You may now commence throwing things angrily at your computer monitor. So while you're busy getting yourself an angry arm workout, what am I talking about exactly? Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's not uncommon for films to get themselves what are known as movie novelizations. Basically a book that retells the exact same story as a movie, but because it's a book, there tend to be additional details thrown in to bulk things out. Insight into characters, their thoughts, their motivations, more descriptions of scenes, things like that. As you might imagine, novelizations like these were really popular before home video because people didn't have a way to relive the theater experience at their house. Nowadays, though, it's more of an additional source of found revenue for a movie. You already got yourself a script written after all, so you might as well throw in a few thousand extra words, slap a cover on it, probably just recycle some old promotional artwork, and boom! You just made yourself a couple extra bucks from the hardcore fans and the collectors. So of course, when the FNAF movie got itself one, I was legally bound to read through it with the hope and expectation that there might be some juicy lore hidden inside of its pages. And let me tell you, I was not disappointed. It was like experiencing the movie through some sort of weird multiverse. For instance, I am actually in the book. Well, Ness, my character from the movie. The catchphrase is in there and everything. It is really cool. I'm described as a quote, tall, lanky, auburn-haired teen. I appreciate that book. You know what they say, the camera adds 10 pounds, but the novelization removes 20 years. That said, on the subject of learning more lore, apparently, and I didn't even know this as the guy who was playing the character, Ness is supposedly the son of the diner's owner, whose name is, in fact, Sparky. And that right there, that's a pretty interesting detail when you consider that there's a dog animatronic who we've all been assuming is Sparky hidden in the back of Freddy's Pizzeria. It is a super unusual detail that gets just a little bit more explanation and a bit more insight, all thanks to the novel. So, I'm the son of a fake animatronic dog. File that one in my character bio right alongside my undying love for Doug the lawyer. Or maybe not. You see, Doug in the books, he is a very different character. The diner scene straight up features him openly creeping on Maxine, enough so that she thinks of him as a total sleazeball. Let's just say that he's hungry for more than just the apps. Thankfully, this is one of the precious few times that Scott Cawthon has stepped in to set the record straight, explaining that this gross version of my best shipmate is in fact non-canon, and that this scene will be altered in all future printings of the novelization. In short, Nug lives on. Or would you consider us Des? Anyway, you can already see how having more words on the page gives you tons of additional context to what you're seeing on the screen, and likely more insight into the original intent of these sorts of moments. And as you might imagine, if small bit players like Doug and I are getting lore drops from the books, then the main characters are also getting a lot of extra info in there as well. For instance, in the movie, it was lightly implied that Maxine had a bit of a crush on Mike. I picked it up right here, where she subtly signals that she wants him to put a ring on it.
I wish someone would buy me a ring.
It's not a big plot point, but you can tell that there's a bit more under the surface of this interaction. In the book, though, it goes from subtle subtext into a full-on plot point. She constantly dresses up for Mike, dropping tons of hints about her interest, growing more and more frustrated with Mike as he's completely oblivious to her advances. In fact, it's actually part of her motivation for spying on him for Aunt Jane, which she also feels very regretful for in the books, unlike the film where she just kind of looks sad out of a window for a bit. Another huge detail about the main characters, Mike is more of a theorist in the book than he was in the film, actively taking on more of the responsibility for unraveling the mystery. He independently does research. He even discovers the missing children's incident by himself instead of just being told about it by Vanessa later on in the film. I guess they just had to remove that part of the character from the film lest he get compared to the performances coming from other established theorists in the community. Okay, so that's obviously a bunch of random observations and details, adding a bit more texture to these characters that either got cut for time or glossed over in a more visual storytelling medium. But there is so much more packed into this book, enough so that I believe that we can figure out exactly where the story of the next 2 movies is headed. And it all begins with the hill that apparently I'm going to be dying on for my final FNAF theories, a human being a robot. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Literally. I'm not the one making up the story here, friends. I just interpret the clues as best I can. But in this case, we don't have ourselves a robot boy. Instead, we have ourselves a robot cop, Vanessa. Vanessa is a robot, and I suspect she's not going to be the only one. Now, obviously, that is a huge claim to make, so let's start backing it up, shall we? Last time we talked about how Film Afton seems to be much further along in his understanding of the possessed animatronics than either his game or book counterparts. For instance, he knows that they operate based off the pictures that are hung on the wall.
What have you done?
He knows that, as he's dying, he needs to be wearing the golden Bonnie suit in order for his soul to survive by bonding to the metal.
I always come back.
He even seems to have a rudimentary understanding of Remnant based on the existence of that weird torture Freddy mask. I mean, seriously, these animatronics are not inventing a device like this. It has to have been man-made. In fact, the novelized version of the movie's Cold Open suggests exactly this. If you read the prologue of the book very closely, you learn that Bob, the security guard whose death opens the film, had already figured out that he was nothing more than a lamb for the slaughter in this job. First, his internal monologue acknowledges that he had been hired to guard the pizzeria. It's written expressly in sarcastic scare quotes there, showing that he knows very well that the job was never meant to be real. And as he's being dragged to his death by the animatronics, he passes by the kid's drawing of Afton holding the kid's hands. And we read that bile fills his throat in this moment. He knows that that picture, and the rabbit specifically, is the reason that he's currently fighting for his life. In short, the extra details in the prologue of the novelization strongly suggest that Afton is actively hiring guards to this pizzeria to harvest Remnant from them so he can continue on with his experiments. And he's using his control over the animatronics to help make all of this happen. And because of that, despite this being an adaptation of one of the earliest FNAF stories, Film Afton is likely already tinkering with much more advanced animatronic technology. Again, look no further than the cold open of the novel. The torture Freddy mask isn't just an old repurposed Freddy head like it is in the movie. Instead, it's described like this. Quote, "The 2 halves of the bear face peeled back like the wings of a beetle, expanding outward. As the fur parted, spinning robotic mechanisms filled Bob's vision." This description of how the mask operates, with pieces that split apart and fold out, is actually much more fitting of a different generation of animatronic, the Funtime animatronics. And what do we see in FNAF 5? The game where these Funtimes take center stage? Down in Afton's bunker, we see articulating humanoid robot heads, eyes constantly blinking. They're alive, and they're watching us. And these aren't just set decorations either. These heads are important enough to have been directly called out by the FNAF character encyclopedia. In the game prior, FNAF 4, Afton's final line was, "I will put you back together." And in FNAF 5, we see exactly that. A bunker made by Afton full of robotic humanoids. A mad scientist of a man trying to use his robotic skills to bring a human back to life, to put his loved ones back together, literally. Going back to the movie, this is likely why we see a humanoid animatronic with teeth, silver eyes, and an arm with 5 articulated human fingers buried in the parts and services room. It's not just an Easter egg put there from scraps laying around the Jim Henson office. This looks like it's a first-generation robot person. So we have an Afton that's already harvesting and experimenting with Remnant at the beginning of this film. And we know that there's a human-shaped robot buried in the parts and services room that suggests that he might have been working on some sort of human prototype. That right there, though, is still a long way away from creating a convincing enough robot that it's able to fool literally everyone around it. And why then would it be Vanessa, of all people? Well, the first thing I'd like to talk about here is actually something that jumped out to me the first time I watched the movie: the performance of Vanessa's actress, Elizabeth Lail. Something I noticed throughout the movie was how aloof and disconnected Vanessa seemed. Her voice was always flat, her character almost always stoic.
The new security guard?
Yeah.
You're bleeding, by the way.
You and Abby, you still have each other.
From where I sit, I'd say you're lucky.
And for the times that she actually did show emotion, she was flipping on a dime, seemingly out of nowhere.
Take care of your sister.
You can do whatever you want with your own life, but if you ever bring Abby back here again, I will shoot you.
Considering the character that she's based on from the games, you'd think that she might be more bubbly or energetic based on how she was in Security Breach.
Hello, little boy. If you're down here, say something.
Hey, little man. Do you know what time it is? The doors are open. Why are you still here?
And this isn't meant to be some sort of critique on Elizabeth Lail's performance or anything like that. We know that she's a talented actor. I mean, just check out some of the clips of her playing Anna in the show Once Upon a Time.
He is Prince Charming, and you're Snow White, and those things sound terrible, but they also sound romantic. What is that amazing smell? Chocolate!
No, the flatter delivery from her has to have been an intentional direction that she was given. Perhaps direction to sound a bit more robotic. In the novelization, Vanessa seems to shift personalities on a dime, changing between what Mike describes as the bubbly girl mode and the intensely serious cop mode. For example, during their first night meeting, we get this, quote, "Then someone invisible flipped a switch. Vanessa's cop mode deactivated." That right there, it's a pretty suspicious way of phrasing a psychological change like that. Intentionally using robotic language in this franchise? Yeah, press X to doubt. The same thing happens towards the end of the movie too, where after Vanessa's stabbed by Afton, Abby notices this. Quote again, "Vanessa's eyes looked weird, like they were lights that were having a hard time staying on." And speaking of both Vanessa's eyes and her personality shifts, the absolute biggest piece of evidence here, Vanessa's eyes literally change color when she shifts personalities. Check it out, again from the book, page 144. Right after Mike tells Vanessa about his Garrett kidnapping dreams, quote, "The narrowing of the eyes, the stiffening of her mouth, she was back in cop mode." No, Mike thought, it wasn't cop mode, it was something else. Vanessa's irises deepened noticeably in hue. They went from their usual soft, almost grayish blue to a deeper indigo. The color shift was so pronounced that it almost looked computer generated. Computer generated, huh? What a choice of words that is. An indigo, you say? You mean the color that some would confuse with purple? But perhaps the single most telling part of this little paragraph comes in the final line. It was enormously disquieting. Mike felt like he was watching a human turning into, and then he trails off, not having a chance to finish the thought. Turning into what, Mike? Turning into what? A robot, perhaps? And this thing with the eyes, it isn't just a one-off change, it is a consistent part of Vanessa's character descriptions throughout the entire novel, while explaining how spring locks work. Quote, "Vanessa's irises did the light blue to dark blue thing. Her eyes had turned an even deeper blue, navy blue now, almost black. As Vanessa's explaining her father's creations like the spring locks, again, the eyes get darker, sometimes purple and sometimes black. It's almost as if she's fallen back on some sort of Afton-designed programming, almost like he's controlling her. In fact, every time Vanessa tries to do something to keep Mike from looking into this mystery and uncovering Afton's secrets, her eyes go to this darker color. In the scene next to the storm drain where she tries to convince Mike not to try sleeping and dreaming of Freddy anymore, her eyes are dark blue. In the same scene, as Mike tries to get Vanessa to open up so he can get to know her better, he notices that her eyes grow darker and become blurred. And then something, in quotes, breaks any connection that they're forming. And yet, when she's begging for him not to go to Freddy's at all, to save himself and Abby, again, quote, "He looked into her eyes, so soft and blue right now that it seemed like some of her essence, life force, was leaching from her." If there's some Afton-driven programming controlling Vanessa, that would also explain one of the stranger moments from the film. After Mike is attacked by the animatronics and saved by Vanessa, she reveals the dark secrets of her past and the pizzeria. When Mike asks her to help save Abby, though, she declines. Not because she doesn't want to help, but because she feels like she literally can't.
Come with me.
If he's there,
I won't be any use to you, believe me.
And when she does show up to the pizzeria later on, once confronted by Afton, she's only able to bring herself to shoot once before completely freezing up, kind of like a computer that's crashed. Even my favorite line of the movie.
You had one job. Keep him in the dark and kill him if he got too close.
That's 2 jobs.
Is a robotic, process-driven answer. And before you say that Vanessa can't be a robot because we see her get stabbed and have to go to the hospital, yeah, that's admittedly the biggest point against the theory. That said, remember the franchise that we're talking about here, friends? These robots can be so lifelike, so realistic that you cannot tell them apart from real humans at all. They eat, they sleep, they breathe, they can even bleed like Charlie does in the original FNAF book trilogy. I get that the FNAF franchise tends to be cryptic, but time and time again, there have been signs that someone in this franchise is a robot. Maybe it was Gregory from Security Breach. We know for a fact that Charlie from the book trilogy was, Jessica from Frailty, Billy from B7, Sarah from To Be Beautiful, the list goes on and on and on. They are hitting us over the head time and again with these kids who become robots. And if I just keep saying that one of these characters is in fact an animatronic, eventually I will be right. Right? This would even make some strange imagery from the games make more sense. Remember the unmasked ending from Security Breach? No, of course not. Why would you? Well, in it, we see 2 Vanessas. One who's fallen to the ground and died, while another's still up on the roof of the building looking down at the scene. This was always weird, and we as a FNAF community just kind of politely ignored it. But it suddenly makes a lot more sense if Vanessa is in fact a robot. This is just 2 recreations of the same model. One became active the second the other one died, which again is something that we see happening in the original novel trilogy with Charlie bots. But why? Sure, Afton might be creepy, and he's even creepier in the book, but why go through all of this trouble? Keep the pizzeria up and running, hire new guards to farm Remnant from, create an animatronic as human as Vanessa? Why is he doing it? Well, the answer seems to be staring us in the face throughout the movie. It's this. The Ella Springlock suit in the back. Think about it. Vanessa's incredibly cautious around this animatronic in the film, warning Mike not to go near it and going as far as threatening to shoot him if he brings Abby back to the pizzeria. If she loves all these animatronics so much, why is she so cautious about this one? Well, what if it already killed someone? Someone Vanessa knows very well. Someone like herself. Afton's daughter, the original Vanessa. I believe that in his desire to create the best animatronics possible, Afton created this Ella Springlock animatronic, and it ended up killing his own daughter. Just like what we see happen with Baby in the games. That is where his obsession started. His desire to find the secrets of life after death. He wanted to rebuild his daughter, and in the process, he discovered Remnant, how to create it, the pain required for it. That's why he built the torture device with the green Freddy mask and made sure that it was close to the Ella animatronic in the parts and services room. Afton wanted to infuse the suit with Remnant, all in the hopes of bringing back his real Vanessa. Eventually, he was able to build the Vanessa that we see in the movie, but even then, she's difficult. She rebels. She doesn't want to help him as much, especially when children like Abby get involved. It's not his real Vanessa. And so Afton will keep trying and trying and trying. And if I'm right about this, it tells us a huge amount about where the franchise is headed in the next film. In our last theory, we suggested that Mike's brother Garrett is likely the identity of the puppet in the films, and will probably be the centerpiece of the second movie. I mean, the credits literally end with the puppet telling both Mike and the audience to come find me. However, this is gonna be a problem for Mike, Abby, and Vanessa. You see, Afton has a strange connection with Garrett. In the book, Garrett actually appears in the pizzeria during the final battle, luring Mike to a more secluded area where Afton can ambush him. Afton has control over Garrett's spirit in the scene, enough so that Garrett literally melts into the shadows that Afton emerges from. Quote from the book, "It was as if Garrett became part of the gloaming under the archway. He was there, and then he was something else. In Garrett's place, someone in a rabbit costume appeared. Not just someone, a man. So if Afton controls Garrett's spirit, it's likely that the puppet is going to be the villain of the second film, creating a whole new conflict for Mike to overcome. And then if the third movie follows the third game, an undead Afton will be back as the main antagonist, with the grand reveal that he's been able to make robot people the entire time. Vanessa will be revealed to be a robot, and Afton will tempt Mike with exactly what he wants. He could put Garrett back together as a robot kid, exactly the way Mike remembered him as a child, just as Afton did with his daughter. All Mike has to do is help Afton with his evil experiments, and Mike then will be left with a choice. Just how badly does he want his brother back? Guess we'll have to watch the movie, and then read the corresponding 8-book series released afterward to find out.
The plot for the second Five Nights at Freddy's movie is right in front of us. In celebration of the franchise's 10th anniversary, Scott released 4 pages of the script, but only one of them is real. The key to figuring out which one is hidden on one of these script pages, and I figured it out. I know which one it is. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Can you believe that we're almost coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the FNAF movie? It's surreal after we waited for any update on that movie for so long. And well, if you really want to feel old, right now is the 10-year anniversary of Five Nights at Freddy's as an entire franchise. A decade of games, books, comics, and more game theories than should have been possible. And in celebration, FNAF creator Scott Cawthon has gone all out. There's been new announcements, new games, a new interactive novel, a new interview, and even a freaking crossover with Dead by Daylight. But most importantly, and the reason we are once again talking about one of Game Theory's favorite franchises on our film channel for the second week in a row, Scott also released 4 individual pages from the script for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the upcoming sequel to the movie. But there's a catch. Only one of these pages is real and is actually in the script. Only one of these pages is in the movie. Loyal theorists, this is a challenge. Scott looked at the community of overthinkers that he's gathered for FNAF and challenged us to figure out which one of these is actually real. And you know what, Scott? I'm not scared. I will personally take on your challenge and I'll figure out which one of these pages is legit and which ones are just mimic knockoffs. And let me tell you, friends, after digging through them, comparing them to what we know about FNAF lore, and looking at these pages through the lens of the rules and etiquette of screenplays, I did it! I know which one of them is real, and it tells us so much about where the FNAF movie franchise is going. With just this one page, I believe we can map out not only the plot of FNAF 2, but also FNAF 3. Get your animatronic suits ready, friends, as we take a bite out of these pages. So because it's been about a year since the original FNAF movie hit theaters and we all did the Leo DiCaprio pointing meme when Matt popped up, let's do a recap so we're all on the same page of where things ended up. Five Nights at Freddy's follows Mike Schmidt, a young man struggling to take care of his younger sister Abby and keep down a steady job. His parents aren't around anymore, and he has nightmares about his brother Garrett, who was kidnapped and killed when Mike was just a child. Mike gets a job as a night security guard at a local Chuck E. Cheese ripoff called Freddy Fazbear's that's been shut down for years, since several kids went missing from the building. Over the course of a week, Mike meets a police officer named Vanessa and realizes that the pizzeria's animatronic mascots are haunted by the ghosts of those missing kids, and they want Abby to join them as a ghost in the restaurant. Oh, and also the man who gave Mike this job in the first place, William Afton, he not only was the founder of the pizzeria and creator of the animatronics, but he also murdered the kids and Mike's brother. Mike, Abby, and Vanessa team up, free the ghost kids from Afton's control, and Afton is killed by a malfunctioning animatronic spring-lock suit. But he warns that
I always come back.
And more or less, that's the movie. So what are the new pages we're dealing with? Let's go over them one by one. The first page has Abby talking with a new animatronic called Toy Chica. The toy animatronics are improved versions of the characters from the original FNAF introduced in the FNAF 2 game. They were much more advanced than the original animatronics, with a facial recognition system and child protection software programmed into them that would protect kids from anyone the animatronics deemed dangerous. Back to the page, as Toy Chica and Abby are talking, Vanessa is being held in the pizzeria's storage room, forced to give out some sort of code. Toy Chica then relays that to Abby, who is typing it into a computer. Abby puts in the code, Toy Chica's eyes light up, and excitedly she says, "You did it, Abby! We are free!" If I were a betting man, this page is showing Abby being tricked by the animatronics into freeing them from some form of their child protection software, so they can move around and hurt anyone they'd like, even if they're not deemed a predator or dangerous. The second page, however, is completely different. Here we are introduced to General Everly and Captain Nelson, two completely original characters who aren't in the game. The pair have a conversation in some sort of conference room about a robotics project. Here, General Everly vents his frustration that the government funded Fazbear Entertainment, completely dumbfounded that they would get in bed with a pizza place. When it's pointed out that Fazbear Entertainment is way ahead on animatronic tech, Everly lashes out that this sort of technology shouldn't be tested on kids' entertainment, and that what Fazbear gave them wasn't animatronic tech, but instead observable effects of unobservable energy exchanges. The third page starts with a conversation between Abby and Mike about a book where a boy gets sick with a very contagious disease called scarlet fever. The boy has plushies that he loves dearly, but they have to be burned because the scarlet fever has likely attached to the plushies, making them very dangerous. Apparently, Mike and Abby are dealing with some weird plushies themselves, and Mike realizes that Abby is saying that these plushies are dangerous too, just like the book. look, they should be burned. Later, he calls up Vanessa and tells her to suit up in dark clothing because they have a job to do. Finally, the fourth page sees an unnamed man with two kids, Darren and Gemma, as they enter an abandoned Freddy's Pizzeria. Here, the man turns on a carousel and leads the kids to the center of the carousel, where there's a hidden staircase descending into the darkness below. The three of them then descend into it, their fates unknown. So, which one is real? Well, all of them have interesting ideas and bits that hint at them being real, but some are less realistic than others. To start, let's tackle the one I think is least likely to be the real page, the second page. This is the one where a group of army officers are talking about the animatronic tech that Fazbear Entertainment is developing. Now, there are a lot of fun little secrets hidden on this page. The general calls Fazbear Entertainment a circus, for instance, a circus as in it's a joke. This is a nice reference to one of the current talking points in the FNAF fan community, speculating about its origins as Fazbear's traveling circus in the 1970s. But despite that, this page is clearly fake for a few reasons. The first big reason is that this is introducing an element to the franchise that they've never used before, with the military. The strategy the FNAF movies seem to be taking is approaching the series as a whole, the games, books, whatever, throwing it all in a blender and then shaping their story from the resulting Fazgoo. While Afton did talk to some supervising body during the opening cutscene of Sister Location where they asked about some of his design ideas,
with all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
Saying that this is a government entity is a stretch. Afton has never been said to have government backing in the games. It would require a lot of explanation for how and why this is even a thing, and we would need to spend so much time to explore what this meant for the story. And frankly, it just expands this franchise way too far, way too quickly. We're suddenly going from one crazy guy in a pizzeria to an entirely government-funded operation. This isn't a movie 2 thing. This feels like something you do in like movie 4, right before you jump the shark and go to space. More importantly, this interaction happens on page 18, which means it takes place at a weird point in the movie. But to understand why, we first have to talk about movie structure. See, a movie is generally broken down into 5 parts: the cold open, acts 1 through 3, and then the resolution. It starts with the cold open, which immediately drops you into the world and acts as a hook to get you engaged with the story. In FNAF 1, this is the security guard at the start of the film getting hunted by the animatronics. Then there's Act 1, where the main characters are introduced and the conflict of the story is discovered. In FNAF, we see this with Mike losing his job and needing to take the gig at Freddy's so he can take care of Abby. Screenwriters are taught that, as a general rule of thumb, 1 page of a script is equal to about 1 minute of screen time. To be clear, this isn't written in stone. A lot of scripts are much longer than the movie's final runtime, and a lot of long movies are made from super short scripts. The minute per page idea is like the pirate code.
The code is more what you call guidelines than actual rules.
It mostly applies, enough that we can use it here. So, following this rule, at page 18, that means that this scene with the military would be happening somewhere like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie, making it a scene smack dab in the middle of Act 1. That makes no sense, considering everything else that Act 1 of this movie needs to do. It needs to tell us what Mike, Abby, and Vanessa have been up to, show us their new dynamic, introduce us to the new conflict. It has a lot of heavy lifting it needs to do, so cutting away to the military drama here makes zero narrative sense, so we can safely eliminate this page. The act structure also lets us eliminate another page, the first one, where Vanessa is being forced to give Toy Chica a code and Abby is typing that code into a computer. Now, the concept of this scene, Vanessa being tortured to give up valuable information and Abby being tricked into using it to free the toy animatronics, that could absolutely be in a movie like this. It's in character and the conflict makes sense. However, the placement of the scene makes no sense. This page is labeled as page 25, meaning that it would be roughly 23 to 28 minutes into the movie. That would place it either at the middle or end of Act 1. But that's way too fast for something like this to happen, and let's go over the rest of story structure to understand why. Normally, Act 2 of a story sees the characters encountering obstacles that stop them from getting what they want or need. It's also generally the lowest point for the main character. In the first FNAF movie, this is where Mike is trying to discover the secrets of Freddy's and agrees to let the animatronics have Abby. Act 3 sees the big climax of the story where all of the conflict is resolved. Mike, Abby, and Vanessa fight Afton and get the animatronics to turn on him. And finally, there's the resolution, which is a brief period of calm where a new status quo is established. Mike and Abby are living happily and visit a recovering Vanessa in the hospital. What's being described here in this page with Abby, Vanessa, and Toy Chica, it could absolutely happen in this movie, at the end of Act 2, much further than page 25. Think of everything that needs to happen before this scene. We have to get reintroduced to the main characters, meet the new toy animatronics, have the child protection software be explained, have Toy Chica build up a relationship with Abby, and Vanessa needs to be captured. That can all happen by the end of Act 2, or into Act 3. But Act 1? No way. See, I really appreciate this page because it's really clever. The scene itself is realistic, and you do input codes into the baby animatronic in the sister location game. Abby is connected to Baby, so the ideas line up, but the timeline just doesn't. So, good troll, Scott. And so, that leaves us with just 2 pages left, and honestly, both of these are pretty valid options. Just as a reminder, these are the pages where Abby and Mike are talking about the dangerous plushies, and where an unnamed man is leading 2 kids into a hidden room below the pizzeria. Both of these pages take place at reasonable points in the movie. The Mike and Abby scene is on page 58, so roughly an hour into the movie in the middle of Act 2. That's the perfect point for this sort of story revelation and the setup for an action set piece like we see on this page. Likewise, the man taking the kids into a secret room is on page 4, so right at the beginning of the movie. Again, makes perfect sense because this is exactly the sort of scene you'd want for a cold open to hook you into the story. Who is this guy? What's this secret room? What's gonna happen to these kids? It's good stuff. And nothing completely unrealistic or ridiculous happens on either one of these pages that disqualifies them, like the military page. Like, the cold open page is pretty standard killer luring kids into a dangerous place horror cliche, and there absolutely would be rooms hidden under an Afton pizzeria. We've seen that exact setup in other FNAF content like Sister Location and the Twisted Ones novel. As for the plushies, well, weird haunted plush babies are present in the Help Wanted series, and they attack the player, so they would be dangerous in the movie. The first FNAF movie also had the Balloon Boy toy that was basically a haunted, sentient toy, just like these plushies would be, so there's already precedence for this in the film universe. In fact, the Balloon Boy is like one of the movie's biggest hanging threads. They'd probably want to resolve that. And all of that's without mentioning that the plush babies would further the connection between Abby and Baby. Oh, and also there's Plush Trap 2, which is just straight up a plush version of the main villain that is alive and dangerous. I don't think that's what they're talking about here in the movie, but I just wanted to point it out because it's a relevant detail. But with all of that being said, there is one thing that gives away the answer here. In the cold open page, there's mention of a carousel. This is where the man takes the children and reveals the hidden room, but it's shown to have 7 animatronics on it. A brown bear, a blue bunny, a yellow chick, a pirate fox, a gator, a wolf, and a hippo. In the games, there are only really 2 carousels that we know of, the one in FNAF 2 and the one in Help Wanted 2, and between them, the only characters that show up on them are Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Balloon Boy. Never a hippo, wolf, or alligator. Now, that's not to say they couldn't bring in other FNAF characters to fill in those spots, but it would be weird and it would make the timeline get real funky. Like, the hippo is absolutely referring to Mr. Hippo, an animatronic that first appeared in FNAF 6. It doesn't really make sense for Mr. Hippo to be here with the original FNAF animatronics, but I guess it's not impossible. In FNAF 3, the purple mask of a character that is almost certainly Mr. Hippo shows up in the Happiest Day minigame, implying that he could exist at the same time. But the other characters, though, are just much harder to justify. Now, for the Gator, I think all of our minds immediately jump to Monty Gator from Security Breach, but it is possible that this is referring to some other character, maybe? In The Man in Room 1280 story, the book's version of the Golden Freddy spirit, Andrew wears an alligator mask, so one existed that early in at least some version of the FNAF timeline. And additionally, going back to the Happiest Day minigame, there's a green mask that could also be an alligator, but considering that the other masks, the pink pig, the purple hippo, and the orange elephant line up way more with the mediocre Melodies characters, I believe that this mask is actually referring to the Happy Frog. The eyes on the sprite are even yellow like the circles around Happy Frog's eyes, so I wouldn't be comfortable saying that the gator on the carousel in the script page is referring to anyone else other than Monty. He's just the only one that makes sense. All that being said though, the real outlier here is the wolf. The earliest wolf that we know of in the timeline is from the Twisted Ones, which is the book version of the FNAF 4 story, which features the Twisted Wolf animatronic. And we also know that there was a man-wolf character on a poster in FNAF 6. But why would either of those characters be on this carousel? That's a great question, and it really doesn't make sense. No, if this wolf is any character, it's almost certainly Roxy from Security Breach, which would also also line up with Monty Gator. Regardless, having Roxy and Monty here is just weird. The first movie was not shy about mixing elements from various games, but something it kept very consistent was its animatronics. It didn't overcomplicate them or introduce too many. Its cast was pretty consistent with the one from the games. So why on earth would they bring in Mr. Hippo from FNAF 6 and 2 characters from Security Breach with the original FNAF animatronics? Especially given just how much attention Scott pays to the tiniest details in his work. It just doesn't make any sense, and why I think that this page is a fake. Oh, and also one of the kids on this page literally says the words, "This is a fake," so another subtle tip off there. Very cheeky, Scott. Nice hint. So there you have it. That leaves us with page 3 as the one I believe is the real page from the FNAF 2 movie. But we're not done. Now that we've concluded that this one is real, what does that tell us about the movie itself? Well, the main thing that stuck out to me about this page, beyond the fact that we're apparently getting haunted plushies or something like that, was the book that Mike and Abby were talking about. In case you need a reminder, on this page, Abby is talking about a book where a little boy has plushies that he loves, but after he gets sick with scarlet fever, he can't keep them. The disease is just so contagious that it might attach to the plushies and spread that way, so the plushies have to be burned. She then goes on to liken the book to the dangerous plushies that the gang is currently facing. Well, if the plushies from that book were so applicable to the current situation in this FNAF story, is there anything else from the book that would also apply? Well, after some research, I was able to figure out that the book that they're talking about here is a classic known as The Velveteen Rabbit, written by Marjorie Williams. This story is told from the point of view of a plush rabbit toy given to a small boy as a Christmas present. The rabbit desperately wants to become real and is told that it's possible when a child loves you for a long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real. Over the years, though the boy gets other toys and presents that are more modern, he grows to love the rabbit plush and regards it as his favorite toy, treating it like it was a real rabbit. However, sadly, the boy is diagnosed with scarlet fever, a highly contagious disease. The boy takes the rabbit as he recovers, but when the boy is taken away to see other doctors, all of his possessions must be burned so that the scarlet fever has no chance to spread on his belongings. The night before the rabbit is to be burned, he reflects on the happy life he had with the boy and manages to shed a real tear. This summons a fairy that turns the rabbit into a real one for everyone to see, not just the boy, because the boy truly loved him. The next spring, the rabbit visits the boy, who is happy to see that the rabbit is real, alive, and living his best life out in the wild. I mean, guys, come on. Just on the face of things, there are so many parallels between this story and FNAF. First of all, a story about a rabbit that wants to become real? Well, FNAF is a series all about a man obsessed with a rabbit costume who wants to be reborn. He wants to make his dead daughter come back, that sort of thing. Those themes line up so perfectly that it's scary. And even if you just want to talk about the movie universe, Abby loved the animatronics. She may want to help them become real by helping them find peace and move on to the afterlife. A darker interpretation could even focus on Mike here. We're pretty sure that his brother Garrett, who was killed by Afton in the previous movie, is gonna come back in this movie as the puppet. Perhaps Mike will have a similar moment here like the boy and the stuffed rabbit, except in reverse. He may see the toy that resembles his real brother and be sad that it's trapped and try to work to free Garrett. But the biggest thing here is the use of fire in the Velveteen Rabbit. A parallel for the dangerous and contagious scarlet fever from the book in the FNAF universe may be Remnant. And one of the ways that the game says that you can destroy Remnant is through the use of fire, just like how the rabbit is set to be burned to get rid of any traces of scarlet fever. That may very well be the key to defeating the big bad of this movie and freeing whatever spirits are trapped in the pizzeria. If that's the case, that also tells us that the FNAF movie sequel is going to be incorporating elements of both the games FNAF 2 and FNAF 3, combining elements of both into one story. See, FNAF 3 is not exactly the sort of game that is easily adapted into an exciting film. It's just two characters alone in a building. But at the end of that story, Mike burns down the pizzeria to defeat Afton. That could be moved to the FNAF movie sequel, with Mike and Vanessa burning down Freddy's to release the spirits and destroy any remnant inside. It also opens the door for the series to immediately move on to a bigger adaptation of Sister Location as a way to finish off the movie series, all while mixing in elements of FNAF 4's dream sequences as backstory, maybe for Garrett. Honestly, after sitting here and just thinking about it, that arc makes so much sense. And after spending just way too too much time trying to figure out which one of these pages is real. I just can't imagine a better path forward for these movies. But then again, Scott always manages to completely pull the rug out from under us, revealing a new trapdoor and deeper levels to the story than we could ever imagine, so maybe we'll never escape. The teaser trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's 2 has finally dropped, and it managed to pack so much about its plot into just 50 seconds, enough to solve this movie months before it's out. Five Nights at Freddy's is coming back to theaters this year. We're truly in the end game now, and the marketing for the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie has started up, with our first big look into the film coming with its official teaser trailer. Now, obviously, FNAF is a huge part of Theorist history. I mean, it feels like we've done literally hundreds of videos about this franchise over at our sister location Game Theory. But the films are an entirely different beast, an entirely different timeline to theorize about. Matt trusted me to take on franchises like this as the film theorist. He trusted me to do our very first theory predicting the first movie because he was in it. So it's time to do the same with FNAF 2. In the past couple of weeks, Tom and I have sat down and really put our heads together to figure out what the heck is going on here. Like, clearly this movie is taking cues from the FNAF 2 game, but that was a prequel to the first game, and this is clearly a sequel. What are the consequences of that change? And what does it mean for the story? Well, it might not look like we have a lot to work with to figure that out. I mean, this trailer is barely 45 seconds long. Can we really crack this movie wide open with just that? Well, we figured out more with less, and I think we've done it, loyal theorists. By looking at this teaser, comparing it to what we know from the game series, adding in our speculation from the fallout of the first movie, and using the rules and laws of filmmaking in horror series like this, I believe I've solved where this movie is headed months before it's out. And not only that, but I think we can get a pretty good idea of where the inevitable FNAF 3 movie is headed to. So grab your spring-lock suits, loyal theorists, as we take a bite out of this teaser. So, okay, first things first, let's make sure we're all on the same page after this first movie, just in case you need a little refresher. And I mean, it has been a couple of years at this point, so understandable. Five Nights at Freddy's was the story of Mike Schmidt, a down-on-your-luck young man taking care of his kid sister Abby as he takes on a job as the night security guard at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Mike is haunted by guilt for the death of his little brother Garrett, who was murdered by the serial killer William Afton, who also so happens to be the owner of Freddy's and killed several other children at the pizzeria years ago, and now those spirits haunt the restaurant and want Abby to become one of them. So Mike teams up with Afton's daughter Vanessa to take down Afton, save Abby, and hopefully find some peace for the ghost children. Well, at least until this sequel hits, right? Now, with that out of the way, let's go through this teaser shot by shot and frame by frame. We open on a poster for Freddy Fazbear's. The glass on this poster display is broken, which may mean that it's the same poster we see in the first movie. If you don't remember, Max's brother and his gang of hooligans smashed and shattered this glass when they broke into Freddy's in that movie. Not sure if it's exactly the same poster, but it probably doesn't matter since I doubt we'll be spending a significant amount of time here anyway. Regardless, we do know that we are going back to the original pizzeria in some way. We know this thanks to some of our fellow FNAF tubers who did a set visit during the filming of this movie. Here we see that the studio rebuilt a facade of the front of the restaurant, but not the whole thing, so I doubt we're going to be spending a ton of time inside of it. Either way, this is just an establishing shot for us and the teaser, so let's move on. Next, we see a shot of an endoskeleton turning on. If you don't know, these are the mechanical parts inside of the animatronics that let them move and work. We actually see some of them getting worked on in the previous movie, but it's also worth noting that this one from the teaser, it isn't the same type. This is an Endo 02, a more advanced type of endoskeleton that we first saw in the FNAF 2 game. And I mean, hey, that makes sense. Like, it's the FNAF 2 movie, of course they're taking cues from the FNAF 2 game. Anyway, you can tell this thanks to the curved mouth on this one. The original endoskeletons in the first movie had squared off mouths. Then there's a voiceover for William Afton welcoming us back to Freddy's.
Welcome back. Are you ready to start the show?
It's a nice meta touch to get us back into this world, but in universe, this is likely a recording or a flashback to when one of the restaurants is having its big opening. Since Afton is welcoming us back, I'm guessing that this is the sister location. It just seems more relevant than, say, the original location undergoing some sort of renovation and then reopening just for the sake of it. Either way, I expect that Afton's ghost will be using this audio to great effect. Like, if this is an actual audio recording, I could see him using it to torment Mike and the others. It would just be super creepy, and I'm all for it. Suddenly, we see ourselves in some sort of circus or fair. It's almost certainly Freddy Fazbear themed, since we see kids in the background dressed up as characters from Freddy's. And there are also some themed attractions using those characters here. I'm almost certain that this is going to be an event called FazFest. We know that this is likely going to be a big part of the story, since those YouTubers I mentioned earlier, like Dawko, visited the set and found posters for this event. Now, this is interesting because the idea of a circus or of a carnival or fair is a big talking point in the FNAF community right now. I briefly mentioned this in my last FNAF movie theory, but in the lore of the Freddy's games, there was an event called Fall Fest that ran from around 1970 until at least 1983. It's a huge part of the history of these characters in this world, and Scott seems to be bringing these ideas into the film universe in a new way. Let's be real, that makes sense with the way the movies have been streamlining and combining the expansive lore of the series, so yeah. The next thing we see is Abby pulling up to the second Freddy's location on her bike. This is the sister location, so to speak. So there are actually a few things we can gather from this shot. First off, if we look at both the state of the restaurant and the surrounding area, this location has been abandoned for a long time. The outside of the building is run down, and the parking lot is overgrown with weeds and grass and the like. We can actually see this more clearly in those behind-the-scenes set visits from the FNAF tubers. Oh, and funnily enough, this building is actually in the same parking lot as the facade of the first Freddy's location built for this movie, but just so everyone's aware, that doesn't mean that they're going to be in the same location or even anywhere close to each other in the actual movie. Film productions do this sort of thing all the time, reusing sets and locations and either changing the camera angles or background details to make them seem like different locations. It just saves on production costs, which is almost certainly what's happening here since this is a relatively low-budget horror film. Anyway, the second thing that we can gather from this shot of Abby, well, given Abby's expression here, she's likely never been to this location before, so she's likely been drawn here by something, and I think I know what that thing is. Right after this in the teaser, we see a shot of Mike finding a note taped to his door, reading, "Gone to fix my friends." This is probably from Abby, and is explaining why she's left and gone to the sister location. The friends that she's talking about here in the note are probably the ghosts in the original animatronics. If you remember, Abby was super close to them in the previous film, enough so that they wanted her to be like them, but they seem to end the last movie in a little bit of peace. So this note tells us that they're still in contact with Abby and that something has gone wrong since the last movie. Now, that thing that's gone wrong could be a lot of things. Being trapped in new animatronic bodies, being tortured by Afton's ghost, but another big option? Perhaps that AI has gone a little rogue in these animatronics and is somehow controlling or hurting the spirits. Anyway, we might also know how they're talking to Abby. During one of his charity live streams, Dawko revealed an image of a Fast Talker toy provided to him by the film's production, with a screen on it reading, "You there?" Basically, if I had to guess, this looks like a way that the ghosts are communicating with the living characters. Now, this thing is strange because nothing like it has ever really appeared in the games. The closest we get is Afton's walkie-talkie in Sister Location, which he uses to communicate with the crying child. But even that is weird and different than what we're seeing here. The ghosts in the film seem to be able to just talk to Abby and communicate with other characters like Mike through their dreams. So perhaps this Fast Talker is a way for them to do so without needing them to be asleep. We then see a conversation between Vanessa and Mike, where Vanessa is warning him that
they're out there, Mike.
She's likely talking about the animatronics, which we'll get to in just a sec. But the big things here? Well, first off, Vanessa has completely recovered from her hospital stay, so I guess perhaps she was not a robot as much as Matt might have wanted her to be. But the other big thing here is that she's not wearing her cop uniform, either here or in any other shot in the teaser. Don't get me wrong, she could still be a cop and just be taking some time off or something, but this tells me that she's either stepped back from that role or has been let go from the force for some reason. We see another shot of her holding a gun later in the teaser, so she might still be on the force, but I wouldn't be surprised if her connection to a serial killer was somehow revealed and compromised her job. But anyway, why was she warning Mike that they're out there? Well, that's because of the next few shots that we see here. Yeah, we immediately see what looks like Toy Bonnie peeking in through a curtain into a window of a house. Shortly afterwards, there are a couple of other shots of Toy Bonnie lifting up some sort of needle as if he's about to attack somebody, and then a shot of a couple cowering in fear inside of a living room. These two shots are back-to-back, and though trailer editing doesn't mean that they're 100% connected, I'd be shocked if they weren't. Big picture here, though, is that Toy Bonnie and the other toy animatronics, as we're about to see, are no longer confined to the pizzeria, and that's a huge deal. See, the animatronics going out and about isn't really a thing that we ever ever see in the game series. The closest thing I can think of is in Sister Location when Innard leaves the Sister Location wearing Michael as a skin suit. But that's not nearly the same as the animatronics, just like straight up roaming the streets like we see here. This is extra strange too because it's established in the series that this would be pretty difficult for them. Glamrock Freddy from Security Breach explains that if the animatronics leave the Pizzaplex, they will eventually run out of power. Some endings have Freddy using a car battery to stay active because of this. And it's not just the Security Breach animatronics either, but in the Week Before novel, a story set in the week before the FNAF 1 video game, one of the main goals of the original animatronics is to be able to leave the pizzeria. To do this, they overcharge themselves so they don't need to charge themselves again, at least for a while. These toy animatronics might need to recharge at some point, giving our heroes a ticking clock that they can outlast as the animatronics slowly have to power down, perhaps over a series of days. So basically, they'd have to survive 5 nights at Freddy's, or rather 5 nights outside of Freddy's. Of course, this scene with Toy Bonnie isn't the only scene throughout the teaser with the animatronics outside of the pizzeria. Later on, we see a man played by classic character actor Wayne Knight peering through a closet window in a school. He sees Toy Chica on the other side before she pulls him through the window, presumably to his death. We also see her feet in a room similar to this, but likely before or after she's pulled this man into the room, as well as a shot of Toy Chica opening some sort of garage with her hands. There's also shots of Mangle breaking in through a window in a house, another one of Mangle crashing into a car windshield, and then someone getting attacked and pulled up to the ceiling by Mangle. It looks like that last scene probably also takes place in this school, and another shot shortly after this sees another new character, a blonde girl, looking up and screaming. Given the angle of this shot looking down at this girl, this is likely from Mangle's point of view, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's immediately connected with the shot of Mangle pulling the other guy up to the ceiling. If I were to guess, this is likely a scene similar to the first movie where a bunch of side characters are killed to show just how dangerous these new animatronics are. I wouldn't be surprised if these characters go to school with Abby and are bullies or something similarly unlikable. We also see another shot of Mike, Abby, and Vanessa in what looks like an office in the school or some random house, looking terrified, so I'm betting that this school sequence is actually a big set piece for the movie. We then see a man's hand pressing a Showtime button to start an animatronic show. This is likely at the Sister Location since we see a different Showtime button in the first film, and that one's on a wall, not a podium. Next up, we have a shot of a silhouetted man in a hallway as doors fly open. This is actually a really effective shot, in my opinion. It's very creepy. This man is almost certainly William Afton. His build just looks a lot like actor Matthew Lillard, and we know that he's going to be in this movie somewhere. I'm gonna say that this is either a dream sequence where he's haunting Mike and Vanessa, or it's literally his ghost haunting the two. Also worth noting that there are 6 doors in this scene, perhaps representing the 5 kids that Afton murdered from the restaurants, and Mike and Abby's brother Garrett, whom he also killed. This is likely setting up or reminding us of Afton's connection with Mike and Garrett, which will be explored later in the series. Actually, while we're on the subject, I gotta say, I think it's surprising the lack of Afton that we actually get in this teaser. Other than some voiceover and this scene here, the only other hint we get is a shot of Spring Bonnie's hand picking up a knife. I wouldn't be shocked if he's just not as present in this film as he was in the first one. I mean, it would be weird for him to come back as a big twist, third act villain when that's exactly what he did in the first movie, right? The time spent with Afton here in this second movie, in my opinion, would be better spent setting him up as a larger villain in the third film, but I digress. Now we get a shot of a large Balloon Boy animatronic, eyes glowing as he activates inside one of the pizzerias. You can tell that it's that because of the checkerboard pattern here in the back of the shot. It's just classic FNAF imagery. Balloon Boy actually returns here from the first movie where he was just like a strange haunted figurine. Talk about a glow up, am I right? So the fact that we're getting a Balloon Boy animatronic isn't that surprising. I mean, he was in the FNAF 2 game after all. But an interesting connection here that we put together? Well, in Tom's very first FNAF theory as host of Game Theory, he talked about the Fall Fest and how that makes Balloon Boy make way more sense. Like, a guy holding balloons doesn't really fit super well with animal animatronics, right? But it would make sense at something like a carnival or a circus. A character walking around handing out balloons to kids and visitors. The fact that the movie seems to be rolling the idea of the circus in here with Fast Fest just really makes that work even more. And finally, we hear Afton yell Showtime before we see Toy Freddy walking through Fast Fest. If you notice, there are tons of other cosplayers here in the background, and it's just a really cool touch. Now then, that's all of the shots from the trailer, but what can we learn here by reading between the lines? And can we look back at some of our previous speculation and see how it lines up? Well, the first big flag that Matt and I planted in our speculation about the rest of the FNAF movie series was that Garrett, Mike's brother that Afton killed, was going to replace Charlie as the spirit possessing the puppet. If you don't remember, the puppet was an animatronic introduced in FNAF 2, so again, it would make sense for them to show up in this movie. Our big reasoning was that this would give Mike even more of a connection to Afton, offer some real emotional stakes to the other ghosts in the series, and that the puppet was teased in the credits of the first movie, spelling out "Come Find Me." Go check out our full theory talking about that if you want all the details. Well, this teaser gives us another big indication that the puppet is going to be a big player in the rest of this story, whether it's in this movie or another sequel. During some of Afton's voiceover in this teaser, we can hear the music box used to keep the puppet at bay in the FNAF 2 game playing in the background.
Welcome back. Are you ready to start the show?
So yeah, keep your eyes and ears peeled for more references to this and any indication that this version of the puppet is Garrett, because that is absolutely an arc that they're following here. A prediction that I'm a little less confident in, though, is my analysis of the script pages that Scott released. If you don't remember, last year in honor of the 10-year anniversary of FNAF, Scott released 4 pages of the script for FNAF 2. But the catch was that only one of them was real. If you want an in-depth look at these pages and an analysis of them, go check out my theory from last year. But the one that I thought was going to be the real one was this one, which talked about haunted plushies and Mike coming to the realization that he'd need to burn them. At the time, I was confident that this was pointing to the toy animatronics being the villains of this movie and the need to destroy them. But after this teaser, I'm just less sure about that. I mean, hey, you can't get them all right all the time. See, Abby is the one encouraging Mike to burn the toys in this page, but that doesn't line up with what we see here in the teaser, where it looks like she's the one who wants to help save the plushies. So what does that mean for the pages? Well, if this one is incorrect, then I think the 4th page is. This one is from the cold open of the movie, describing a man taking his children into what we believe to be one of the pizzerias and into a secret room underneath its carousel. This page is an entirely realistic option. It actually came down to this one and the plushie burning page, but the reason I didn't go with it originally was because some of the characters present in the script probably shouldn't have been here. But now, especially with how the FNAF movie franchise is mixing and matching elements from across the entire game series and timeline, I'm less sure about that. So, okay, if this page is legit, then that begs the question, who is this guy? This man leading these kids into some level below the pizzeria? Well, the obvious answer would be Afton, and that this is some sort of flashback, but the page really implies that these kids are his actual children. We don't see Vanessa here in this flashback, so I don't think that this is Afton. So, who is it? Well, I believe that it's the person who's taken over Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria and is the entire reason this second movie is happening. Hear me out. So, I'm pretty sure that the shot of Toy Freddy walking through FazFest is set in the film's modern day and not during a flashback. Why do I think that? Well, think back to those set visit videos we talked about earlier. In those, Dawko and the other FNAF tubers found posters for FazFest on the facade of the rundown buildings. If this FazFest was set in the past or during a flashback, the building shouldn't be nearly this rundown. So, okay, FazFest is set during the modern day, but what does that matter? Well, think about this. The last time that we saw Afton, he was dying in his Springlock suit and his soul was being tortured by Golden Freddy. So, if FazFest is set in the current day, and if Afton, the person who owns the Freddy Fazbear franchise, is dead, who is putting on FazFest? Well, if I were a betting man, just like in FNAF 3 where some third party came in and bought all of the Freddy Fazbear assets to make a horror attraction, someone came in and bought all of Afton's assets after he died, and they're trying to relaunch the Freddy IP with this FazFest. That is the guy from the cold open page. Oh, and as an aside, this could also explain why Abby feels like she needs to go help her friends. If a new group or company has come in and bought up all of the Freddy Fazbear assets and are trying to relaunch things, they may have taken parts from the previous animatronics to sort of repair or enhance the toy animatronics. And if they mixed and matched parts from the different animatronics, that could leave the spirits feeling mixed up and confused, similar to how the Funtime animatronics from the games were built using Remnant, which just jumbled up their spirits. If you don't know what Remnant is, bless you, you sweet summer child. It's a long story and not super relevant to this theory today, so just don't worry about it. Anyway, I believe that is the underlying storyline of of this film. Someone new has come in to buy up Freddy, and they stumbled into something way darker than they anticipated. They somehow activated the toy animatronics, angered the ghosts, and now they're on a killing rampage through this town. So Mike, Abby, and Vanessa have to stop the animatronics while helping to save the ghosts, all while they're haunted by the memory of Afton and Garrett. Perhaps literally. So that's a lot, and while that's everything I think we can glean about this movie from this teaser, I do believe we can sit down and look at what they've shown us here and get an idea of where future FNAF movies are going to. See, the very fact that we see the animatronics out and about in neighborhoods and carnivals and schools in this movie means that the FNAF film franchise is following an arc traditional for these sorts of horror films. With every single film, they need to be going bigger and better than the last, from one building to a larger neighborhood and a school in FNAF's case. And that tells us a lot about the stories they're going to adapt for the third film. We've talked about this in previous FNAF movie theories before, about how a third FNAF movie likely isn't adapting FNAF 3 because it isn't as exciting a game to transfer to the big screen. Like, if they kept things super faithful, it would just be like Josh Hutcherson and William Afton hanging out in an old building for an hour and a half. It's not exactly riveting cinema. And after watching this teaser, I think Scott and the filmmakers have realized this too, because they already seem to be incorporating a lot of the more interesting details from the FNAF 3 game into this movie, with someone new coming in to restart Freddy's. Because they're already likely using that plot point from the FNAF 3 game, I doubt that they'd reuse it in the FNAF 3 movie, so they'll need to do something else. FNAF 4 and being stuck in a dream makes even less sense, because it's so heavy and weird and isn't the escalation that the filmmakers are probably looking for. Right, a dream just feels smaller instead of going bigger. That's the natural arc of these sorts of films, and why eventually we get movies like Jason X where they jumped the shark so high they ended up in space. So think that through. We went from being in one location in FNAF 1, the pizzeria, where most of the hauntings happen in a single place. Once you actually leave Freddy Fazbear's, the characters were more or less safe for the rest of the movie. Now we're in FNAF 2, where the threats and hauntings have escalated outwards. The animatronics are no longer confined to a single location. They're out and about, attacking people in a wider set of locations, like in a neighborhood or at a school. So what would a third movie need to do to go even bigger than that? My first thought was that maybe, hey, they'll pull a Jurassic Park 2 and we'll end up in a city of some sort. And then I thought, nah, that'd be kind of dumb. Like, what is Scott gonna do here? Pull out the old Plushies Take Manhattan script? No, man, no. They could do something similar to Pizzeria Simulator, but I'm also skeptical of that simply because they don't really have enough characters to do the whole gather and burn it all down like we see in that game. 2 movies worth of animatronics just isn't enough. So what's the next logical step then? Well, say it with me, security breach. I mean, yeah, we saw that coming. We already have Vanessa as a main character in these films. A large mall or building like a Pizzaplex is a natural escalation for these sorts of horror film franchises. This would let us introduce another new slate of animatronic characters that fit the cast that we've established in these movies, and the bones of the security breach story would allow for closure for Mike, Abby, and Vanessa. They could end the story by burning everything down and releasing the spirits of the dead kids, all while moving on from the trauma and experience themselves. Plus, it would allow for this FNAF movie trilogy to hit all of the biggest and most recognizable parts of the FNAF games, while leaving other, more out there projects like Help Wanted or the novels open for adaptation down the line should the movie franchise be successful enough to continue. It all just makes too much sense, and that's why I'm planting my flag here now. Five Nights at Freddy's 3 is going to be a security breach adaptation. And hey, maybe if it does well enough, one day we'll get far enough along in this series to adapt FNAF World. I actually think that would legitimately be pretty cool. Listen, at this point, if you're familiar with the Theorist channels at all, you know we cover a lot of Five Nights at Freddy's. It feels like we've made hundreds of videos trying to solve the lore of this thing. Fun fact, but as many of you know, I was actually a video editor over on Game Theory before FNAF first even started up. I was here where the first FNAF theories got made, though I somehow managed to avoid working on them until like 2020. I was pulling a Neo and dodging all those bullets, man. But that let me experience those theories as a fan, something most of the team didn't get to do. I also had the cool experience of creating a theory on the first movie when Matt was actually in that movie. He didn't tell me anything about it before that video came out, so the video wasn't really compromised, and he trusted me with that responsibility. But needless to say, my relationship with FNAF and theorizing about it, it's unique, which is why I'm happy to say that I'm really excited about Five Nights at Freddy's 2. to, especially after the latest trailer dropped a couple weeks ago. I thought the first film was a good foundation for this series, a solid adaptation that did capture the heart of FNAF, but had area for improvement. But with this new trailer, dude, the budget bump is real. The sets, the costumes, the cinematography, everything is noticeably better. And the artists once again crushed it on the animatronic designs. Fun fact, the people who made those animatronics are actually the fine folks over at the Jim Henson Creature Shop. You probably know them best for their work on stuff like Sesame Street and The Muppets and like the head that Deadmau5 used to wear. Yeah, like the musician. We've been tracking this film every step of the way. We speculated about it using the first movie and its novelization. We tried to work out the entire plot after Scott released some maybe real, maybe fake script pages during the FNAF anniversary event, and we decoded the first teaser earlier this year. And now that we have this new full trailer, I want to continue the trend. I want to take everything we've seen up until now and see if this trailer shines a new light on that information. What else does this trailer tell us? What can we learn about the story of this new movie from the split-second shots and mysterious voiceover? Honestly, this is some of my favorite parts of theorizing. This new trailer both confirms and debunks some of our previous theories, which I think is awesome. They're keeping us on our toes, keeping us guessing, and we as a theorist community can have some real fun again, just digging into movie predictions. And real talk, but I think that this trailer legitimately changed where I thought this movie franchise was headed. So put on your Freddy masks and crank that music box, loyal theorists. We're jump scaring into this trailer. So going in here, I'm going to be trying to put these scenes together by group, trying to sort them into either where they go in the movie or by their narrative purpose. So cool? Cool. The first section of the trailer I want to cover involves what I'm going to call the Freddy Fazbear break-in. And it actually starts with the very first shot, where we get this blue van driving down a street during a rainy night. The license plate here reads out, "I see dead people," a fun little reference to The Sixth Sense. I see dead people. But another fun reference? Well, the van is basically identical to the one we see in Security Breach and in Secret of the Mimic. Now, I don't think that's really significant or anything like that. Secret of the Mimic takes place in the 70s, Security Breach in the 2020s, and we're pretty sure these movies are set in the early to mid 2000s, so it's just a fun reference. Anyway, we then see a group of characters led by a woman played by actress McKenna Grace step out of the van with flashlights, clearly looking to break into Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. She explains that this was the original Freddy's location, while the one we saw in the first film was a franchise location. Basically, it was an expansion of that brand. Funnily enough, this actually lines up with ancient theories we had about FNAF 2's restaurant being the original location all the way back when that game first released. That got jumbled by retcon after retcon, and it became really unclear over the years, but I guess this is Scott trying to really clean up the lore with the movieverse. Oh, and side note, but it's also really funny to me that McKenna Grace played a big part in the most recent Ghostbusters movie, and now she's here hunting ghosts elsewhere. Yeah, while I previously speculated that these characters might be some sort of school bullies that would be killed by the animatronics during the climax of the movie, that clearly isn't the case. I've seen it reported online that they're instead paranormal investigators, and though I haven't found a primary source confirming this, that does seem pretty on point to me. As an avid fan of cryptids, the paranormal, and ghost hunting contents, they have all the sort of gear you'd expect. And it's also fun to see a professional Hollywood studio's take on this. Like, we see one of the men here holding a video camera filming everything inside of the restaurant, while McKenna Grace's character is holding an audio recorder. Obviously, you'd want a video camera to capture evidence of ghosts and such, and it's commonly believed that audio recording equipment like this can more easily pick up noises from ghosts or other paranormal entities when they try to communicate than the human ear. This is probably why McKenna Grace asks, "Do you guys hear that?" and the others question what she's even talking about. It looks like she's the only one listening through headphones here, so she's probably the only one hearing stuff only picked up by the audio recorder. There's also some faint music box melody playing in the background here during this bit, which will become quite relevant in just a moment. That being said, I also don't see other equipment you'd typically find for these sort of ghost hunting crews. They don't have a spectrometer, an EMF meter, a thermal temperature reader, or even a Microsoft Kinect. Yeah, that piece of garbage is being used in ghost hunting now. Though if these films are supposed to be set in the early to mid 2000s, then I guess it would make sense that they wouldn't have a Kinect since that wasn't out yet. Oh, and just because I wanted to mention this, I did actually try to identify what type of camera this guy was using to see if I could pinpoint a model and year it was released. Basically trying to catch the filmmakers using stuff that wouldn't have existed at the time, but I just couldn't do it. I even brought on our live action producers and Tom, who's had experience working with cameras and TV, and they called this camera, quote, painfully generic. So, yeah. They even like gaffed over the brand name on the camera. Like they put tape over it so you couldn't see it. Gotta make sure you're not giving anyone an unintentional brand deal, huh? Inside of the restaurant, we see a lot of FNAF imagery you would expect. We get a look at Freddy art on the floor, old merch in the form of plushies, a creepy shot of a worn down Balloon Boy statue, though notably not the animatronic Balloon Boy we saw in the first teaser, and most interestingly to me, a pirate ship. This wasn't really a thing in the FNAF 2 game, and if anything, this reminds me way more of the Pirate Cove area you could find in Security Breach. I'm not sure if that's going to end up meaning something significant for this movie, or if this is just another case of the film series being a giant blending of the most iconic parts of FNAF's imagery. Either way, the pirate ship is also in a big ball pit. Makes me wonder if this one also allows for time travel. Well, probably not, but I still can't believe that that's a real thing and has been a significant part of FNAF lore and come back up in recent games. Just never change FNAF. Elsewhere, we also get our first look at a sort of cave or tunnel looking area with water going through the tunnel. This is probably part of some boat attraction and is used for some pretty effective scares elsewhere in the trailer, but the thing I wanted to point out most here, well, if you look pretty closely at the walls and maybe up the brightness a bit, you'll see a bunch of figurines or plushies of the puppet. So this makes me wonder, is this part of the puppet's attraction, or is there some weird puppet cult going on here with all these plushies getting placed throughout the restaurant? This might also be a nod to the Night Marionette from Security Breach, who had plushies everywhere throughout the Pizzaplex, but that was more of an Easter egg that the community never really cracked or got a consensus on, but it's weird nonetheless. Now, speaking of the puppet, this is where we really start to get into the meat of the trailer. McKenna Grace's character finds a stairwell leading into a weird sub-basement area where she finds a giant present-looking box. There are gears all over the wall which start to spin, eventually opening the box as McKenna Grace looks up in terror. This, of course, is where the puppet animatronic comes into play here in the movie, and honestly, this setup is terrifying. I previously thought that this scene was going to be happening in the school as part of the third act climax, but clearly not, and this is way better. These investigators are taking the same role as Max and the hooligans who broke into the pizzeria in FNAF 1, showing off how dangerous these animatronics can be and that they can leave the restaurant, probably at the end of Act 1 or the middle of Act 2. McKenna Grace is getting taken out by the puppet here, and the other members of her ghost hunting crew are picked off one by the rest of the animatronics. And from the brief shot we get of Mangle on top of the van as it's driving away, it looks like at least one of the investigators will also briefly get away from the pizzeria before they're chased down and killed. It's brutal stuff, but necessary setup for this sort of horror film. Like, you gotta have stakes for the main characters, know what I mean? So the next big set of scenes from this trailer are what I'm gonna call the home life section, involving Mike, Abby, and Vanessa just trying to live their best lives. For example, we get a sequence of Mike and Vanessa out at dinner. This is clearly a pretty nice restaurant, or maybe just an Olive Garden, it's kind of hard to tell. But either way, this is really giving the energy of a romantic date to me. Vanessa wonders if this is what being normal feels like, and Mike comments that they're both doing fine. They've been through a lot, and you know what? I agree. Not everyone gets stabbed by their serial killer dad. That's incredibly traumatic, and it looks like Vanessa is feeling some PTSD because of it. There's another shot of Vanessa laying on a bed, clutching her stomach, roughly where Afton stabbed her in the previous movie. She's probably thinking about that here, and given the lighting and color of the scene, it looks like it's connected to that cool shot from the first teaser of Afton's spirit at the end of the hallway with all of the doors magically swinging open. I'm going to guess that this is part of a dream sequence and that she's actually having recurring nightmares about Afton. There's another scene where Vanessa looks exhausted as Springtrap's hand comes in and grabs her shoulder. Very obviously a CGI arm too. This seems directly connected with the scene from the first teaser of Vanessa pulling a gun, so she's probably hallucinating her father attacking her again and pulled a gun only to find nothing there. Oh, and just before we move on from Springtrap, there's another great scene of him running down a hallway. Again, this feels like a dream to me. I don't really think that Afton's gonna play a huge role in this particular story, but they probably wanted Matthew Lillard back for the name recognition and to set him up as the main antagonist for whatever they're gonna do for FNAF 3. Back to the restaurant, Vanessa asks about Abby, and Mike says that she has good days and then days where she misses her ghostly friends. So right off the bat, that's interesting because the way this conversation is framed implies that Vanessa hasn't seen or talked to Mike and Abby for a while. Otherwise, why would she be asking about how Abby's doing? So this means that she and the Schmidts sort of went their separate ways for a bit, or that this isn't long after she got out of the hospital. We then see a shot of Abby building a little toy animatronic. This is a fun nod to the full-size toy animatronics we're going to be seeing elsewhere in the film. And it's also a bit of supporting evidence for our previous theory that someone has come in and bought the Freddy IP. I mean, Afton doesn't really seem like the type to be making deals with like Mattel or Hasbro to make these sorts of toys, and Abby certainly didn't build this and like cast the Chica shell out of plastic herself. Someone made and sold that toy. We also see that Abby still draws the animatronics a lot. I quite like that there's this cute little recreation of the scene where they all built like the fort and then laid on the ground inside of it together from the first movie. There's also a much darker drawing here of Abby along with either Golden Freddy or Original Freddy. It's kind of hard to tell, like the color's a little ambiguous, it is both ears, but it's also recreating a scene with Golden Freddy. Either way, this drawing is like evil looking. Is that implying that she has darker memories of that particular animatronic than she's letting on? But also interesting here is that these other drawings are of the toy animatronics, not the original ones. And there's a drawing here of Abby inside of a ship on the water. Perhaps the pirate ship we talked about earlier? So there are a couple of possibilities here. Either Abby has already visited the new location from this movie, and this scene is from later in the movie after she's drawn to the new animatronics, or they're somehow visiting her and invading her dreams, or something like that, trying to lure her to the new pizzeria. At this point, I don't really think we have enough information to outright say what's going on, but given the new animatronics seem to need the Fast Talker to communicate with Abby, I'm gonna guess the former option for now. Vanessa then says that
this story that you're gonna fix those animatronics is only giving her false hope.
This has a couple of interesting implications. First of all, are the animatronics broken? Did something happen? The restaurant from the first movie did kind of collapse as Afton was defeated, but most of the structure remained intact and we didn't really see any of the animatronics get hurt or broken. So maybe, like, someone broke in and damaged them, or they're not functioning for some other reason? Like, is Afton's spirit somehow hurting them in some other way? Or perhaps, as we previously speculated, whomever bought the FNAF franchise might have come in and taken parts from the FNAF 1 animatronics to put them in the toy animatronics. Maybe that's why they're broken. Either way, we know that Mike is trying to fix them, but either can't or is pretending that he can't. It's a fun conflict setup, which leads us to our third big group of scenes, the main characters and their interactions with the new animatronics. It starts here with Abby trying to talk with her ghostly friends through the Fast Talker toy.
Can any of you hear me?
At first she gets no answer, but later, at night, the Fast Talker lights up in Abby's room, and like we know this is Abby's room, just look at the drawings on the wall, and we do hear a voice coming through.
Help us come find us. I will show you the way.
Just to get this out of the way, it looks like Mike and Abby may have moved into a nicer house that they're fixing up, or at least that's what's implied here because this house here in the trailer is not the same one from the first film. Anyway, the spirits are now communicating through the Fast Talker, and this directly connects with the shots we see of Abby riding up to the sister location from both this trailer and the first teaser. But something else big here, the voice says,
"Come find us."
Come find us. Remember, at the very end of the credits of the first movie, we hear the letters spelling out, "Come find me," all while the puppet's music box is playing. That implied that the puppet was asking Mike and Abby to find them. So, "Come find us" here in the trailer is oddly similar, isn't it? So, the voice talking through the Fast Talker here, it isn't the original ghost. It's not Abby's friends. It's the puppet trying to lure her to the new pizzeria for some reason. Other scenes in this section of the trailer include a lot of what we've seen before or things close to it. The animatronics out and about, at the fair, in the neighborhood, at the school about to attack the character played by Wayne Knight, that sort of thing. There's also an ominous voice here saying,
"Where are you gonna want to? I'm not done with you."
So I couldn't immediately identify who this was supposed to be. Like, it doesn't really sound similar to Matthew Lillard and Afton to me, even though the dialogue does make me think of him. So not 100% on who this is supposed to be yet. I just don't think we have enough information. Either way, we also get our first look at the withered animatronics, Chica, Foxy, and Bonnie. Now these are, they're weird. Given what we've talked about here with the animatronics from the first movie potentially being stripped for parts, I did have the thought that maybe these are supposed to be those animatronics. So that would make sense why they're like broken down now. But that being said, they do look really different. I also asked Tom about this just to get his opinion, and he wasn't 100% sure if that could be the case. But just because they do look so different, he and I agreed that these are likely different robots. So that means we have 3 sets of animatronic characters at play here. The original FNAF 1 robots, the toy animatronics, and the withered ones. Man, this franchise got like really big, really fast, huh? And finally, to round things out, we completely expected it, but Vanessa and Mike will be coming to visit the pizzeria at some point. There's an awesome shot of the pair getting approached by Balloon Boy in the water of the pizzeria's tunnel, and a couple of incredibly effective shots of the puppet stalking Vanessa. Honestly, those two shots have to be some of my favorites of the whole frickin' trailer. The fact that you can't see the puppet completely and that it's like out of focus, just chef's kiss, man. And of course, there's the money shot of Mike in the pizzeria's office with no doors. We hear the laugh of a child as animatronics close in on Mike. He looks down at a Freddy Fazbear mask and thinks,
there's no way that'll work.
But he tries it anyway, and it does work. This is, of course, the main mechanic of the FNAF 2 video game. Here, you had to try to use a Freddy mask to try to trick the animatronics and their facial recognition child protection software to make them think that you were one of them so they'd leave you alone. Not sure how much of that will be in the actual movie beyond this one scene, but they had to include it somewhere, right? Otherwise, I mean, what would even be the point of adapting FNAF 2? Now, if you watched the trailer, you may have noticed that I've left a couple of things out so far. And hey, good eye, I did indeed strategically leave out a couple of moments and didn't dive into them specifically because it's really the key to the whole big plot of the movie. Why? Well, because of this line right here.
Some little girl got murdered here.
McKenna Grace's paranormal investigator mentions that a little girl was killed in this restaurant. And if you know anything about FNAF lore, this can only be pointing to one person, Charlie Emily. If you don't know, Charlie, or Charlotte, was the daughter of Henry Emily, Afton's business partner in the lore. Afton killed Charlie here at this original location. All of this is information we got from the FNAF 2 game. And beyond this verbal mention, I think we actually see Charlie in this trailer. During the climax, there's a split-second shot of a girl being attacked. This is the actress Audrey Lynn Marie, and though I haven't seen any official reporting on it, common speculation online is that she's playing Charlie. And I mean, she does have the look. She's a little girl with long brunette hair. Yeah, that checks out. And this even lines up with other evidence or questions that we have about this movie. For example, that voice we talked about earlier, the male one that I wasn't confident was Afton, that could be whatever actor they got to play Charlie's dad, Henry Emily. Plus, there's a shot of who I believe to be Springtrap looking at a little boy through a door's window, a boy that I couldn't really identify in a version of the pizzeria that is clearly well maintained. This is a flashback, which would line up with the timeline of Charlie's murder. So, more than likely, we're getting the full Charlie storyline here in the FNAF 2 movie, which lines up with the puppet. Yeah, Charlie was the spirit that possessed the puppet in the game, so she's probably doing so here too. Now, that does create a bit of a problem for us here on Film Theory though. See, Matt and I previously theorized that Garrett, Mike's little brother that Afton killed in the first movie, was going to be taking the place of Charlie and become the puppet in the film universe. And if Garrett isn't going to be the puppet, well, then that's a pretty big loose end that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. They will probably be addressing what happened to Garrett in this movie series. But if Garrett isn't going to be the puppet, then who's he going to be? Who is Mike's brother Garrett? What role is he going to play? What ghost is he going to be in this series? Well, though the trailer might have proven one old theory incorrect, another one might actually be right. In that breakdown last week, one of the big pieces we put together was that FNAF 2 is almost certainly going to feature a character named Charlie Emily, a little girl from the lore of the FNAF games who would go on to die and possess the puppet. The puppet is the big new scary animatronic in this movie, so it makes sense that Charlie's going to take that same role in the movieverse. But this creates a bit of a problem for us here at Theorist. See, Matt and I previously speculated that another character was going to be taking Charlie's place as the puppet. That theory is years old at this point, go check it out if you want a refresher, but I felt pretty confident in it until this new trailer. It just made sense to me that they were going to try to condense the characters in the film series to try to make it simpler for a mainstream audience, but clearly that isn't the direction they're headed in for the series. What, a FNAF product being convoluted and confusing? No. And yet, Garrett is a massive loose end, a dangling thread that Scott and the filmmakers set up that would be really disappointing if they never paid off. So they're certainly going to bring him back into the story somehow. And the real question is, how are they going to do that? What character from the FNAF lore is Garrett going to pop up as? Well, loyal theorists, I think I figured it out. And this one's gonna leave you in tears. Get your fast talkers ready, loyal theorists. I want to get to the bottom of this one. So to figure out who Garrett is going to be, I want to start with a bit of a recap as to why he can't be the puppet in this new movie, and also layer on some other evidence here that I wasn't able to fit in last week. Basically, why is Charlie definitely the puppet, but not Garrett? Well, according to one of the new characters talking about the pizzeria in the trailer,
some little girl got murdered here.
A little girl I'm pretty sure we actually see screaming in the trailer. trailer. This is almost certainly pointing to a very specific character from FNAF lore, the aforementioned Charlie Emily, daughter of Afton's business partner, Henry Emily. Afton killed Charlie during his original murder spree, which appears to line up with what we see in the trailer. There's a shot of what looks like Springtrap looking at a little boy through a door's window in a cleaned up and brand new looking pizzeria. This is clearly a flashback. And Charlie being in this movie even lines up with the script pages Scott released during the FNAF 10-year anniversary. If you don't remember, Scott released 4 pages from the FNAF 2 movie script during the event, but the catch was that only one of them was real. After seeing the first teaser, the script page I think is the real one sees a man leading his children Gemma and Darren into a hidden room in the pizzeria. Honestly, the only thing going against this page was that it included a carousel with characters who might not even exist at this point. But, well, we see a carousel in the trailer, and though you can't make out which animals are on it, I wouldn't be surprised if there were cameos from those animatronic characters I'd originally wrote off. Anyway, this script page could now show Charlie and this little boy, the one that we see in the trailer, being led to their deaths as the cold open for the movie. Now, you may have also noticed that the names I mentioned on this page, Gemma and Darren, don't line up with the likes of Charlie or whatever, but that's actually a pretty common screenwriting trick. If a writer or studio want to keep the exact details of a role secret, like their identity, they'll often give the characters fake names during the scripting phase to hide those identities. For example, early in production and even in the auditions, the characters Rey and Finn from the Star Wars sequel trilogy were known as Kira and Sam or Rachel and Thomas. So Gemma and Darren could be placeholder names for real characters like Charlie if Scott didn't want us to know that's where the story was going, especially if he was going to tease the page. Though I will just say, just quickly as an aside, this trailer did make me wonder about these pages again. See, in my very first theory I did about the script pages, I concluded that this one was actually the real one. It talked about haunted plushies and how they related to a book called The Velveteen Rabbit. Go check out that theory if you want more info there. In the end, I decided I was mistaken and the other page we'd narrowed it down to is actually the correct one, but after seeing this trailer and noticing how prominent the plushies were in the restaurants, I did second guess myself, but no, I still think this other page is correct. Just wanted to point that out because 1, it's always fun to share our thought process with you guys, and 2, it's weird that there are so many plushies in this restaurant, right? I'm not crazy, right? So, okay, if Charlie is in this new movie, it only makes sense for her spirit to be one of the animatronics, the puppet. That's who she possessed in the games, and with both Charlie and the puppet being so front and center in this new movie, that's the only connection that makes logical sense. And, like I said earlier, that's a huge problem for us here at Theorist, because we were previously sure that Garrett was going to be the puppet instead. I mean, we had a whole freaking theory about it. It made sense at the time, especially since we speculated that Mike's dad could be the movie's version of Henry Emily, so Garrett would be taking Charlie's place. And we thought that the dad would be Henry Emily for a couple of reasons. Firstly, Afton recognized Mike's name, and that's why he actually got the job at the pizzeria in the first place. And 2, we thought the actor playing a worker tinkering with an animatronic in the training video Mike watched looked kind of like the actor playing his father. Sadly, in retrospect, neither of those things are as hard evidence as we would have liked. That worker actually ended up being a cameo from an employee of the Jim Henson Creature Shop, the people who make the animatronics in real life, and Afton could have just recognized the name of one of his victims. It didn't need to be because he worked with Mike's dad. So, okay, if Garrett isn't going to be the spirit controlling the puppet, is he just not going to be showing up again? That wouldn't make a ton of narrative sense. He's a huge part of Mike's backstory and a giant dangling thread. No, he's going to show up again. So, who is he going to be when he does? What ghost is Garrett going to become? Well, there is one spirit that he could fit perfectly into, someone from the games that Garrett could embody and create a satisfying narrative, helping to resolve Mike's arc, the Afton storyline, and finish out the trilogy in Five Nights at Freddy's 3. And who is that? Well, loyal theorists, Garrett is going to be the FNAF movie universe's version of the Crying Child. Now, before we really get into this, we should probably level set real quick, because while I know a lot of us are really in the weeds with FNAF and its lore, if you're just here for the movies, or if you're a newer fan, you might hear something like The Crying Child and think, huh? So let me give you a bit of a rundown. The Crying Child was a character that appeared in the retro arcade-style minigames from the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 video game. These were like a little story within a story, giving us details on the backstory of the FNAF universe and its characters. These sorts of games were where we learned a lot of details about like the purple guy and his murders to begin with, and where most of the story of the Crying Child is told. So, who is the Crying Child? Well, we aren't actually sure what his name is, and that was a huge huge mystery in the fanbase for years. It's still never been confirmed, but the best explanation I've seen comes from Hyperdroid's theory on the subject, suggesting that it's David. But more importantly, regardless of his first name, we do know his last name, Afton. Yep, he was one of William Purple Guy Afton's children. He was also absolutely terrified of the animatronics his father built, which honestly, I mean, fair, look at these things. Anyway, the crying child's older brother Michael knew this, and he decided to play a prank on the crying child at the crying child's very own birthday party. Michael and a bunch of his friends took the crying child and put his head inside of the jaws of the Fredbear animatronic, and well, you can guess the rest.
Was that the bite of 87?
No, actually, that was the bite of 83, which also, hey, it's funny and weird that there were two big events revolving around an animatronic biting someone, but, you know, whatever. 2 nickels and all that. Now, already, right here, we have some thematic connections to Garrett from the first movie. Like, first off, the crying child's brother, Michael Afton, he felt incredibly guilty for the death and wanted to make amends for it, eventually becoming the playable character from the very first FNAF game. The alias he took for that job, Michael Schmidt. Yeah, Michael Afton is already the basis for Mike from the movies. Just to be clear, I am not saying that I think Mike from the movie is secretly an Afton, or that Garrett is like secretly Afton's son that he then kidnapped and then killed. The FNAF franchise can be convoluted and confusing, but not that convoluted and confusing. But the thematic parallels are clear here. Both Michael and Mike feel guilty for the deaths of their brothers, the crying child and Garrett. Both were killed because of Afton, though one more directly than the other, and that drove the Mikes to want to get some sort of redemption. So if Scott is using the same sort of long-term motivations for both characters, Movie Mike is going to want to continue seeking that redemption for the loss of Garrett. Not for literally getting his head crushed, but you know, it's thematically similar. And the best way he's going to be able to do that is if Garrett becomes the crying child. Now, that's most of what we know for sure about the crying child, but that doesn't mean there isn't some strong beliefs about him in the community, thanks to all of the awesome FNAF theorists throughout the years. And honestly, if Scott decided to go with even a percentage of these theories as the movie's canon, Garrett's story in the FNAF films could be incredible. One of the longest running theories we've had here on the channels was that there wasn't just one spirit inside of Golden Freddy, but instead 2. The first was a vengeful spirit, one that wanted revenge for everything done to them. But the other one was the crying child, who was less angry. There was a ton of evidence for this that we covered over years, involving like the numbers of eyes lighting up and Golden Freddy acting weird, and it's a lot. We'd be here for ages if I tried to recap all of it. Honestly, I just recommend going on a nostalgia trip and binging through some of those old game theories. Either way, the idea of 2 kids being inside of a ghostly animatronic like Golden Freddy is an idea that the franchise picked up elsewhere. It's not just a fan theory. For example, in the Fazbear Frights book series, we meet the Stitch Wraith, who has the souls of both a vengeful spirit and a crying child inside of it. To be clear, this isn't the same animatronic as Golden Freddy, and these aren't the same spirits. These are characters named Jake and Andrew, but they are all clearly supposed to be stand-ins for the game franchise version of Golden Freddy. Regardless, the filmmakers have laid the groundwork that they need to introduce a second spirit to Golden Freddy in the films. First off, the blonde kid who's possessed Golden Freddy in the movies very much fits the mold of a vengeful spirit. After Afton is defeated, he looks on as his body and soul are tortured by the Golden Bonnie Springlock suit, almost giddy at it. And he also wants to kill Abby and have her join the other animatronics. It's very vengeful spirit coded, so they have that aspect of Golden Freddy if they wanted to expand it with the crying child half. And a design detail that they carried into the movies was that Golden Freddy only has one functioning eye, similar to some imagery from the character that led us to believe that the crying child was in there to begin with. A really easy way for them to subtly hint that the movie Golden Freddy also has these 2 warring spirits inside of it would be to have the other eye socket either light up, or if the weird spirit apparition that is Golden Freddy's body randomly manifests with both eyes, each with its own color or something like that. You know, this is actually kind of funny because way back before the first FNAF movie came out and we did our prediction theory, the one that I wrote completely solo because Matt knew all of the secrets, well, I predicted that Garrett would actually end up becoming Golden Freddy instead of the blonde kid from the movie, who would instead become the cupcake. Not my best prediction, I must admit, but hey, you can't win them all. Anyway, that kid ended up being that vengeful spirit inside of Golden Freddy, so there's a chance that at least part of this initial prediction could end up being true, with Garrett becoming the crying child half of Golden Freddy. It's always weird how theories can end up coming around again, just with a slightly different point of view on it. So, okay, Garrett will almost certainly be the crying child. So where does that leave us with the story of the FNAF movie series and where Garrett will fit into it? Well, for FNAF 2, I don't really expect it to have any huge changes. This movie already has a lot going on with Charlie and the puppet and the toy animatronics and all of that jazz. Like, we might get a post-credit scene or another teaser in the credits, but it's not going to be something huge, you know? Nah, the real impact here is going to be on the third FNAF movie. Pretty consistently, we've predicted that the series is going to keep getting bigger and bigger with the threats that the characters face, with FNAF 3 likely bringing in a lot of story elements from Security Breach, introducing the Pizzaplex as the third big location for Mike, Abby, and Vanessa to explore, and the Glamrocks as the new animatronics in the story. But now I'm less certain about that. See, behind the scenes in recent months, Blumhouse, the production company behind the FNAF movies, started really struggling. Several of their other movies have been really big misfires, the most recent one being Megan 2.0. Like, it's boring movie business stuff, but that movie really bombed and impacted their bottom line. If the first movie is any indication, FNAF 2 is probably going to do pretty well for them. And in classic horror movie Hollywood fashion, Blumhouse is probably going to want to stretch this franchise out. And an easy way for them to do that right off the bat? Well, don't introduce more Security Breach stuff yet. That can be saved for future FNAF movies. Maybe FNAF 4, where they could do a soft reboot with a new main cast, letting them explore the Security Breach era of stories as its own trilogy. And if that's the case, then it makes the most sense to bring Garrett and the Crying Child storyline back and to round out this trilogy of FNAF movies. So if that's the plan, how are they going to do that? So what's the story going to be? Well, while diving deep into the mini games for FNAF 4 for this theory, a couple of quotes from the Crying Child really stuck out to me. Specifically, "We are still your friends," and "I will put you back together," both from Night 6. Do these lines sound familiar to you? Like something similar to what Mike's doing in the movies?
Some days she misses her friends.
This story that you're gonna fix those animatronics?
Obviously, the ghostly children in the movies and the games are both referred to as friends, but more importantly, Mike is trying to fix the animatronics. One could say that he's trying to put them back together so they can find peace and move on. And I bet I even know how he's going to do it. While we don't know a ton for sure about the Crying Child, something we do know for sure he was involved with in the games: the Happiest Day ending, or basically the good ending of the FNAF 3 video game. The long story short here, well, in the Happiest Day minigame, it's the Crying Child's birthday again. But instead of being bullied and accidentally killed by his brother, the Crying Child basically gathers all of the souls of Afton's other victims and celebrates his birthday. He has the party he never got to have in life, giving the souls some modicum of peace and letting them pass into the afterlife. Well, all of the spirits except for Charlie, for some reason, like it more or less actually says that exactly in the character encyclopedia. Like, Charlie didn't move on because, I don't know, man, for some reason. Honestly, kind of hilarious. So, using that info, because he's trying to help fix the animatronics, to help Abby's friends, Mike is going to be the one to help put them back together. He's going to be the one to help them have their happiest day in FNAF 3, helping them celebrate whatever birthday they never got. He'll be the big brother to Garrett he never had the chance to be. And in doing so, along with protecting these kids and Abby and Vanessa from Afton's evil spirit, Mike is going to help release them from the purgatory they're trapped in with these pizzerias. He's gonna help these spirits move on and find peace. Well, at least until they find the next group of haunted animatronics. These things are multiplying like rabbits in this franchise. So at this point, you know what Five Nights at Freddy's is. We're almost in the double digits of videos about it here on Film Theory, let alone the dozens and dozens over at our sister location Game Theory. The first movie was a huge hit, and the sequel, coming this December, looks like it's continuing the trend and adapting some of the best parts of the Five Nights franchise while also bringing in a lot of new ideas for the series. Honestly, I'm kind of excited about that. Like, if you're gonna be making an adaptation of something in a different medium, use the unique ways of storytelling in that medium to add ideas while keeping to the spirit of that original IP. Anyway, because the new movie is coming out really soon, December 5th, one final trailer released 1 month ahead of that, in the middle of a Wednesday while I was working on something else. The script for the 10th anniversary video on Film Theory, actually. Man, FNAF, it's making me delay that until January, just... How on brand for Theorist is that? Apparently, this trailer was leaked, in that an unlisted copy was uploaded and sleuthy fans found it before they were supposed to. I have to wonder if that forced their hand or if they always meant for this to come out on the 5th, but who knows at this point. So, of course, I had to drop what I was doing to try to break down this trailer, since we've done it for every other one in this franchise. It's kind of like an ongoing series for us here on Film Theory. Anyway, loyal theorists, this trailer was interesting. Why? Well, I was shocked with just how much they showed here. Like, if you dig into what they show and the meaning of what's on screen, they answered a lot of questions that have lingered in the fan base for years at this point. It makes me really excited for what this film is going to do when it's fully released. But for now, let's break down this trailer to see what secrets are hiding in its animatronic endoskeleton, shall we? Grab your flashlights, friends, as we're going into this haunted pizzeria. So we start with the shot of Vanessa waking up and Mike asking her about her dreams on their little date night from previous trailers.
So you wanna tell me about your bad dreams?
We then hop to a sequence where we see a young Vanessa running through her house as she's haunted by a vision of her father, William Afton. I speculated earlier that shots like this with Afton in this house were either a dream or a ghost, so I guess that's confirming that we are in a dream. We then see Vanessa hiding in this dream in a closet or under a bed or something, and a little bit later we see Afton grab a knife in this dream similar to the one that he uses as Spring Bonnie. If they are legitimately trying to give us an origin story for this knife or why he uses a knife, I'm gonna lose it in theaters. In the present, Vanessa opens a closet in her apartment or house or whatever and pulls out a box clearly full of stuff from her childhood. And guys, we finally know what's in the box. Real talk though, this box looking similar to the mysterious one from the games had to be intentional or at least a fun nod. I see you, Scott. I see you. Anyway, the next shot is Vanessa putting out a bunch of toys almost as if she's displaying them. There's some marbles, a small book, what looks like a little mirror, and Garrett's plane. Yeah, you know, Mike's little brother murdered by Afton, the toy plane that he had in the first movie that we know was given to Vanessa. I have to wonder, are these all things from her childhood or maybe something darker? Like, were these items taken from Afton's victims and given to Vanessa like the plane was? That would be incredibly creepy and just totally in line with this franchise, man. And I also have to ask, why is she displaying them here? Like, it could be that she's trying to get through things emotionally or confront those bad memories, but maybe she's trying to summon a spirit, like the spirits of these kids, or maybe of her father. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense or if it would work with the story, but it did come to me and I wanted to share that idea. Over all of this, we hear Mike say,
"We're never gonna be able to move forward until you deal with some of the mess you left in your head."
This is interesting because it sounds a lot like what Vanessa was dealing with in Help Wanted and that whole era, where Glitchtrap was a sort of AI infecting her brain and all of that jazz. But instead of using the weird new era stuff with AI and making it all confusing, we're just using a lot of the paranormal reasoning from the earlier, simpler, and frankly more popular parts of the franchise as a jumping off point. Again, this is just another example of taking stuff that worked from every era of the Freddy's IP and smushing it into these movies. Next up, we cut to a scene of Mike talking to a man, looking over various pictures and newspaper clippings regarding Afton, a little girl, the pizzeria, and the murders. And let me tell you, when I saw this scene, I got super excited because clearly this guy is supposed to be Henry Emily, Afton's business partner from the game franchise and father of Charlie Emily, the girl that possesses the puppet in the games who we believe will do the same here in the movies. There are plenty of reasons that this guy is Henry. Like, first off, he has a picture of a girl we've identified as Charlie in his notes, and it looks like the sort of school photo or professional portrait that you'd only really expect a parent to have of their child. And it's accompanied with a little note that reads, "Daddy, I am really sorry you missed my birthday, but I really love my present." Again, that's the sort of thing a parent would have from their kid and keep in a scrapbook like this. But the meta reason I am positive that this guy is Henry Emily, well, it's because he's being played by the actor Skeet Ulrich. If you don't know, Ulrich is an actor with a lot of history in weird, supernatural, or adjacent film and television. He had a main role in Riverdale for years, he was a jerky jock in The Craft, and most importantly for us, he was also the boyfriend character Billy in Scream. That's significant for a couple of reasons, mostly that Billy turned out to be the Ghostface killer in Scream, and that he wasn't working alone. Billy committed those crimes with his best friend Stu, played by none other than Matthew Lillard. They were friends and partners in crime in that movie, and given how much of a face Lillard has become for Afton in the FNAF series, I absolutely see the studio and filmmakers getting Ulrich for the part of Henry Emily, Afton's business partner, as a nod to Scream and a bit of stunt casting that horror fans would love. of. And to be clear, this is not me saying that Henry in the film is like a co-conspirator in all of Afton's murders or anything like that, only that they were partners in making the animatronics. Now, talking about this actual moment in the trailer, there are lots of small details I wanted to mention and break down because they're eyebrow-raising at the very least. First of all, the shirt Charlie is wearing in this photo has black and white stripes, once again driving home the puppet aesthetic. And secondly, her note talks about a present, which again is a nod to the puppet. The puppet animatronic comes out of a present, and the night she went missing in the games, it was because she was locked out of a birthday party. Like really, they're just hitting the nail on the head over and over again that Charlie is going to be the puppet, and it's very on brand. Next, the note also says, "I miss our park," before getting cut off because it's folded over. This is a bit weird. At first I thought it might be referencing FNAF 1, where Garrett went missing in that movie. Like maybe it was a pattern for Afton that he took kids in parks, but that falls apart for a couple of reasons I'll get to shortly. So perhaps this park is a reference to the theme park of the Fall Fest that we see later in the trailer. It's just a thought. Anyway, we also get a little news article here about William Afton's early ambitions. This is more or less a puff piece, but it does talk about how Afton was a genius with animatronics and continued experimenting with new ways of making them. This is definitely pointing towards his work with Remnant and trapping souls in the animatronics. It's also strange that Henry is not as big of a focus here because we thought Afton was the business guy in their partnership and Henry was more the animatronic guy. But this is letting us know that, sure, maybe Henry knew his way around animatronics, but Afton was also an animatronic guy. But okay, all of that is neat or whatever, but the big thing we learn here, and the thing that made me and Tom light up like animatronic Christmas trees, this line right here.
It wasn't until years later when those 5 children went missing that I knew she was murdered.
So this might just seem like a normal trailer line, but this is actually huge. Why? Well, it confirms that Charlie died first before the other murdered kids. This was something we were pretty sure about for a while thanks to the books. Like Charlie died in 1983, and thanks to the Silver Eyes trilogy and Into the Pit, we knew that the other kids died in 1985. But then Help Wanted 2 came out and threw all of that into question. In that game, there are a set of gravestones you need to interact with for one of the endings, and if you light the graves in a certain order, you get a collectible. And to do that, the puppet's grave was the one you lit last, implying that she died last, and throwing everything we knew into question. So this right here is absolutely an example of Scott using these movies to set the record straight, and man, I'm so here for it. After all of us here at Theorist and in the FNAF theorizing community struggled for so long to get straight answers, it's so satisfying to finally have some. Next, we then cut to Charlie, tears running down her face, screaming as she holds a boy in her arms. We're definitely in the pizzeria back when it was at its peak here, given that we see a birthday party sort of situation going on. This whole sequence seems to be a continuation of another shot from an earlier trailer where we see this same boy in the pizzeria as Afton in the Spring Bonnie outfit peeks through a door to look at him. So a couple of thoughts here, like did Charlie just witness this kid almost get murdered and that's why she's crying? Or maybe giant swing here, but are they both already dead? Yeah, probably not. Everyone is looking at her when she screams, but it would be a cool Sixth Sense type of reveal if when she puts the kid down we see like a stab wound or something. But more importantly than that, I'm pretty sure that this is right before Charlie is killed. Earlier in the trailer, Henry says this.
Everyone called it an accident.
Everyone called it an accident. And here we see Charlie standing on a little platform. If I were to guess, this is where the puppet would come out during performances. Oh, and also, again, they're emphasizing the stripes on her sleeves here. Love how consistent that is. So putting the pieces together here, this platform is likely a trap door, and she's about to fall through and into the machinery of the puppet animatronic. Something everyone would think was an accident. Notice how the other kid is suspiciously not on this platform when it focuses on Charlie's feet. It's about to open up and have Charlie fall to her death. Oh, and bonus points, that would make things way less confusing than it was in the game, since that had the puppet like find Charlie outside. It was very strange, and it follows the film's running mission statement of taking the recognizable parts of FNAF and simplifying them for the mainstream. We then get a lot of shots that just feel like classic horror movie fare that don't really add anything to our breakdown of the movie. We see a kid at Abby's school asking if she's ever gonna to go back to Freddy Fazbear's and then cut to her going back there. The animatronics wake up and we see Mike and Vanessa in the pizzeria reacting to Balloon Boy's laugh coming from somewhere in its depths. Oh, and we also hear someone say,
"Where are you gonna run to?"
That's a line repeated from an earlier trailer. Back then I wasn't 100% sure who was saying this, but now it definitely sounds like it's from Afton. Oh, and also I have to point out, we can clearly see the carousel here in this shot with the 4 animals that you would expect: Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica. None of the extra animals mentioned on the potentially real script pages that Scott released during the 10th anniversary event. And man, at this point, it feels like Scott is just toying with me. Why are you doing this to me, man? Is checking the carousel for animals gonna be my version of counting animatronic toads? We then see the toy animatronics out and about like they've been really hammering home in the marketing for this movie. They even have a line saying,
"Half of this town will be dead by morning,"
letting us know just how much the stakes have been raised here. We see Freddy at the Fall Fest Fair thing, Matthew Patrick raising a knife sharpener from a knife block about to stab a woman, Megan Fox chasing the guy from Jurassic Park inside of a school supply room, and Balloon Boy creeping on a Freddy security guard who should be played by Markiplier. Come on, Mark, I know you're busy. Congrats on the wedding, by the way, but the fans really want to see you in these movies. And the last thing of note here, but we see the withered animatronics wake up and various jump scare shots of them, including Mangle attacking a car with Vanessa inside. In a previous trailer, we see them attacking the van with the paranormal investigators, so it looks like attacking vehicles will be their MO here in this movie. Or at the very least, he does it twice. Huh, weird. I just found 2 nickels. Something else I wanted to point out, though, is that none of the withered animatronics we see here in the movie have red eyes, though basically all of the toy animatronics have them at one point or another. To me, this pretty much confirms that the toy animatronics have a sort of child protection software that we mentioned in previous theories, and the withered animatronics don't. Those red eyes represent the software coming online and having them kill random people. This does make me wonder, though, if the toys are just robots that seem to be corrupted, perhaps the withered are connected with the spirits from the first movie, or new spirits entirely? It's just a thought. Now, those are the broad strokes of the trailer, and most of our learnings from it. But of course, it's a FNAF trailer, and there's deeper meanings to be found here. And probably the most important thing that I picked up from this trailer was that it really seems like this movie is going to be answering a lot of questions that the series has asked for a long time. When young Vanessa is having this scary dream about her dad in the trailer, we see a bunch of images of a workshop. There's a bunch of animatronic equipment, as well as like medical tools you might find in a doctor's office or hospital or whatever. Now, there's a lot of dust on this medical equipment, so if you ask me, this actually isn't connected to the dream at all. This is something I think the characters are going to find in the present day, and it just like matched the tone for the rest of the trailer, so you know they pulled trailer trickery and shoved that together. But that's neither here nor there. No, the big thing I wanted to focus on here was this. We see designs for a Freddy Fazbear animatronic on some old paper. Of course, you know us. When something like this pops up on screen, I absolutely had to pour over to see if there was any new information we could glean from it. And oh boy, don't you know that there was. You see up here where it says that this is Freddy 3.0, that it's a new design? Well, that's significant because if you compare this against all the other Freddy animatronics we see in the film series, this lines up most with the Freddy Fazbear from the first movie. The main Freddy, the classic Freddy, not the withered or the toy Freddy designs. You can really tell if you compare the jaw designs for the blueprint, classic Freddy, toy Freddy, and withered Freddy. This is definitely referring to the original Freddy from the first movie. And that's significant because, well, for a long time we weren't sure if the withered animatronics and the classic animatronics were the same animatronics or not. And that created a lot of confusion and ambiguity in the timeline and the story. But this right here is saying very clearly on paper that they are different. Most likely that the toy and withered animatronics came first and that the classic animatronics came later. And that's just from this one shot from one of these teasers. Who knows what answers the full movie's gonna give us? This might seem like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. Like, this isn't really that big a deal, right? But this is really emblematic of not only this movie series as a whole, but honestly, where the entire FNAF franchise is right now. Here, check this. Looking at the writing credits of a lot of the major FNAF projects over the last few years, you'll notice a little bit of a trend. For Security Breach, Scott wasn't really credited as a writer, and that's probably why the story was a bit frustrating both for us and for Scott. After that, neither the DLC for Ruin or Help Wanted 2 had credited writers, but the first movie had Scott, Seth Cuddyback, and Emma Tammy, the director of the movie, all as writers. And in more recent projects, well, Scott was the main writer along with Steel Wool co-founder Jason Topolsky on Secret of the Mimic. And Scott is the only writer on this new FNAF 2 movie. And what that tells me is that Scott is trying to take the story of FNAF back. He's trying to claw back control over this franchise and this narrative to make it the way he wants it to be. To go back and tell these stories in a way that's more crystal clear and planned out, because he was kind of flying by the seat of his pants when this series originally came out. And with these movies, he's taking that opportunity to make it crystal clear, all while giving us more than a little bit of fan service along the way. Like, for real, did you see Toy Chica? What are we doing here, man?
You do realize that lunch is the most important meal of the day. Thought it was breakfast. Some people say that, but you know, it's just a theory.
There's something about this Ness guy that I really like. Let's check out what he has to say, shall we? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, the most important meal of the day. Now, like I alluded to in the cold open, today we're tossing breakfast onto the proverbial frying pan to see if it can stand the heat. If you aren't up on the latest movie releases, you might want to check this one out. This thing has taken box offices by storm. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Now, the inexplicable success of this movie might be coming from the fact that it's based on a wildly successful video game franchise that's played and watched by tens of millions of people. Or, more likely, it's probably because of the cameo of this alarmingly good-looking waiter. During his 9 seconds on screen, this guy, probably the next Tom Cruise or something, takes a controversial stance that lunch is in fact the most important meal of the day, not breakfast. So, is he right? What actually is the most important meal of the day based on science? Well, to get to the bottom of this one, we have to look at everything from food history to human physiology. Let me tell you, the truth isn't as simple as some cereal commercials make it sound. In reality, this whole thing is steeped in conspiracy, fear-mongering, and bacon. Lots and lots of bacon. So in order to decide what the most important meal of the day is, the first thing that I'd like to know is where the phrase actually comes from. Was it the brainchild of some marketing team trying to trick your mom into buying Pop-Tarts? Is it actually based on some form of science? Who was in fact the first person to actually say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day? Well, the answer is a couple of random guys coming about 100 years ago. In a classic case of pseudo-scientist said something one time and we all believe it, the idea of breakfast being the most important meal of the day started with Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, the guy who invented cornflakes. Yeah, Kellogg, like the cereal brand. Before he came along, breakfast consisted of leftovers from the night before, and it was mostly seen as exactly what the name suggested, a light meal to start your day, to break your fast from overnight. In came Kellogg at the beginning of the 1900s, who really didn't like the diet Americans found themselves eating. He was a staunch advocate of a bland food diet to improve health and physical fitness. No spices, no elaborate cooking methods, basically no flavor. And honestly, to his credit, Kellogg was way ahead of his time in understanding that the bacteria in your gut influences your total health. This was revolutionary at the turn of the 20th century. Sadly, though, he was also a big fan of very unsavory topics like segregation and eugenics. So let's just say that his judgment as a medical professional was a wee bit flawed. He believed that in order to preserve your gut bacteria and be healthy, you should eat only extremely bland foods, never drink, never smoke, and also be completely abstinent. You might have heard the rumor kicking around that Kellogg invented cornflakes as a way to stop kids from masturbating, and that rumor is absolutely true. That's why he did it. When Food Theory creative director Santi was researching this episode, no joke, apparently when he was a kid, people told him that cornflakes were originally meant to be put under the mattress so that kids wouldn't be tempted to do anything to make them crunch on their bed, if you know what I mean, because someone could hear them and then promptly shame them. That one's apparently not true, but the legends around this stuff are unreal. Suffice it to say, part of the marketing strategy for these cornflakes was to amp up the importance of a boring breakfast so people would be healthy and less sinful. This was the first step in breakfast's popularity snapping, crackling, and popping off. Let's look at the movement that officially locked in breakfast as the most important meal of the day. You see, that actually came from Sigmund Freud, or actually Sigmund Freud's nephew. Sigmund Freud's nephew was a public relations manager named Edward Bernays, and he's the biggest reason that we associate the most important meal of the day with the massive food fests that are served up everywhere from Denny's to the Four Seasons. Edward Bernays worked on PR in the 1920s for a company called Beech-Nut, who was trying to find ways of selling more of its bacon and ham products. I'm sure you can already see where this one's going. Good old Eddie hatched a plan to make people want to buy bacon by telling them that their their doctors wanted them to do it. At the time, his PR agency had a doctor on staff for reasons, and Bernays posed a question to him. Wouldn't people have more energy if they ate more in the morning instead of just cereal and coffee? The doctor, who again was on staff at this PR agency, said, yeah, people burn calories when they sleep, so they would probably benefit from having a little bit more in the morning to help recover some of those lost calories. Literally, the premise of this whole thing was you burn calories while sleeping, and by eating in the morning, you recover some of those calories. So then Bernays had this doctor, who remains unnamed in almost every article or book he's ever mentioned in, write to 5,000 other physicians basically asking, hey, do you agree that the body burns calories overnight and that eating a hearty breakfast could potentially recover those calories? And 4,500 of them responded with a, well, yeah, because they were basically just asking, if you burn calories, do you put calories back in your body by eating more? When asked what would make a hearty breakfast, many of the physicians referenced bacon and eggs, and from there, the story wrote itself. Bernays claimed that a hearty breakfast prominently featuring bacon was medically based. It worked like a charm, and lo and behold, today 70% of bacon is eaten at breakfast, and the meal became so ubiquitous with health and a good day that no one ever stopped to think twice. In short, the nephew of Freud slipped this one right past us. So where then does that leave us? The idea that breakfast is the most important meal of the day isn't and has never been based on human physiology or any actual science. The breakfast that we know today is literally hundreds of years of marketing ploys designed to get you, me, your parents, and their parents to buy stuff, and it has worked like a charm. But the unanswered question still remains. What is the most important meal of the day? Oh boy, let me tell you, when you start down the road researching this one, it gets complicated in a hurry. Not because of some crazy science, but instead because of the terminology. In a bizarre twist, the history of the human race has seen basically every meal called by every name of every other meal at some point. Let me just take you on a quick crash course to show you exactly what I mean. Breakfast is the compound word for breaking your fast, referring to whatever the first thing you eat is after having not eating or fasting all night. So whenever you eat your first meal of the day, that's technically your breakfast, which is going to be important to remember, so hang on to that little bit of info. In the olden days, before electricity, humankind timed all their activities based on the availability of light. When it's light, we wake up, we start doing things. When it's dark, we go to bed. Because of the need to do things during the day, people would wake up, get stuff done, then eat their most substantial food in the middle of the day when they could see the food and prepare and cook it, and then finish doing their activities and go to sleep with the sun. There are records of this pattern going all the way back to Roman times. You know all those frescoes of Romans eating grapes on a couch? Yeah, that wasn't some late-night bacchanal supper club. That was happening at like 1 in the afternoon in broad daylight. When the Western world transitioned to Christianity, the Catholic Church actively discouraged people from eating in the morning before attending morning mass, because eating before attending mass was considered gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins. This tradition is actually carried over in a lot of Catholic countries to this day, where it's still somewhat frowned upon to eat breakfast before going to church on Sundays. Okay, so people started off having breakfast as their midday meal. Does that then count as breakfast or lunch then? You can see we already have ourselves a problem here. Historically, breaking your fast or eating breakfast had nothing to do with eating in the morning, because it made sense to eat your largest meal at the middle of the day, known as lunch. Or is it? Because here's a new twist. What we see as lunch today was historically known as dinner. Yeah, it gets even more confusing. Before the Industrial Revolution, most work was done in individually owned shops or farms, where it was customary to take a larger break in the middle of the day to eat at home, just like we talked about originating from the Roman days. This home-based meal was usually a large, hot meal that would be your biggest, which is why in places like the UK, the midday meal is still often called this. In a lot of places, the midday meal was so substantial that it was customary to take a nap, which is where we get the common practice of a midday rest. If you've ever spent time in countries like Italy, Spain, or Greece, you'll have come across siesta or riposo, times where workers and shopkeepers close up, eat, and then take themselves a nap. In more rural areas, these still absolutely exist and can last upwards of 3 hours, giving people plenty of time to recharge during what we would now consider to be the mid-afternoon slump. So why don't we still do this? Well, this main breakfast, dinner, lunch that people have been eating for thousands of years was upended in the 1800s by a little fad called the Industrial Revolution. This thing changed people's normal eating and sleeping patterns, all in the name of productivity. Suddenly, people started to have timed and regulated workdays, so breakfast became more of a necessity for anyone wanting to make it through the day, or at least make it until they got to their mandated lunch break. Electricity meant that people were no longer setting their clocks by the sun. Instead, they were setting them by the clock. This made the what the heck heck do we call this meal problem worse? People were breaking their fast much earlier than before, eating a light lunch or dinner during the time of day that they had to eat their heaviest meal, and then coming home and eating the newly coined supper. Supper is a funny meal, because it started out as a light snack while you played games or read a book before bed, not designed to be heavy or substantial in any way. Over time, the upper class started to have more and more elaborate suppers, and throw in larger and more involved supper parties for their friends and colleagues, which grew supper into the elaborate circus that we now know as a multi-course dinner. This last meal of the day is so important to us here in the West that we don't even recognize how recently it was added to the docket of meals. To add insult to injury, the idea of supper was actually popularized by a midnight snack, a very specific snack eaten by none other than the Earl of Sandwich every night before his bedtime. He would ask his staff to make him his newly invented snack, the sandwich, late at night, which means that what we now consider to be the most popular lunch food in the US started off as a snack eaten closer to midnight than noon. TLDR, you can't name breakfast or lunch or even dinner as the most important meal of the day because they've all been called by each other's names for centuries. Despite all our efforts, we're foiled yet again when it comes to naming a meal that's the best because all the names are ultimately meaningless. So now we turn to the last bastion of hope to find ourselves the best meal, actual physiological science. I promised that it would be in here, but I had to show you why this is literally our only option. There are a lot of quote-unquote science facts about meals out there, and a lot of them are unfortunately not facts at all, so let's just debunk a couple of the key ones. First is the question of breakfast being important because it jumpstarts your metabolism. We've all heard this, but studies don't really support the claim. And this is found in reputable journals like the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, as well as several obesity-focused journals. Studies showed that people who skipped breakfast didn't have any differences in metabolism so long as they got the right amount of food later on in the day. And skipping breakfast didn't lead to any significant weight gain or loss over time in studies of hundreds of different patients. But I hear you saying, doesn't breakfast make you more full during the day and thereby help you eat less later on? Surprise, surprise! No. In a meta-analysis, studies found that this breakfast urban legend doesn't hold any water. A study from Harvard Medical School published that those that had breakfast actually consumed more calories than those that skipped breakfast. For many, eating breakfast was pretty far apart from lunch, so they felt hungry all over again by midday, and then again at dinner time. This is sort of a double-edged sword and comes down to the individual, because if you skip breakfast, you might feel more hungry later on, and thereby overindulge with your other meals, which researchers in the previous studies have also found. I also want to heavily couch all of this in the idea that you should always be eating enough food for your body. All bodies are different, and that all bods are beautiful bods. Skipping meals is something that all of us have done at some point or another because of a variety of different reasons, but I want to make it very clear that we are reporting on research, not telling individuals how they should be eating or not eating. That right there, that could be super dangerous. The point is that when you read the headline, skipping breakfast is bad for your health, it's not really telling you the whole story, and it ends up just being another misleading soundbite. So what the heck is true then? The established science changes on this topic, but right now what's well accepted in nutrition and physiology journals is that your body's circadian rhythm, your natural sleeping and wake cycles, matters a lot when it comes to your eating. Your circadian rhythm prepares you to be more efficient at absorbing and digesting foods in the first half of the day, and specifically not later on in the day when most of us are currently eating the majority of our caloric intake. For most people, both breakfast and lunch fall into the first half of the day, whether you're eating at 8 a.m. or 1 p.m., and this has been shown repeatedly to be the better half of the day to focus on when it comes to filling your plate. Your late evening meals, whether you're calling them dinner or supper or whatever, are likely hitting your body at a time when it's less able to effectively absorb nutrients and is already releasing melatonin and decreasing insulin in preparation for your sleep. This chart from the Handbook of Experimental Pharmacology gives a very high-level summary of how your body is regulated by your sleep-wake cycle. It shows that during the earlier parts of the day, you have better glucose tolerance, better insulin secretion, and the ability to basically use energy efficiently to fuel you up quickly. When you're asleep, your body wants to do the maintenance activities, not process a bunch of new food that's floating around in your system. At night, your body goes through gluconeogenesis, that process that you learned about in biology where it makes new energy for the next day. It's also letting your mitochondria grow and support your cells, sending recovery nutrients to your muscles. Basically all the really important stuff that needs to happen if you want to feel like a person instead of a zombie the next day. When you don't sleep, you're missing out on all these processes, but when you eat right before going to sleep, you also disrupt a lot of these functions because your body has to deal with the very pressing demands of digestion. For a specific example that doesn't need a biology degree, take insulin. We're all generally aware of insulin and know it's important to regulate your blood sugar. In the back half of the day, your insulin decreases because your body expects you to be done eating. But what if you're like me and you're mainlining soda and ice cream at 2 a.m. to get through writing a script in a clearly hypothetical scenario that has never once happened ever? Well, when this happens, your body has to spike your insulin to deal with the onslaught of sugar floating around in your bloodstream. Insulin skyrockets, which leads to a huge cascade of other hormones, including the suppression of MCH, or melanin concentrating hormone, which then keeps you from falling asleep. Eating at night, instead of sending signals to your brain that you're full, can also lead to your brain producing more of the hormone orexin, the neurotransmitter that tells your brain that it's hungry. So eating at night can disrupt your ability to go to sleep and even lead to you being even hungrier in the long run, which is why a lot of people find themselves caught in a snacking chain for hours and hours deep into the evening. When then should we be eating? What is the most important meal of the day? Well, pretty clearly it should be sometime in the first half of the day based on our circadian rhythms. Problem is, after all the marketing scams and long work hours and restaurants that serve you 1,000-calorie dinners at 9 p.m., it is hard to eat the way that your body was designed to. The most important meal of the day, according to our bodies, should be taking place sometime in the sorta middle of the day, like between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. It's been called breakfast, it's been called lunch, sometimes it's even called dinner. So what you call it's entirely up to you. Though for the record, Ness the waiter was right because lunch is the meal that we eat in the middle of the day, just saying. The problem is that these hours are expected to be prime working hours for most of us. I know for me, I have meetings during this block of time practically every day. Stopping everything that I'm doing to eat a hot, hearty meal at noon? Yeah, it's not a luxury that most people have. The reason this topic feels so confusing is that when you follow where the evidence leads, it presents a solution that's just not possible for a lot of us to execute. That said, this is one of those instances where knowledge is power. There are meal plans out there that you can try where you eat half of your daily calories at lunch and then just 20% at dinner, leaving 30% for breakfast if you're keeping track. It might be interesting to try shifting your eating around a little bit to see if it makes you feel better, sleep better, or just feel more comfortable in your own body. I know that after doing all this research for this episode, I'm gonna be trying some of these tactics too. Thanks for the tip there, Ness. I knew you look smart. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. Hopefully in the first half of the day.
You know, I saw the thumbnail on my feed, I thought I was going crazy. Yo, what is up guys to another wonderful but strange and unexpected day of me discussing Murder Drones. A show that ended 2 fucking years ago. Yeah, I know, time flies and the clown took over, and now it's gone. So it feels incredibly fitting that now of all times, Murder Drones is back, kinda being the mascot of Glitch, and doing the most strange return to form that also feels incredibly fitting, as we got a special. And it is giving Jay more character work in 8 minutes than we got in 8 episodes. And yeah, sure, it's just here to sell merch, but if that's required, okay, fine. I'm not gonna buy anything, but I'm glad that it is here and that this is clearly something that people love to get, as it's giving me more Murder Drones, so you can't be mad. Now, by far the most interesting part of this short is how it is more of Jay than we have ever gone before. But deeper than that, this special is almost designed to try and rewrite or retcon one of the biggest issues of the pilot. That being, the pilot doesn't actually line up with the rest of the show. Initially, it really seemed like it was gonna be Uzi versus the humans. It was her gonna go on this grand adventure only for the narrative to decide in episode 2 to do a fat U-turn, return to the world she knew after she burnt down what seemed like all of the bridges, and to instead focus on a murder mystery about just the eldritch abomination stalking her life. This was not terrible. It's clear and obvious that happened, and that there's a lot of different characterization that doesn't fully track from where it started versus who they would end up becoming. And in some cases, you can kind of get away with most of it. You can just have V be, okay, pretending to be crazy. But when it comes to Jay, and knowing everything that we know about her and who she actually serves, having her be this company-obsessed weirdo, only to then reveal that she is working for a planet-devouring psychopath, well, there's definitely a metaphor for capitalism in there, but it also does not completely track. And so this special exists to try and weld these two stories together, to explain why Jay acts the way that she does initially, and what that tells us about her relationship to others, and the mask that she is putting on to hide her complete, crippling fear of the person she works for.
Hi, Em.
While the special doesn't go over every single little inconsistency, I think it'd just be fun to go through it and see exactly where everything lines up now that we've gotten it. And yes, just how we all watch the show, we do have to ignore the fact that the pilot ends with what looks like a human invasion, and that shit just did not happen. So let's talk about this special's attempts to plug up some plot holes, and also discuss how it unintentionally creates a brand new one. Let's discuss.
Looks like
Peek.
Back on the menu, boys.
Now, to get my general thoughts on the special out of the way, I think it's cute. It's a look at Jay before she got killed in episode 1, with us getting a peek into her mind knowing just what we know now. Just like the author. Made to look like a business training module, this is a neat little gimmick to give us a chance to see Jay yet again, and how she is a fat corporate shill. But as we go in, Jay's mask finally drops, and we finally get to see who she really is. It appears as like a raging alcoholic, which is fair given the insane pressure that she's under, as she is having to pretend that she's working for JCPenney, when in actuality she is a minion of sin, a robot turned eldritch abomination that not only devoured the Earth, but also wants to eat the rest of the galaxy, including the planet where the story is currently set. Knowing this and what the plot is actually about radically changes how you view all the characters, and it especially changes how you view Jay, as it turns this weird corporate speak into a quirk that has apparently always been a part of who she is. But knowing that she's effectively enslaved by a monster that views her as a toy at best, really colors your perception of who she is, as suddenly, she's not just an employee, she is fighting for her life. She does not want to die. Her best friend, the only person she ever cared about, seems to have been Tessa, and Sin is wearing her skin. So it turns out she's not just some corpo trying to get everything done because, oh, she'll get a promotion, but she is very much putting on an act, and we finally get to see her when she's not fighting for her life, and the stress and anxiety that comes from having to answer to this. Pretending to work for JCPenney isn't just an act, it's a coping mechanism, something that is made even more complicated by the fact that it looks like, from her perspective, she thinks that she's hiding the truth from everyone else. Like, yeah, N for sure doesn't know something, hence why the only time she ever seems to cut loose is when she's alone, unseen, and just getting trashed in her secret room. And I like all of these moments. They expand so much on like the tiny instances we would see of Jay like having a personality and actually being on screen. It paints a way more nuanced picture of someone who's in an incredibly bad situation, even if they are still, at the end of the day, well, a villain. But given how evil everyone else is and how little the show like seems to value life, maybe she could easily fit back in with everyone else. Like, I'm never gonna let this shit go. V just shot a child. This was someone Uzi straight up knew for her entire life, and she shot him dead. And nobody fucking cares. This special, again, though, only exists to announce, merch collab. But there are honestly worse ways to do sponsorships. Yet in providing more depth to Jay, it also serves as a means for the series to try and smooth out some of the inconsistencies in the pilot, by being explicit in that Jay's business talk is a lie, when in the actual show, in the first episode, it really does come off as 100% serious. And while they do try to like explain it as being just a quirk that she has always had, it doesn't fully cover up or explain what is going on with everyone else. And it doesn't really clear up all the characterization, as the implication there that she is putting on this act not just to like protect herself, but to like help protect the others, really does fly in the face of, well, she tries to kill N in episode 1. Yeah, we could just say, oh, she's only trying to protect herself, but it does feel like the implication here a lot of the time is that she's trying to do this for like everyone. And I feel like the discrepancy in like the characterization, it is caused by the fact that unlike other shows, Glitch doesn't allow redos. For most networks, if you pitch a show and it gets picked up, the pilot is scrapped and reshot to better fit the writer's final vision for the series. With Glitch not taking this approach, as they're not fucking stupid. See, indie animation is really hard. It's a battle between keeping the show funded and getting it out quick enough before the hype dies and the fans move on to something else. So rather than redoing the pilot, potentially killing their hype by having their audience watch basically the same episode twice, Glitch's ethos is just keep that ball rolling and to hopefully figure it out later. This approach has worked most of the time, even though it does come with its own host of problems, since every first episode of their show, even if it is consistent with the rest of the series, basically burdens every first episode to be both the premiere and the pilot, where it has to sell the concept of the show while also setting up everything for later on, forcing what could have been a much more intimate intro into being a grand showcase for everything that the show could provide. We have to see every character, get a gist of everyone's interactions, instead of more naturally introducing all of the characters. This tends to create very front-loaded pilots where they all tend to feel just a little bit overstuffed or rushing to put all the pieces on the table. But in Murder Drone's case, I feel the difference between the pilot and the rest of the show is at its most obvious. Mainly because that pilot called it shot way too early, and then just changed its mind.
Just can't wait to murder all humans.
She doesn't.
Like, it really felt like they were setting up a grand drone versus human conflict. Uzi abandoned her home, only for the next episode to have her just come back. What initially seemed like a fun hero's journey got replaced by a murder mystery. But to the show's credit, I feel like most people who watch don't really end up noticing. As things go on, bigger mysteries pop up, the character interactions are so fun. But going back to that episode 1 really shows off just how different a lot of the side characters were. With the most obvious case being V, who is just fucking crazy in the pilot.
And yet, I still feel nothing.
Yeah, this girl's just unhinged, serial killer, not much there. And then eventually she's like, okay, no, real deep character, deeper secrets. She's really putting on an act to like protect N's feelings when she really like wants to save him. And the general disrespect to him was just happening because. But in V, I feel like is like the biggest, like the one thing I was like, this is leaning like a little bit too close, like being a plot hole, was just the fact that the way Jay acts and like way this narrative like portrays her almost makes it feel like she is trying to hide the fact like what's really going on from everyone. Not just N, because he has actual amnesia and is easily tricked, who the show confirms knows everything.
New body, same horrors. Huh, Sin?
Like, this is the one thing where I am enjoying the special, I'm digging what it's putting down, but it can't slip this one little thing by me. Who knows, maybe I'm reading this wrong. But from episode 2 onwards, V is never not betrayed as knowing everything that is going on. She knows about Sin, she knows about the Solver, she is just lying her ass off and trying to hide the truth from N. So Jay acting cagey around her, dodging her questions about the ship, that does read like Jay just like doesn't want V to know about what's going on, instead of there being like some tension here about V wanting to use the ship to ditch Sin, which honestly could have been an interesting conflict to explore, but how it's portrayed doesn't fully lead me to that conclusion. The focus here seems to be put on Jay trying to put on this brave face, trying to do this for everyone else, with the idea that they're working for a company being little more than a ruse for what feels like N and the audience's benefit, instead of feeling like something that would actually be a part of the story from what we now know, as there is no real incentive for the exterminators to hide who they're actually working for, or to give a reason for like why they're doing any of this. Because as far as the other drones are concerned, all the humans died on the planet. The ones outside of it sent these other robots in, again, Nazi adjacent uniforms to kill everyone else to reclaim their property. With the murder drone just showing up and killing people, it never feels like there's a real reason that they would have to lie about what's going on, or there's ever a moment where they revealed exactly what allegedly they were doing, and for the drones and the exterminators to have basically the same story. This is an interesting thing where I like the characterization it adds to Jay, but it does start to invite questions of, even if you like assume some altruism here, that she is doing this for her friend's benefit, despite her trying to kill him later, it does open up questions like, okay, but what is her relationship to V? What exactly is going on? Why is like this the general thing that they've like assumed, like pretending to be? And why would they tell everyone else about it? As they don't really need it. You can try to take it one step further that Jay is like fully pretending that she's disassociating and pretending that that's the case, as that is never the read that I get. And when it comes down to V and like their interactions, it really just becomes Schrodinger's plot hole. Yeah, this could be like a full inconsistency, or there's something like the pitch deck that will explain everything. But I think for a series that is already over, for now, just getting this extra time to flesh out Jay, that is still time well spent. It is so good to watch just Jay have a talk with Sin for her fear to nearly overwhelm her as she talks to a machine that is capable of eating planets, and be terrified at the possibility that she would come down to her. As while this planet doesn't have much to do, she's still able to just chill and be with people. Jay knows what Sin did. Earth is gone because of her, so Jay has every right to be terrified. You get why masquerading as this company fangirl could be a comfort, as while this may be partially a lie, getting to still act like everything is okay with the others, that is real. I don't think every show needs to be perfectly planned out from the beginning, or that plans can change. Especially when, if you look at the concept art of any TV show, it can be shocking to see what was initially pitched and what you actually end up seeing. So even though I can see the cracks and it's not perfect in what it's doing, Murder Drones is still just a delight. And if this is what it takes for us to get more specials, I am down. As strangely, while Digital Circus is over and left on the biggest, oh, the adventure continues you could possibly ask for, the narrative also ends at a place where I can't really see the show ever moving past it. Meanwhile, they could announce a Murder Drone Season 2 tomorrow, and I wouldn't question it. This world is insane, the characters are cringy little weirdos, and it feels like there are so many places where we could still go. I wouldn't turn down a Digital Circus music video, but given the massive dead elephant in the room, it would be strange to go back right now at least. Glitch has plenty of other shows that are yet to be released, all of which I am excited for. This though is the kind of shorts I can really get behind, as while it's not much, it's still way more than we ever got of Jay in the original.
Flights of Loving is an old-ass video game. There's more. It's a wordless, pulpy short story about a Prohibition-era heist gone wrong, and it doesn't do things the way most games are supposed to. It don't look like much. If it came out today, it's the kind of thing that'd end up on someone's itch.io as like a free download, but things were different back in 2012. Our game's art was still a serious conversation people spent their limited time on this earth having. Journey came out and everyone flocked to it like, see? It was me, by the way. I was that guy. That was my me impression. It was genuinely novel back then to see a dinky little team like Blendo aiming for such a filmic presentation. It made enough of a splash back then to get a whole Wikipedia page, which surprised me because all I can find of its legacy among gamers is a handful of Let's Plays from 14 years ago. As Graham Smith for PC Gamer put it, it tells a better story in 13 minutes than most games do in 13 hours. That was true in 2012, but today, it's still true. It's also a novelty for being made in the Quake 2 engine, but it uses it a little differently. Can you spot the difference? The narrative of 30 Flights is non-linear, jumping forward and backward in time, intersplicing chaotic escape sequences with cute, quiet moments of characterization. It's silly, it's concise, and I didn't do that. It just hard cuts in the middle of gameplay, constantly. Look at this. It's so fun. Not only is this style of hard-cutting reminiscent of the media that inspired the game, but more importantly, the disorientation of these cuts syncs up to the emotional beats of the game's narrative. Like, yeah, if I were wading through swarms of people all fighting to escape an airport while my friend bleeds out in front of me, I reckon I'd be pretty disoriented. This constant smash cutting from one place to another gave me a sense of panic. Like even though there's no time limit or anything, I was still scrambling to find a way out before it's too late. I could call it ludonarrative harmony. Then you could repeat that in a Discord call, and all of your friends would think you were an asshole. The jump cutting in 30 Flights of Loving is integral to its narrative. It's also broadly considered a bad idea that feels bad. Now, one thing you need to know about me is I'm quite smart, and so I think that it's a little more complicated. When we get back, I'll explain to you why I think that actually the hard cut is kind of cool.
What's up, guys? It's White Morpheus again for more reviews. Sponsored. This is the ROG Strix Scar 18 2016 version. Up to Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 290HX Plus, and like before, up to a RTX 5090 with 175 watt max TGP. Thunderbolt capabilities. Those speeds are lightning fast. We also have toolless access to within, meaning that you can one more thing that I think you need to see that will save the best for last.
It's interesting just how different the same techniques can feel depending on the medium. Why is it that something so ingrained in the language of cinema can be so unpleasant in games? I mean, games borrow from movies constantly, but over the last decade or three, as we've chased more and more movie-like narratives, especially in the first and third person, distinct differences in execution have emerged and kissed. The biggest problem developers have to contend with that filmmakers don't is control. Video games are inherently interactive. The more control you give the gamer, the more variables you have to contend with, because the gamer is unpredictable. How do you create a space to deliver a cinematic narrative while still keeping the game as interactive as possible? From what I can tell, the answer most games come to is sometimes you can't. If a game wants to have a narrative beat conveyed like a movie, it necessarily boots you into spectator mode. If you're lucky, then as a treat, some games will let you do this. Ooh. We built a wide range of tools that soften the transition to and from gameplay, from fade-outs to crops to sudden mocapping. But at the end of the day, we're still asking gamer to relinquish control so that we can have our film and eat it too. I think the jump cut means something fundamentally different to James than to Jilms. There are few things more disorienting in a game than when your input is misaligned with the output, especially if we're talking about the camera. A movie is like a window into some cameraman's perspective, but in game, you are the man. And so when a cut happens and you didn't make it happen, it feels like being teleported. My eyes were over there, now they are over. I'm here, and because it's confusing, it's disarming, and for some people, it's even nauseating. 30 Flights of Loving just decided that's fine, that's cool, which makes it irregular. Unlike basically all of its contemporaries, it never removes control from the player character. With both approaches, the camera cuts, but here, you remain an active participant. You're expected to navigate the action from the inside. And the result is a novel game that ping-pongs between moments of calm and panic. The result is a game 6 years after the release of 30 Flights of Loving, there was a different video game. Paratopic is a little horror game you might be more familiar with. When it dropped, it was one of the few interesting, novel takes on what we've now coined liminal horror. That was back in 2018, but today, it's still true. Like 30 Flights, it made the rounds both among media outlets and gaming influencers. Like 30 Flights, it's an experimental short story created by a microscopic indie team. Like 30 Flights, it forgoes traditional gaming normals in favor of a non-linear narrative, making heavy use of jarring, hard cut. But unlike 30 Flights, Paratopic uses them to create mystery, intrigue, and dread. It feels like a direct iteration of the ideas brought forth by Blendo Games, I said to myself before learning that the literal first quote on the itch.io page is about how the game is inspired by 30 Flights of Loving, but it does something different with its narrative. It's a burden, you know, how large and bountiful my mind is, and how reasonable and humble my penis is. Cuts tend not to happen when you might expect. That's intentional. They're not exactly jump scares, but they rip you out of a place and time, never letting you get too comfortable. One moment you're talking to a strange fellow, all of a sudden you're driving a car. One moment you're wandering down a long, winding trail, all of a sudden you're in the car again. That's not to say that these cuts are happening all the time. They're actually pretty spaced out. The crazy thing about it is that these jump cuts are so ingrained into Paratopic's presentation that their absence is felt as strongly as their presence. This 45-ish minute game demands your patience, forcing you to sit with quiet unease for just long enough to create this weird sense of tension. I've been driving this car for like 5 minutes. Where is it going? What am I doing? What is gonna happen? And the cut finally arrives. But there's no relief. The character you were playing as moments ago is still there, in some other place and time. You'll be seeing them again. I kind of think these two games make really good companion pieces. They use the same unorthodox structure and techniques to do very different things. 30 Flights of Loving uses the hard cut to create a sense of panic and surprise. Paratopic uses it to invoke foreboding and unease. They're both explorations of how the hard cut feels different when you're trapped inside it. Instead of pulling back from the inherent discomfort, they use it to better tell stories in ways that I would have called gay when they were first released. And like gay in the bad, homophobic way. Not like now. I'm reformed. And gay. When the camera cuts, I'm still technically in control, but I feel utterly powerless. I can't change how things turn out. I don't get to decide how the story goes. The characters I play as are not in control of what's happening, and neither am I.
Which one of these would you choose? Given the opportunity, your arms can change into any shape or material. Make $100 for every mile you run, but it stops working when you stop running. And it resets every day. You can make $1 million in a day. You just gotta run 800 miles an hour. Stay young and have perfect health, but the moment you turn 70, you die. I'm 69 years old. Hey, isn't it your birthday today? Add 2 to anything. For example, add 2 to the amount of digits in your IQ. So I asked you what you would choose to see what you would say. So what would you guys choose? Hey, can you go away? What? Fine, more for me. Out of all of them, you guys really like the arms one. Honestly, I feel like out of all the options, interchangeable and transformable arms would probably be the best and most useful due to its versatility. True, you could do many things with the arms, Bill. You could open your own professional dog walking business. You'd never have to wait to cross the street ever again. You're basically just Jake the dog, but with only arms. Assuming the pill lets you change them at will and isn't just one and done, I'd probably go with that. You could change your arms into wings and fly. You can make them slightly buffer to open jars and stuff. Well, they're open. And you could maybe even create a second pair of arms to carry more things. Not to mention, you'd never be without a weapon in a pool noodle battle. You guys are pretty clever with your ideas. I also think it would be really cool to have. Maybe you could like, you know, like you could do, like make them into cool sunglasses. If you take this pill, it'll give you $100 for every mile you run without stopping. Can you guess who really liked this pill? I'll give you a hint. That's right. Long-distance runners. You see, I made a grave error when making this pill. If people can make money by running, then only the best runners will be rich, creating a new elite class in our modern world. An elite class of cardio athletes. While they will be out making bank by running and also improving their cardiovascular health, people like me will be doing the opposite, staying inside. All of us non-runners will be considered peasants, but you can't even run a 2-minute mile. What a dork. In this new future, the new beauty standard will be leg girth. This is a future we cannot have. I won't let them be more powerful than me. Oh my god. Now that I think back on it, I don't think I've ever run a mile without stopping somewhere in the middle. In high school, I ran a 7-minute mile. Felt pretty good about that. But I had to stop a bunch and I couldn't do it all at once. Which, if you remember, makes the pill stop working and reset the next day. So this pill is not my first choice. Hey, buddy.
Sponsorship.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN. A VPN is a virtual private network. How confusing. Simply put, a virtual private network is something that protects your online activity from big, bad, scary things. Shown here. I've soiled myself. The great thing about NordVPN is that it can be installed on multiple devices, which is perfect if you're chronically online. I love dopamine. Do you worry about malware getting all up in your business? Well, NordVPN can block malware. No. I use NordVPN myself to protect me from all kinds of things. Can it protect me from... Shut up! Use promo code Ice Cream Sandwich to get NordVPN's 2-year plan plus 4 extra months for free. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Thanks NordVPN for sponsoring this video. This pill is the ultimate health pill that gives you perfect health, but you stop living at exactly 70 years old. Clearly a very useful pill. But I'm willing to bet a lot of you don't know how useful it is. No illness? Ever? And you know the exact moment you die, so you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Hey man, thanks for inviting me to your birthday. I'm having a great time. And I really value our friendship over all of these years. Yeah, no problem. Hey, pull my finger. If you didn't pick this pill, let me tell you what you're missing out on. Perfect health means that you can eat as much junk food as you want with 0 side effects. Perfect health means you can practice as much parkour as you want without being afraid of messing up. Should have chose the health pill. Some science labs need people to test on, and they pay money to do that. So you just make money and not worry about any of the side effects that might happen from the research. Oh no! And if you had perfect health, you could live at Chernobyl. Yeah, just chilling out. Wasteland style. Perfect health is A+, and you slept on this. Can you stop yelling? No! Now if you take this pill, you can add 2 to anything. And I mean anything. With the proper creativity, you can do some crazy things. I got nothing. For example, you can add 2 to the number of arms you have. Yeah, I'm like a bug. Could you get down? Could you get out of the walls? Plus 2 to the amount of senses I have. You know, we got taste and smell and stuff. But what if we had 2 more, right? Don't know what they would be. I hope it'd be Spidey sense. I guess that's not that useful if you also don't have Spidey reflexes. I'm in danger. I would add 2 to the amount of me's in the world, which means I technically could get twice as many things done in a day. I think we'd all still be kind of lazy though. Get to work! Oh. Thank you for participating in my video, and thanks for watching. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a good day. And watch what I can do.
You're watching a toothbrush play Billie Eilish. But did you know that there's a YouTube music app where you can also listen to the EDM version, the ska version, and of course, the original version? Duh. Get YouTube Music Premium.
Hello, I'm Blue, and today I want to talk about OCs, also known as original characters. I love OCs. I love them. I love hearing about them. I love seeing art of them, learning about them, and of course, making them. I used to follow a lot of artists that would have OCs that they would draw and develop regularly, and as a viewer, it was so cool to see them because I got to fall in love with these characters and see them grow. So for the longest time, I wanted OCs that I loved just like them, characters I would just disappear into and become completely obsessed with. But I kept hitting this wall where I'd make a character, lose interest, and completely forget about them within a few weeks. I felt zero connection to them, their story, their designs, and I didn't know who they were. Looking back, I realized why. I was making characters based on what I thought people found acceptable or good. I was trying to follow these invisible rules of what a character was allowed to be, and because of that, I kept making characters I found boring. It wasn't until I gave up on this notion and just made OCs that I enjoyed, even if they were kinda on the cliche side and might even be considered somewhat edgy, but you guys seem to really like my OCs. Thank you for that. So I wanted to sit down and share the journey of how I stopped making perfect characters and how I actually learned to fall in love with them. This will not be a tutorial on how to make OCs. I will make a different video for this. This video is just more about how to connect with the OCs that you already have or will make in the future. Embracing the cringe. The turning point for me was when I realized that you'll never want to draw or develop a character if they don't have something you find interesting about them. And the biggest roadblock for finding that hook was the fear of being cringe, cliche, or uncool for me. We've all done it before. We hide our favorite tropes because we think they're too cliche, overdone, or predictable. But cliches are classics for a reason. The cliche police are here. But cliches are classics for a reason. If you put elements into your characters that you genuinely find interesting, even if they're a bit self-indulgent or dramatic or toxic, you'll naturally feel intrigued to ask questions about them and develop them further. Plus, cringe isn't linear. Something considered cringe today will probably be considered cool in a few years and then flop back to being cringe again. It's a never-ending cycle, so there's really no point in trying to keep up with it. Once I started making my OCs as cliche and as cringe as I like them, I actually started liking them more. I don't know how to fit this section, so I'm going to make as if this was a really smooth transition and I've led from one point to another. I wanted to talk about themes. Explore the themes you find interesting. That can be romance, friendship, isolation, horror, whatever, even if it's overdone. Example, Hesper was a... oh gosh. For example, Hesper was vampire nobleman and enemies to friends with Cage, who was a misunderstood prince who wanted to be a hero. Oh my god. The most cliche pair of friends ever. But I love them so much when I first made them that I've developed them into something I really enjoy now and is a little bit more original. If I cared about the clichéness, I wouldn't have developed them any further. So yes, next section. But before we continue, I'd like to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Skillshare. If you're familiar with my channel, you're probably familiar with Skillshare too. It's one of the largest online learning communities with thousands of classes on topics like art, photography, editing, writing, business, lifestyle, and so much more. At this point, I've learned so much from these sponsored segments, but there's one thing I've been neglecting for a while now, which is editing. So I took a Skillshare class on Adobe After Effects. The first class I took was Expression Working Smarter in Adobe After Effects by Jake Bartlett. Jake teaches you how to animate objects in After Effects using expressions, sliders, and a little bit of code. Now, I've never really coded anything in my life, so this was incredibly intimidating at first, but by the end of the class, I felt like I understood everything much better. And that's a large thanks to Jake's teaching skills. He explains everything in a really clear, approachable way. Right after that, I took another class called Get Started with Adobe Effects 2026 Beginners by Jody because I quickly realized I was way over my head for the first class. Luckily, Skillshare has classes for every skill levels, so it was really easy to get back and build a stronger foundation. I've linked both classes in the description below if you'd like to check them out. And because Skillshare wants to help you reconnect with your curiosity, the first 500 people to use my link in the description or scan this QR code on the screen will receive 1 month free of Skillshare. Huge thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring today's video, and now back to the video. Simple designs. If you're an artist, you're going to want to draw your characters. And if your characters are hard to draw, you probably won't draw them. I am literally the blueprint for making my OCs super simple and easy to draw. I get a lot of comments telling me my characters are very boring, but you know what? They are very easy to draw. Because of that, they are not intimidating. I can sit down and sketch them a million times without feeling burnt out. That means I draw them more, which means I'm actually developing them. Now, there is nothing wrong with having complex character designs, but complex characters can be very hard for your hands and brains to keep track of, and you might feel a bit more demotivated to actually draw them. The more you draw an OC, the more you'll naturally start molding them into the perfect version of them. For example, Hesper's first design when he was a vampire noble used to look completely different. It looked something like this. But the more I sketched him, the simpler he got, and the more his design just started working for me. His shapes got easier for me to understand, and now I can pretty much draw him with my eyes closed. And draw them. You have to draw them so much. When you first make an OC, they're going to feel a bit off, and you won't connect with them as much initially, but the more you draw them or write them, the more you'll start feeling that connection. For example, I have this OC called Leon, who is Cage's brother. He was a super boring character to me, and I never felt really connected to him, so I never really wrote him or like developed him much, but I knew he was essential for the plot. I started doodling him more and more, and that sparked me to write him, which sparked me to develop him, and now he's like one of my favorite characters with a really interesting story in my opinion, and I really like this character. But if I didn't like actually draw him, he would probably still be this very boring flat character that I had before. Get to know the characters. So once you have a simple design and you've embraced the tropes you love, how do you actually get to know them? For me, it isn't just about writing a tragic backstory or having compelling plot points. I've had plenty of OCs that have had cool stories and backstories, but they didn't keep my attention for as long as I needed them to, so I've mostly forgotten about them. It's actually about figuring out their psychology, their reasoning, and their quirks. To do this, I love watching character psychology. I can only say this word. Psychology. Psychology. I love writing character psychology deep dives on YouTube, like this video breaking down Azula from Avatar's character. Is such an interesting character for the audience despite her being an antagonist, and why it makes sense for her to be the way that she is, and why it works so well with the plot. It's such an interesting video to understand why the writers wrote her the way she is, and like the thought that they put into her character, not just like how she looks or how she acts or, you know, her personality, but like her backstory and her quirks and how she shows this to the audience. Or the videos of psychologists reacting to characters where they give insightful critiques about why a character is doing what they do. So like this one where they like talk about Jack Sparrow. Incredibly interesting. They even go into detail about the dynamic between like Will and Jack and why it makes the story so interesting and why these two characters play off each other so well. And as a viewer, I never realized that like this is why they're so intriguing as people. Yeah, these videos are super cool, and like you can really learn so much from just listening to them in the background. They really help me understand not just more about myself but my characters, and makes thinking of their mannerisms and actions a lot easier. And this makes writing their backstories and their future stories easier as well. I kind of start asking small questions. How would they react to an insult? Do they cry? Do they act stoic? What are their deepest insecurities? Where do they come from? How do they act on these insecurities? AUs. So the final step is letting these characters live in your head rent-free. To truly connect with them, you kind of have to become obsessed with them. They have to become a hyperfixation. You have to think about them constantly, but this can be a little bit hard. I like to put them in everyday scenarios while I go about my day. If I'm waiting in a painfully long line, I think about how they would react to this. This is where AUs, or alternate universes, come in handy. What is an AU? An AU is basically just an alternative universe of like your characters in different settings. If your character is in a complex fantasy setting that's hard to visualize, throwing them into a normal high school, college, workspace AU makes it so much easier to understand their personalities, their actions, and you can also come up with a bit more simpler plots for them, which is less intimidating and less likely to make you quit them. Like for me, I have no idea what it's like to grow up in a medieval setting, so it makes it hard for me to understand what my characters would be doing on their day-to-day lives, what kind of goals they would have, what kind of struggles they'll have. But I do know what it's like to be a barista, for example, so putting them into an AU where they're all baristas and they interact with each other helps me understand them a lot better, plus it's really fun. Along with AUs, music is an equally fun way to write your characters. The only time I can really brainstorm them is when I'm listening to music that builds on a mood or a scene. This is also great if you're somebody that likes different genres of music because every genre of music is gonna like give you a different vibe for your characters. Creating an OC playlist is also really, really fun, and it helps you get into the headspace of them. So each one of my characters has a playlist of songs that remind me of them, and because like these songs are here, whenever I want to write a character, I will just like shuffle the playlist, and then I can start writing the character and developing them more. Thank you so much for watching and listening to me yap about OCs and creative stuff. If you would like, I could make a video about making OCs or like cool AUs you can put your characters into. I would love to talk about more ways that like I've been able to develop my characters and like fun like scenarios you can put your characters into, I think that would be really cool. Or I could walk you through on how I've like made my characters and like the design process. Maybe not the design process, but like the writing process of them. Let me know if you're interested in that. Also, please let me know down below what your favorite things about your OCs currently is. I really love to hear about people's OCs and their ideas. Even if your OC is like super simple and like, or super complex, I just want to hear about like the ideas that people come up with. Okay, so now it's my turn to yap and like get on with my end credits. Let me start off first by saying thank you so much to my lovely Patreons and my channel members for being here and supporting me and allowing me to continue to do this. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then let me say thank you to the really, really cool fan art that I have here. Super cool. I always say collecting the fan art for this video, like at the end, is always like a treat. It's like what I always do very last, so it's always the thing that's like, it motivates me to get through editing and animating. Yeah, so this video took me so long. Oh my gosh, my head. It was such a challenge. I don't know why. This video is a lot easier than my other ones. I don't know why this one was like really rough on me. I think it was like maybe the editing or maybe some of the animation was a bit more complex, but yeah. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Welcome to Cherry Ink. I'm not sure whether to call this a time lapse or a devlog, but I suppose it can be a mixture of both. So come with me as I brainstorm and also make a theoretical poster for hopefully a future game. I am a one-woman show making all of this. And I got 2 kids, and I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. So this is purely in my free time, so I'm going to try to give myself some leeway where possible. My qualifications are artist and stubborn. So I'm going to teach myself Unreal, maybe some Blender. But yeah, here we go. So, starting off, pretty simple. I'm just doing some sketch ideas. Here, I was trying to think of like a thematic poster type of deal, like just doing some concept art. Because I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things to collect is actually like art books. And that's part of the reason I actually wanted to make a game. Because if I made a game, then I could have my own art book. So yeah, so this is just me kind of brainstorming with ideas and stuff. I do have a board already of ideas. I should probably have had that up already. Here, I will pull it up. On Milanote, and I'm not sponsored, but I do love Milanote. But yeah, I wanted to make a game that's like heavily inspired by Persona, like Honkai, Star Rail, Madoka Magica, and it's like a conglomeration of all 3, and then also being an adult with I guess not weird hobbies, because anime and stuff isn't weird so much anymore, but more like creative hobbies. And I wanted to discuss something I've been personally feeling about that, like in the game. I wanted the game's themes to be more about like burnout rather than necessarily like evil in the world or anything. I wanted it to be like burnout and losing yourself in adulthood. and trying to bring back enjoyment that you would find as a kid, but obviously in an adult appropriate fashion, because in the end of the day it's not the same. And this is like my personal passion project for that. So you see here is like I'm trying to think of like an average office worker in a very desaturated world versus like this magical girl who's bringing back all the color and the brightness and the excitement. I end up trashing this whole idea. So don't get too attached to it, because you'll see I hate it. I honestly hated it. I played around with it so much, I think I watched it for too long and I did too much. But anyways, I'm gonna talk a little bit about my game more. I want it to be very Persona-like in the game style, so I want it to be a JRPG. I want to do a turn-based system. I also want to create kind of like the Persona with the calendar and how you like have to have relationships with people or like get certain stats up. Instead of necessarily stats, I want to have like bonuses for like your dungeons and your levels later on, and it's slowing down. I want this game to punish you for like skipping ahead, if that makes any sense. So if you slow down and like get a drink and then go to work, or you do a hobby before you go home, or you stop and talk to somebody, like the more you interact with your environment and the more you like do random things and go discover things, it like adds this invisible bar of leveling up. I don't know how well that will do, or if that's even possible to make an Unreal. We'll figure it out, and if not, I'm open to adjusting. So yeah, so you can see I kind of like hated it, so I was trying to save it desperately, and I think I do like this idea right here where I like changed the orientation of it, but in the end I still didn't like it. So yeah, so the main character that you play is gonna be like this burnt out office woman who's just put her entire life into working, and her life is just so boring. Like what do? You just go to work, go home, and that's not what life should be about. I don't want to be on this world to suffer. So you see here I do like an inviting open arm pose instead of this like really warm feeling magical girl, kind of beautiful, kind of inviting. So yeah, this is what I went up with. It's like very much more typical of my art, except I did try something new with the gradient. I've been playing around with gradients more often on Clip Studio because I think they're so fun. And different color palettes, like moving away from just like typical color palettes, I suppose. But yeah, so this is Devlog video 1, and I got nothing done except a poster idea. So I call that successful. So before I close off, I do want to introduce, because I felt like that wasn't enough information about the game. I've done a lot more than just a poster idea. So Milanote, like I said, I'm not sponsored, but I still love it. And this is like some information. I'm probably gonna, I don't want to spoil everything. But here I have, you know, like character ideas. I have Marin, the main character. Marin, I want to be part of the party. I want Jules. I love Jules. She's actually based off of Friend, so we'll see how that one goes. Jules, But Marin is a Marine, went to school for marine biology, got burnt out on college, and now she is still going back to college to pursue her dreams, but she's taking it at a more like realistic pace instead of, killing herself trying to do everything so quickly. And then we have Jules, who's a former athlete, but she suffered an injury that forced her premature departure from the sport. And so she found joy in art instead, and this hammer is actually supposed to be made of ceramics. She is very Filipino coded, and I did try to look up outfits, so her design's gonna change. And then I also tried to have Filipino inspired markings on her hammer, but also subject to change. This is the current thought. And just like Marin, her outfit's very jellyfish coated because she's marine biologist. So yeah, so that's what I have. These are my inspirations and the vibe I want to go for. I have some storyboarding, but I don't want to spoil all of the game, so yeah. Thank you for coming to watch, and I hope to see you again soon. So thank you. And have a great day. And if you're interested, be sure to follow me here and on Instagram, where hopefully I'll be more active and I'll be posting more about the Magical Girl game. So yeah.
The Sonic timeline is wrong. Earlier this year, Sega released the official timeline of Sonic the Hedgehog, and it is all over the place. Many important games are missing, and some of the games that are in the timeline are in the complete wrong order. But don't worry, Sega, because I'm here to fix it. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's always going for that S rank. I mean, I'm an overachiever that loves Sonic games. Are we surprised? But as a kid, I wasn't only chasing the dopamine hit from seeing Sonic do his little breakdance, I was also seriously invested in the story of each game, from the great to the really not great. And with more recent additions like Sonic Generations and Sonic Frontiers actively calling back to past adventures, I really began to wonder how all of these games would fit together. So you could imagine my excitement when Sega released an official Sonic the Hedgehog timeline, a definitive list showing us which games happen in what order in the Sonic story, including events that occurred in the past before Sonic is even around, like the Ancients' arrival on Earth in Sonic Frontiers, Black Doom's assistance in creating Shadow, the definitely a genie hedgehog, and the eradication of the Echidna tribe by Chaos. It even includes spin-off games like Sonic Riders and Sonic Battle. These guys really did their homework putting this together. At least, that's what I was going to say. Because if you take a little more time looking at this timeline, it actually raises more questions than it answers. Why are some of the big titles missing? If some spin-off games are added, why have others not been included? And the placement of some of these games make absolutely no sense. This timeline is a certified C rank.
Just made it.
Exactly, Sega. You just made it. You got some stuff right, sure, but you also missed a lot of details along the way. But don't worry, friends. We here at Game Theory love ourselves a timeline. And more importantly, we love fixing timelines. By the end of this video, not only will I fix all the issues currently in this timeline, I will also have every Sonic game ever completely accounted for. A definitive Sonic the Hedgehog timeline truly worthy of that S rank.
That was incredible!
So put on those power sneakers, theorists. We are going to speed through this timeline faster than the Blue Blur himself. Just so we're on the same page, let's quickly go through what exactly Sega is suggesting the timeline to be, so that I can show you where the missing pieces are and what needs rearranging. We start in the prehistoric times, millions of years ago, that are mentioned in Sonic Unleashed, and this is where the Chaos beings known as the Ancients from Sonic Frontiers first arrive on Earth. We then have tens of thousands of years ago, where Dark Gaia from Sonic Unleashed is destroyed, and we get the arrival of the Babylonian aliens from Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. Thousands of years ago, the ancients have died out, but chaos is still around, and as we see in Sonic Adventure, wipes out the ancient Echidna race. 2,000 years ago, Shadow the Hedgehog's Black Arm aliens prepared to invade Earth, and the ancient combat bots called Gizoids from Sonic Battle are created. After a century and a half, we get Black Doom giving his DNA to help give Shadow life aboard the space colony Ark. The Gizoids on that same facility go haywire and begin destroying everything, leading Gun, the government military, to intervene and kill Shadow's dear friend Maria. See, dead kids, Sonic fits right in on this channel. And just before we get to modern day, 10 years ago, we have the weirdness that is Sonic the Hedgehog 2006's time travel. Sonic goes back in time to stop the villain Solaris from existing, along with the original version of history when the Solaris experiment fails and caused undue destruction. You know, because, as we all know, time travel never makes a timeline complicated or confusing ever. When will these franchises learn? And that's just the pre-history. Finally, we're actually into the games that involve Sonic, which are a little more straightforward, so we're gonna blast through these. Editor, let's get that speed up ready. Sonic 1, Sonic CD, Sonic 2, Sonic & Knuckles, Sonic Mania, and Sonic Superstars. That leads into our modern Sonic era with Sonic 4, the present day of Sonic Adventure, Sonic Shuffle, the most random spin-off tie-in, but okay, the present day of Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Heroes, the present day of Shadow the Hedgehog, the present day of Sonic Battle, Sonic Advance 3, Sonic Rush, the present day of Sonic 06, Sonic Riders, Sonic Rush Adventure, the present day of Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, the present day of Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Colors, Sonic X Shadow Generation, Sonic Free Riders, Sonic Lost World, Team Sonic Racing, Sonic Forces, the present day of Sonic Frontiers, ending 200 years in the future with Silver the Hedgehog's 2 timelines from Sonic 06. And scene! Woo! Gosh, that was a lot of games, as you'd expect from a franchise that's been around for nearly 35 years. However, I don't know if you noticed, but despite it feeling like a pretty exhaustive list, I immediately saw some big games missing from that lineup. The first, and in my opinion most obvious, is Sonic Advance 1. Both its sequels, Advance 2 and 3, are present in the timeline, and yet the original that kicked off the spin-off series isn't included. It might be because it's just a pretty standard Sonic game for the Game Boy. Eggman is plotting evil, so Sonic and friends stop him. Compare that to the sequels where we get the introduction of Cream, who appears in later entries like Sonic Heroes, and the introduction of Gemerald, a remade version of the Gizoids, which we learn about in Sonic Battle. But come on, Sega. Just because it's simple doesn't mean it can't fit somewhere, especially when you consider the mini-games Sonic Advance has. It sounds strange, but trust me, Sonic Advance contains some mini-games within the Tiny Chow Garden. By connecting this game to other games, you got more mini-games to play. If you downloaded the Tiny Chow Garden from Sonic Adventure, you got a new minigame called Chow Search, where Tikal helps you find chows, meaning that Advance has to be after Sonic Adventure, but before Sonic Advance 2, somewhere around Sonic Shuffle and Sonic Adventure 2. So, where does Sonic Advance go in reference to these games? To answer that, we need to look at some of the enemies encountered across the games. Some of the enemies in Advance are the classic ones that you know and love, like Buzzer and Kiki. However, there are some enemies that only make an appearance in Sonic Advance and Sonic Adventure, such as Leon and Rhino Tank. By the time we get to Adventure 2, these enemies are nowhere to be seen, meaning Eggman probably retired them because they were no good at taking down Sonic, placing Advance before Sonic Adventure 2. Now it's just a question of which side of Shuffle it lands, and for this one, I'm gonna take a page out of Host of Style Theory Amy's book and check out the fit, or at least the little fit Sonic does have, his shoes. Specifically, when he turns into Super Sonic. In Shuffle, you can unlock Super Sonic as a character, and the shoes he wears are the Light Speed Dash shoes from Adventure. By Adventure 2, Sonic gets new Light Dash shoes with a drastically different look. So, the fact that Sonic is using the exact same shoes in Shuffle tells us that Shuffle is most likely a direct sequel to Adventure, after which Sonic ditches the shoes, not using them at all in Advance or Adventure 2. So, Sonic Advance goes after Sonic Shuffle, but before Sonic Adventure 2. Right here. See, that wasn't so hard, now was it, Sega? But no time to stand around. Another set of games that are noticeably absent are the storybook series of games, Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight. Though I would question if 2 games makes it a series. Now, you might think that these shouldn't be included because they're very obviously spin-off titles. However, Sonic Advance 2 and 3 are spin-offs and they're included. Sonic Riders is a spin-off and that's there. Heck, Sonic Shuffle is there and that's literally just a Mario Party clone. own, so I don't think it's a big enough reason to not include it here. Plus, in Sonic Generations, Sonic actually references the events of Secret Rings.
No stranger than rescuing genies in magic books or saving aliens in an interstellar amusement park.
It just seems crazy to me not to add these games in when they are referenced in other games, although it is kind of a tricky one. Sonic and the Secret Rings takes place in the Arabian Nights book. At the start of the game, Sonic jumps on a flying carpet and goes into the book. But notice how Sonic doesn't bat an eyelid at the concept of a flying carpet. It's not because he's so chill about everything. If anything, he has a habit of being very overt when something surprises him.
The whole city's on fire!
It's because he already knows flying carpets exist. At the end of Sonic Riders, Sonic and the team discover that one of the first extreme gears made by the Babylonians is a flying carpet. Sonic is, as expected, shocked by the sight of it.
A magic carpet? I thought that those only existed in fiction.
That is the reaction of seeing a real magic carpet for the first time, but in Secret Rings, he's just like, no problem. So, Secret Rings has to take place after Riders. Taking a deeper look at Secret Rings, we also find what I'd expect from most Wii games in general, some kind of party mode. In it, you get to play as your usual suspects, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. But there are some unlockable characters like Shadow, Cream, and most importantly, Blaze the Cat. Now, Blaze debuted in Sonic Rush, a game that is before Sonic Riders, which you might not think helps us all that much, but actually it helps us out quite a lot. You see, though Blaze was introduced before Sonic Riders in the timeline, Blaze isn't a playable character in Riders. She is, however, a playable character after Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, a game which takes place after the events of Sonic Rush Adventure, the sequel to Sonic Rush. What this tells us is that canonically, Blaze only sticks around to be a playable character after the events of Sonic Rush Adventure, placing Secret Rings sometime after that game too. It also has to be before Generations due to Sonic recalling the events. But outside of that, I was kind of struggling to find other details that could help me place it in a satisfying way that also wouldn't drive me insane. However, in saying that, Secret Rings is also so isolated that no matter where it goes, it's unlikely to cause any real contradictions to the rest of Sonic's lore. So I decided to employ the tactics Sega themselves also seem to use for these isolated games. Use the release dates. You can see this in the current timeline where games like Sonic Rush Adventure, Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, and Sonic Unleashed have no direct impact on one another. Really, these three games could go in any order, but Sega chose to put them in order based on their release dates. Secret Rings also came out in 2007, and because we know it has to be after Sonic Rush, we will put it after that, but before Zero Gravity, which came out a year later. And if you thought that one was tough, Sonic and the Black Knight, the other storybook game, is even trickier to place. While it's a sequel to Sonic and the Secret Rings, there are no references to it in later games. And again, the story stands on its own, with no interactions with any other Sonic characters except the ones in the storybook. That is, until the ending. At the very end of the game, Sonic is retelling the story, and Amy replies,
"That's the lamest excuse ever! You just forgot about our date!"
That initially comes off as a strange response from Amy. In a lot of the games and TV shows, Amy is infatuated with Sonic, but he isn't interested. So the fact that Sonic has planned to go on a date seems wild, until you get to Sonic Unleashed and hear about this exact thing. During some dialogue with Amy, she asks to go on a date, and suddenly we are given the option to respond, "That could be fun." This optional choice is the date that Sonic misses due to the events of the Black Knight. Who knew that adding a choice in games would be so important to its lore? Amy also goes on to appear in Sonic Colors, well, the DS version anyway, and she once again helps us with Black Knight's placement. Not because of what she says, it's actually what she doesn't say. When you interact with her, she just talks about wanting to see Sonic in action. She doesn't give any mention of her date with Sonic. As discussed, Amy is obsessed with Sonic. And if Sonic said yes to going on a date with Amy, she'd be talking about it and reminding him at every chance she got. That is, unless that date, or missing date, has already happened. Sonic misses the date in Black Knight, and Amy doesn't love the excuse, but by the time we get to Sonic Colors, she's clearly moved on, putting Sonic and the Black Knight after Unleashed, but before Colors. Right about here. And with that, really? Do I have to talk about you? Ugh. Fine. It's time to talk about Sonic Boom. Now, I actually had no problem with these games not being included in the timeline. The games were so broken and so naturally flopped. The TV show has done very well, and it's actually pretty funny at times.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition.
But if I'm calling out Sega for not including every game, then I sadly have to at least mention it, especially as Amy once again comes to save the day and mentions Styx, the badger from Sonic Boom, in Sonic Frontiers. Thankfully, the solution is pretty simple. The real reason that Rise of Lyric, Shattered Crystal, and Fire and Ice aren't on Sega's timeline is because these games are canonically in their own universe. Paul Kaminsky, the editor for the Sonic Boom Archie comics, said in an interview that the Sonic Boom comic takes place within a new branch of the Sonic universe that, in addition to the games Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric for the Wii U and Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal for the Nintendo 3DS, will include a first ever CG animated TV series. This explains why we see a lot of the same characters, and yet they are so different from what we're used to. Like Knuckles being a total airhead and not the guardian of the Master Emerald.
People have been complaining that I don't guard enough rare stones.
So, while Styx exists in both universes and is still friends with the gang in both, it's not the same Styx from Sonic Boom. What this means for us in trying to place the game in this master timeline is that the Sonic Boom series lives completely separate from the rest of the timeline, running parallel to the rest of these events. Okay, we've established some of the big outliers, but there's still a lot more to cover. Across the timeline, we have a handful of smaller spin-off titles like Sonic Battle, Team Sonic Racing, and Sonic Shuffle. This initially surprised me because I would never expect a party or racing game to be added to the canon timeline, especially when the plot is pretty much the same as it always is, but with racing or karts. It doesn't exactly enrich the lore of Sonic, but it also doesn't contradict anything we already know, so it's also not a big deal either. Other more plot-heavy spin-offs like Sonic Battle and Sonic Riders made more sense being added to the timeline. In Sonic Riders, they introduce a bit of history to the universe on how the Babylonians came from space, and in Sonic Battle, we meet Emerald, one of the ancient robot Gizoids discovered by Gerald Robotnik. Both these games enrich the lore of Sonic's universe. They gave us a glimpse into the past, but once again, the key point is they didn't contradict anything we already knew. And so if that's the main criteria for a game to be in this timeline, then there are loads more spin-offs that could be added to this thing. Like this one. No, editor, that's not it. I'm talking about don't just keep showing me the same... Wait, is that another group of freedom fighters trying to save their world? Well, I guess I'm here, so I might as well talk about them. Plus, they are sponsoring today's video. It's Acecraft Sky Hero. Join the Ark of Hope as their new ace pilot to help defeat the evils of the Nightmare Legion that threaten to plunge the world into complete and utter chaos. And no, not the blue, watery, squishy kind. But believe me, Acecraft has more than enough charm to make up for it. Firstly, I mean, just look at these designs. That classic hand-drawn 1930s rubber hose style is adorable. Really makes me wish the Blue Blur had something in this art style. And it meshes perfectly with their bullet hell style gameplay. I'm a particular fan of the absorb and counter mechanics, which allow you to send an enemy's pink bullets right back at them. Oh, it just feels so satisfying. You can also play with your friends to save the world. Yep, this thing has a co-op mode, much like many of our favorite Hedgehog spin-off titles. Only this time, you guys can take on the role of detectives to gather clues and take on the toughest levels yet. Food Theory was actually also sponsored by this game, and so Santi and I have been trying to put our differences aside to solve these mysteries for ourselves. It really makes me feel like I'm going back to the good old days of sitting down with my friends and playing games on the couch, even if it is Santi. And they're really hammering this idea home with their crossover with an iconic show from my childhood, Tom and Jerry. That's right, that Tom and Jerry. Who needs a beefed up echidna when you got these two by your side? I've been really enjoying the game so far, and without sponsors like this, we wouldn't be able to do longer experimental videos like this. So if you want to see more stuff like this, send these guys a big thank you by heading down to the description and clicking the link or scanning the QR code on screen to download the game today. It's available on iOS and Android, so whatever phone you're rocking, we can fly together, laugh together, and play together. Thanks again to Acecraft Sky Hero for sponsoring this video, but now let's start placing some actual spin-off titles in this timeline. Now, for time's sake, I can't go into detail on every single spin-off, because much like Nintendo with Mario, Sega loves making Sonic spin-offs, and most of these spin-offs, like Sonic Chaos, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Tails Sky Patrol, and Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car, offer the very basic plot we're all used to. Eggman is evil and does an evil thing, Sonic, or sometimes another character, says no and saves the day. these events aren't mentioned or recalled again, so really they can kind of go anywhere, and therefore we'll be placing them based on their release dates like we talked about earlier. But there are some games that require a little more thought in terms of their placement, and almost all of them come from the classic Sonic era. For example, Sega Sonic the Hedgehog is an arcade game from 1993. The plot is once again the usual. The thing that's different here is the debut of characters Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel. So far in the timeline, a character's debut game has also been their introduction as a character, like Amy in Sonic CD, Cream in Sonic Advance 2, and Blaze the Cat in Sonic Rush. So this game has to be the first time we meet Mighty and Ray, therefore placing it before Sonic Mania Plus. And when it comes to being more specific, this is where Ian Flynn, a former writer of the Sonic Archie comics, current writer of the Sonic IDW comics, and the overall guardian of Sonic's lore, comes in clutch.
Do you know or have a theory as to when Sega Sonic takes place?
After Sonic R.
And where does Sonic R take place?
Sometime after 3D Blast.
When does 3D Blast take place?
Sometime after Spinball.
When does Spinball take place?
Sometime after Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
That places Sega Sonic right here, and happens to also place Sonic R, Sonic Spinball, and 3D Blast 2. Ian, you're a hero. Placing Sega Sonic also helps us with another game that is surprisingly missing from the timeline, Knuckles Chaotix. This game introduced a bunch of new characters that now feel like staples in the franchise. Vector the Crocodile, Charmy the Bee, Espio the Chameleon, oh, and also Heavy and Bomb. But the key is the returning characters such as Knuckles and Mighty. This would mean that the game has to take place after Sonic and Knuckles 3, where we first meet Knuckles, and Sega Sonic, where we first meet Mighty. Same thing for Sonic the Fighters. It has to be before Sonic Mania due to the cameo appearance of Bark the Polar Bear, but Fighters is his debut appearance. However, there is one spin-off that I have yet to mention. One that is plot heavy, enriches the lore of Sonic's world, but is never mentioned. Some of you may have never even heard of it, but it was a game that came out on the Nintendo DS in 2008, and I loved it. It's called Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. The reason people forget about this game is because Sonic Chronicles was an RPG, which is not what we've come to expect from our spiny blue boy. You can have all of your favorite characters join the team, like Knuckles, Shadow. You could even have Big the Cat on your team. But it was made pretty clear in the Sonic the Hedgehog Encyclopedia that this is a non-canon adventure. And this book is written by Ian Flynn, so you know that that's where Sega stands on this game. But what I've never understood was why they decided this game wasn't canon. The game's plot gives us way more backstory on the echidnas, and overall, it's a pretty well-told story. So on this occasion, I'm going to break the rules a little bit, and I'm going to ignore Sega and prove that this game can fit into the canon timeline. In Chronicles, we learn of two echidna tribes, the Knuckles clan and the Nocturnus clan. These clans go to war, and then the Nocturnus clan create the Gizoids that are already mentioned in the timeline 2,000 years ago, which helps explain where they came from. Then, in order to combat the Gizoids, the Knuckles clan wanted to use the Master Emerald, which is where the story from Sonic Adventure comes in, where Chaos appears and wipes out the Knuckles clan. This obviously is mentioned in the timeline, but it is said to happen much earlier than the creation of the Gizoids. So, if we are going to add Chronicles to this timeline, both these events would need to come together and take place in the thousands of years ago section. As Chronicles lore states, these events occurred 4,000 years ago. But that's just the past events that we've been able to place. We also need to know where the present-day events of the game take place in this timeline. To solve for that, we need to look at some of the characters in the game. For example, Cream the Rabbit is a playable character, so that puts Chronicles after Sonic Advance 2. Another character, or enemy, in Chronicles is the Gizoids. You encounter them many times during the game, but after the team's first encounter, the gang talks about the Gizoid as though they already know what they are, and asking how the Nocturnus clan got one. This means they've already met Emerald from Sonic Battle, so it has to be after that. And those same Gizoids help us know which games it's before in the timeline as well. See, when we meet Emerald in Sonic Battle, Eggman takes control of him to become a destroying machine, and Emerald knows the only way to stop it is to self-destruct, rather than letting Tails try to fix it. Tails then goes on to state that one day, when the world is a better place, they may be able to rebuild Emerald. And that right there is proof that the Gizoid technology is beyond Tails' ability. They couldn't fix him when he was malfunctioning, and had to accept that Emerald Emerald had to self-destruct. But that is not the case in another game that features Gizoids. In Sonic Advance 3, Eggman creates Gemerald, an upgraded version of Emerald. Gemerald is the big villain of the game, and in the end, Super Sonic defeats it. And at the end of the credits, we see Gemerald washed ashore. Tails then starts tinkering with this robot designed for destruction, and in the next few pictures, we see that Gemerald is now good. What that means is that between Sonic Battle and Sonic Advance 3, Tails has somehow managed to figure out Gizoid tech. But how could he have done that if Emerald is gone and there's no other Gizoids around? Because Tails fought extensively against the Gizoid during the adventures of Sonic Chronicles, and so now has a better understanding about what makes them tick. This puts the events of Sonic Chronicles nicely in between Sonic Battle and Sonic Advance 3. Wow, for a game that's considered non-canon, it's actually a great addition to the timeline, learning more about Knuckles' origins as well as all the Gizoids. Now, with all of these spin-offs and mainline games added to the timeline, it is looking beautiful. Every game Sonic has touched is now canon and is included here. So, that's the end of the video, right? I make a funny joke, say the thing, except there is one big, giant problem that exists with this timeline. Something that's been staring at us since the beginning. I'm, of course, talking about the infamous, the broken, the human hedgehog romance game that is Sonic 06. Sonic 06 makes a few appearances across the timeline, and that's due to the story of this game involving time travel, which, as we all know, makes things really simple. But the big issue is how the end of the game is resolved. In order to defeat Solaris, Sonic goes back in time 10 years to blow out the flames of Solaris. This means Elise is never infused with Iblis during the Solaris project, and therefore the entire events of the game are completely undone, and no one is able to recall any of it. We're familiar with this kind of stuff thanks to the Zelda timeline, where, due to certain events being changed in the past, the timeline splits. But Sega didn't do that with Sonic 06, instead keeping the timeline as linear. If we're going to the effort of making this timeline correct, we need to add a split in the timeline. The events of Sonic 06, including the 200-year time jump to Silver's world, should appear in one timeline and Sonic blowing out Solaris in another. The question is, which one is part of the main timeline with all the games we've talked about so far, and which one becomes the branching alternative path where those games don't exist? Well, the answer comes down to two of the other problematic parts of 06, Blaze the Cat and Silver the Hedgehog. As I've mentioned, Blaze was introduced in Sonic Rush, where she is transported to Sonic's world from the Soul Dimension. Because this game came out before Sonic 06, it was placed as such in the timeline. But Blaze is also in Sonic 06, not as a character from Sonic's time, but as Silver's companion 200 years into the future. The first question fans have been asking is, how does Blaze exist 200 years in the future, but also exist in Sonic's time, albeit in a different dimension? I believe this is due to the events at the end of Silver's story in 06. When Silver goes back in time to defeat Iblis, he tries to seal it inside himself, but it won't work. Blaze then offers herself as a sacrifice, and it works, and she fades away. A lot of people have taken this moment to be Blaze's death, but there are two separate things that tell us something different. The first one is what Blaze tells Silver to do during the cutscene.
Come on, make it quick. Use your chaos control to stop time. Then seal us into a different dimension.
And the second comes from the Sonic Encyclopedia, where Ian Flynn states, Blaze seals Iblis inside herself and is lost to another dimension. In both cases, it is clear that Blaze fades away as she is sent to another dimension, the Soul Dimension, where she then ends up back in the main series timeline during the events of Sonic Rush. But now there's a different issue. In Sonic Rush, she assumes Sonic is bad news, and Sonic has to convince her otherwise. She has no clue who he is. So if Blaze met Sonic in 06 and then was sent back in time to the Soul Dimension, why does she not remember him? Well, Takashi Iizuka, Sonic 06's creator, actually made a statement on this and why no one remembers any of the events of 06. He said, quote, basically, what happened is everyone had, like, amnesia. This amnesia includes Blaze and Silver and is why Blaze has no recollection of Sonic in Sonic Rush. But if that's the case, why would Sonic not recognize Blaze after Sonic Rush in 06? Well, because of the timeline split. If Sonic doesn't recognize Blaze in 06, maybe that means that 06's Sonic never met Blaze prior to this moment. As in, 06's main game isn't part of the main timeline we've been discussing, but is the branching alternative path. A timeline where Sonic Rush hasn't happened, and so Sonic wouldn't recognize her in 06. That would mean that Blaze's dimension swap from the end of 06 to Sonic Rush isn't just a dimension swap, it's also transporting her from this timeline to the primary timeline where Sonic reset everything by blowing out Solaris. I understand it feels complicated, but it does work, especially when you consider what we see from Silver in the rest of the series. Silver appears in multiple future games like Sonic Colors, Sonic Forces, and Team Sonic Racing. He doesn't remember any of them, and they don't remember him. You might think this is because of the whole amnesia thing again, but there's actually a different explanation, thanks to another game that Sega neglected to put in their timeline, Sonic Rivals, specifically Sonic Rivals 2. In it, Silver reveals that a creature called the Ifrit is the reason that his future is a fiery ruin, not because of Iblis like we see in 06. Therefore, this future is the future where Solaris never existed, and so this Silver never met Sonic and the gang because without Iblis, he had no reason to go back to the past to try to kill Sonic. Him then showing up in all of these mainline titles with no memory of 06's events is once again showing us that 06's main story is the alternate branch, and Sonic's reset is what ends up being the main timeline leading to the rest of the series, including Rivals and Silver's new future. But if that's the case, why does Silver appear in these future titles? Because of the first Sonic Rivals. He travels from the future to stop Eggman Nega, an ancestor of the Eggman we know and hate. When Silver encounters Sonic, he introduces himself, and by the end of the game, they are allies, which is why Silver then continues to travel back in time and help Sonic in later games. See, the Rival series pretty much explains all of the continuity issues around Silver, at least if it wasn't for something that then happens in Team Sonic Racing. In the original Japanese, before Sonic races against Silver, Sonic recounts when they first met. What happened to your energy from when we first met? Weren't you all like, I will destroy you? And Silver says, I don't recall saying that. This recollection from Sonic is without a doubt when they met in Sonic 06.
For the future of the world, I will destroy you!
If someone had shown me this before the timeline was released by Sega, I would have said, this is a racing game, so it's not canon, and just moved on. But Sega have put it in their timeline, forcing it to be canon and forcing me to make sense of it. How could Sonic know that's what Silver said to him if they have no memory of that event? And in this current timeline, it's an event that didn't even happen. Sonic could only really know about it if someone happened to tell him. And that's exactly what happened in Sonic Generations. The Time Eater transports Sonic to White Space, where he relives some of his past adventures. One of those adventures is Crisis City. There's even a rival battle with Silver. This is where Sonic is told about the events of 06, and now knows what his and Silver's first encounter was like in the time split. But then why does Silver not remember? He was also in White Space, right? Well, not exactly. You see, the characters you freed in Generations were all present when the Time Eater came and grabbed them. These are the actual characters. Silver, however, is not present at the party when they are all taken away, meaning the Silver you fight in Generations isn't actually Silver, but a memory of him, much like Metal Sonic, Perfect Chaos, and a bunch of other bosses that you fight. It's not really him, and so he isn't learning about the memory like Sonic is. Wait, did I do it? Did I finally manage to make sense of the giant plot hole that is Sonic 06? Oh, get in! We now just need to figure out a more solid place for Sonic Rivals in this new arrangement, and we'll be home free. So, with Sonic Rivals being Silver's introduction to the cast, it needs to take place before he becomes a regular character in the background or party games. His earliest inclusion at the moment is in Sonic and the Secret Rings, which means Rivals has to be before that, and likely after Riders, where he isn't playable, similar to Blaze. However, Blaze isn't mentioned or featured in Rivals. She only appears as a collectible card, which I would say is more of an Easter egg than something canonically lore relevant. So, because Blaze isn't in the game, and we've established that canonically Blaze became part of the team after Sonic Rush Adventure, that puts Rivals before Sonic Rush Adventure and after Riders. And the sequel also lacks Blaze, which tells me that once again, it takes place before Sonic Rush Adventure, making Rivals 2 a direct sequel. This also puts Eggman Nega's interdimensional attempts to rule the world nicely together, which isn't super important, but it's a nice little bow on it all. And so, with that, loyal theorists, I present to you the true Sonic timeline. It includes every game they have ever made. Games that needed to be added to help make sense of the continuity issues like Sonic Rivals. Games that were referenced but were missing from the timeline like Secret Rings. And even games that were considered not canon, we have found a home for in a way that makes sense and enriches the lore of Sonic's universe like Sonic Chronicles. I guess the only thing left to do now would be to explore some of the other continuities. With 06 showing us branching timelines are a thing, there is a chance that things like Sonic Boom, the Archie comics, the TV shows, even the movies could be added to this thing as extra branches that appear maybe earlier in the story. Although, maybe I'll let Lee handle some of that. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on Game Theory.
The Zelda timeline is broken. Again.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Spilled Ink with your host,
Emily.
And we have a guest.
Hey, you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Ditus.
And today we have a very special guest visiting Japan right now. We have June.
Hi. Hello.
Woo. For those not in the know, please tell about yourself.
I'm June. I draw online. I don't know how to describe myself. I've been doing YouTube like 10 years. I did Warrior Cats, and then I do like speed paint stuff, and I just talk about the art process, and I draw OCs, and now I draw like a lot of cookies, but like who knows how long that phase is gonna last. I just gotta do whatever I want, honestly.
But first, we need to thank the sponsor of today's video, Zen Plus. Zen Plus is an online marketplace that connects people from all over the world with Japanese sellers. An example of some of the cool stuff you can find is apparel from Air Tokyo. We're known for the anime and manga inspired merchandise. All of their products are limited edition, which means that once they're sold out, they won't be restocked. For example, we have some of Air Tokyo's pieces, their 70th anniversary Godzilla sweatshirt and their Do Rat hoodie, both of which feature some really cool anniversary illustrations, perfect for any Godzilla fan. And if you use our coupon code ZenInk25, you'll get 1,500 yen off of any purchase over 6,000 yen, valid for 3 months after the release of this video. So if you would like to check out some cool anime inspired apparel, check out Air Tokyo's products in the description before they're gone. Thanks so much to Zen Plus for sponsoring this video, and now back to the video and back to yapping. Bye. Are you still in your animator phase, or?
I've been getting back into it. I've been getting back into that because of my cookies.
I'm so excited to talk about it. And what are we doing today, June? What medium are we using?
I'm indoctrinating you guys. I'm the highlighter guy.
Yay!
We're using highlighters today.
This is so cute. What is it?
It's just a little highlighter set.
This is a highlighter set?
Wee! Yeah, you can just pull it apart.
I didn't know you could use highlighters to use art.
See, that's the thing. That's why I like highlighters so much. I've been big in my sketchbook era. I've been making a lot of sketchbooking videos lately.
I did not know you could get so many colors with highlighters.
Right, isn't it great? So I've been doing a lot of sketchbook stuff, and I find that the way that I enjoy sketchbooking is I keep it simple. I keep it simple, stupid. So I don't I don't worry about like making stuff pretty. I would love to show you if I hadn't dropped and thrown my other sketchbook all the way over here.
Every sketchbook tour you post, it is like, I love the way you sketch.
You're so
because
kind.
you make it look so. Like, you have very dynamic sketches that look effortless.
I've got like,
I don't know how you do it. See,
I've got these if you wanted to look at these. Okay, so these are what I did on the plane here.
I like how loose they look.
Yeah. So I just like,
oh my god.
do just enough. Like, I need to be done immediately. I don't want to spend any time on it.
And do you just like raw dog it with pen?
So yeah, I have a couple different methods. Like this page, I just went straight in it with pen, and then I added highlighter to the ones that I wanted to like this is a scene, and to help like itemize them as different scenes, and so you understand that you're supposed to group them in different ways. I colored them in different places. But then like these,
Oh
I
my
did the
goodness.
loose sketch in the highlighter, and then I did the pen on top, and then I have like.
Oh, so you like sketch with highlighter first?
Yeah, and then these like I
love their
blocked
hair.
in the silhouette. Thank you. I blocked in the silhouette before I added highlighter or lines to that. I did that with like these Sonic ones over here. I did that on the plane back from. Ooh, there was a bad page we just skipped.
I didn't see anything.
You might have to blur that out. I did these on like a plane back
What the
from
What?
London.
Oh,
You're a Sonic fan?
Excuse my profanity.
I just saw Sonic 3 recently, and that made me want to draw the characters.
Wow, I
That's all
like
I really know.
the faces of Knuckles.
Wait,
this looks sick.
Thank you. Like I block them in with the highlighter first, and then I add the lines afterwards. And like people on the plane approached me afterwards, like I've never seen anyone do that. Do you have an Instagram? I'm like, thanks.
Wait, I like the highlighter look, huh? It looks
Yeah,
sick. You
so-
give me the impression that you draw fast. Am I
Oh yeah.
wrong?
Oh yeah. I'm built for speed.
Oh my god, you guys are like a different breed.
See, that's what I'm here to teach you
We are
today.
kindred spirits.
Yeah, please let me go faster.
I'm here to teach you to go faster. There was one other page I wanted to show
Oh,
just
yeah,
to like
please,
make my
please.
point.
Woo, damn.
Oh, that was
Brandon.
a study. God damn it! like this is like 3 colors, and I like layering them. I think highlighters give a nice, fun layering effect, kind of similar to alcohol markers, but they're not like high pressure like alcohol markers. They're just highlighters, you know? They're cheap highlighters. You don't have to stress about the drawing looking cool because they're just friggin' highlighters.
Oh, yeah.
Although I did manage to get on this page, there's slight like, I blended them. I blended the
highlighters?
freaking highlighters.
Let's get a zoom in.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in on that, please?
Oh, these little
this is good.
fun little gems.
Yeah.
Hee hee.
Dude, this whole episode could just be a sketchbook tour. I'd be down.
I think maybe while we start conversation, we can warm up just like layering them differently because I
Okay.
think it's fun to see them layer.
What is your method?
Is this your
wanna know
favorite brand?
method.
I love Stabilo. Yeah, these are my guys.
Everybody's got their favorite brand.
Oh
huh?
yeah, I
Okay.
love Stabilo ones.
When do you use these, though?
I used those on
Just like-
this page over here. It's
Wait,
just-
what is that? Is that a paint?
These are highlighters.
Yeah, you just pull it apart.
What the heck?
There's
So
different
sick.
highlight.
Where'd
I
you get
love
these?
just like a regular store, like not an art store, and that means that they're the cheapest and the not greatest ones, which are my favorite kinds. The way I see it, you don't need to be perfectionist about it, right? Like I know for a fact that if I take something into a digital program that I can fine tune it and correct it until it looks great and awesome and perfect and wonderful, I know I can do that. It doesn't change that if my sketches don't look good. Like that does not denote my ability to make something look beautiful. So if I am able to like draw as many things as possible while sketching, I am maximizing what I am learning through my sketching, and then I can take that and like draw something pretty later. Like compartmentalizing what I'm focusing on. Is that the word I want to use?
I am complete opposite of this take, but I agree with this take.
It's a good mindset to be in. It's one of those things where it's like I have to remind myself sometimes because like I have my mantras, but they have to be mantras. You have to like I'll go through phases where I'm working in my sketch with like, damn, this is and I have to just power through it, and I'll come back to that page like 20 minutes later. I'm like, it's fine. Why was I freaking out the whole time?
I feel that.
We're just mean to ourselves. We're so mean to ourselves.
I feel like
Oh yeah, we are.
I don't sketch very often, I think, because I put so much pressure on myself to like make them nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm thinking too far ahead into I want future Emily to look back on these sketchbook papers and be like, ooh, this looks nice. But I'm like, that's not the focus. That shouldn't be my focus. Why am I performing for future me?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense.
Emily art rages a lot.
I'm gonna draw
Silhouette
just
in
whatever the
here.
first stuff that comes to mind.
Yeah.
I guess we're just doodling, huh?
Yeah, it's
It's
a
not
draw
that
and yap
crazy.
session. How often do you, like, how consistently do you draw in your sketchbook?
I be sketchbooking. I be sketchbooking a whole hell of a lot.
Damn,
We
wish
need
that were
to
us.
do that, dude. Yeah. God, I wish that were me.
Well, that was our main goal when we moved. We're moving to a new studio, and we're gonna have a draft table in there just for, you know, now that our traditional media materials are at home, we can roll out of bed, and like if we feel like physical media, we could do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we have to go to the studio and all our materials here, and even if we're feeling it, we can't do it, right?
It's definitely like an ADHD thing, making something as convenient as possible to make sure you actually get it done. With highlight, I really like just blocking in the main shapes. That's another thing that I really enjoy about leaving guidelines behind is I will like, if I start doing guidelines, I'll hyper focus on trying to get details correct as I go. And I think doing that, like, weird rant, I don't know if I have aphantasia. It's because every time I see those like charts where people are like, what apple do you see? I don't see anything, and I don't believe that people see an apple. Like, I'm either reading this chart wrong or you guys are all lying to me.
Wait, really? Like, you can't envision the apple in your head?
Not at all. Not at all.
So explain the aphantasia. Was it aphantasia?
Yeah, so it's the idea that some people, like if you ask someone to picture an apple, that some people can picture an apple in their head and they just see it. Like you just see an apple, which sounds fake. That doesn't sound real. I don't see anything. I know what an apple looks like factually. Like I know a lot of what an apple looks like, and I can tell myself what that looks like, and I can like imagine what it would look like, but I don't see anything. And I have a friend who she texted me that aphantasia chart, and she's like, what do you see? I'm like, oh, this again. Getting ready to go on my little rant. And I'm like, I don't see anything. And she was like, oh, that's such a relief. I don't see anything either. And it was like starting to freak me out because all of my friends see stuff. And I'm like, why am I an artist then? But if you don't see anything either, and you're such a nice artist, that makes me feel better. I'm like, that's such a nice thing to say. Like, I've thought about it ever since. I'm like, maybe that's kind of the thing. Like, we draw because we can't see things. So this is a way for us to, like, get it out there. And I kept thinking about it. Like, why do I draw? How does that affect my process? And I think trying to draw things from nothing, from like a blank page, and trying to go in on the guidelines and like perfecting the details as I go is just making problems. So I want to get my guideline out like as soon as possible, just get the details somewhere on the page, and I know I can fix it as I go. So it's not as important to get the early stages right. I need something to look at, and then I can start going like, oh, the size of this head is fucked up. I need to move the eye over here. I need this wrist puff to be up higher, And I just get that out of the way sooner. Just make the mistakes faster, I guess. I can start correcting if I make the mistake faster, if I can actually look at it, because I can't imagine what it would look like otherwise. I have to see it.
It reminds me when like I know some artists are like colorblind and they do art.
Yeah.
Art is everything, you can just, I don't think it matters what your brain is, right?
That works.
If I tell you to imagine like a horse or something, like is it tough?
Like I know what a horse looks like. I could draw a horse right now, and like I can tell myself like the details of what like the musculature at least somewhat looks like. Like I know where the curves would go with its different joints, but like I can't see a horse. I can tell myself what it looks like, but
Wait, you've never like, when you listen to music and you imagine a whole like AMV in your head with like OCs?
Yeah, but like I'm thinking about what it would look like. Like I don't actually see it.
That's
the thing. It's
what
like,
does that work?
I don't understand how you guys see it. Like none of this makes sense to me. If it weren't for that stupid fucking apple chart, I never would have fucking apple when I get that apple, dude. Isn't an apple something to do with love and deep space?
Okay. Well,
what have you done? What have you done?
Okay, listen. I have been holding back like every episode to like not bring up Love and Deep Space.
I want to know.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, because alright, I'm gonna call out Didas here really quick.
Why? What'd I do?
Sometimes I'll like want to talk about it, and he'll be like, "Listen, our viewers they don't want to hear about Love and Deep Space every episode. Okay, there's people who don't want to hear about that."
There are some.
I'm gonna dump about my Blorbos to you guys, so I feel like it's only a fair trade that you tell me about yours, because I want to know what's up with Caleb. That's the way! That's the Emily, I get you. I get you.
Or I'm AFK.
Oh my god.
Just wait until I start explaining cookie genocide. He'll be back.
What the hell is
We're on Caleb right now.
Okay, 'cause, like, I don't know if this is the cookie you're referring to. I've been seeing so much fan art of this like shadow cookie.
Whoa. My freaking boy.
Your cookie Ikemen.
There's a good chance that not only is that my fault, but a lot of it's from me. Great chance it's that.
It might be Actually, dude, you know what I did yesterday? Like, okay, the Love in Deep Space brain rot is actually affecting my life.
Are you talking about the keychain?
No.
Oh, okay.
We went shopping yesterday for just like little furniture pieces, and we found this really cool shop that sells baskets, and they had apple baskets, and so in the game, all the love interests all have their own like emoji pack that you can use when you like message them. It's not of them, but it's just little characters that like represent them.
Right.
And for Caleb's, it's like this big red apple and small green apple. And the small green apple's supposed to represent the MC, you. And I saw it in the baskets. There was a big red apple basket and a small green apple basket.
That's us.
I was like, hold on. Okay, I didn't think that's us. I thought, oh my god, it's them. Because I don't view MC as like myself. I know the whole point of like an Ultimate game is to like self-insert. I feel like because she has such a strong personality on her own.
Does she?
I view her as like this is as like a vessel that I'm observing her love life through. If that makes sense. But I was like, oh my god, it's them. That is so cute. So I bought it. I don't know what I'm gonna use it for.
Decor. Beautiful little pieces to decorate your home and make you happy. What could be better?
But I've just been like buying more apple motif items.
Oh my god, she changed fruit. She betrayed. She betrayed the Ichigo.
You guys gotta change your spilled ink mascot.
Strawberries are still number one.
Apple squid.
It's funny though, cause like not too long ago I had bought like apple earrings, and I posted it to Twitter, and someone was like, "Oh my god, she bought fruit earrings that weren't strawberries. This Caleb thing is getting serious." I was like so ready to talk about it, but I don't know why I'm like nervous all of a sudden.
We could start with cookies if that would make you feel more comfortable.
Yeah!
You want me to start?
Tell me
What is cookies? Why do you keep saying cookies? I don't
Because
understand.
they're from Cookie Run Kingdom.
Oh, yeah, that game. Okay.
Yeah, Cookie Run's been like a franchise for fucking ever.
The art in that game is so freaking beautiful.
I love the art. That's why I play. I'm not good at the game. I'm not at all good at the game. I just love how it looks, and that's why I keep playing. I rely entirely on my friend Patrick to tell me what the current meta is, and I go, yes, sir. I build my team according to that, and then I get to keep looking at the pretty pictures. So I've been like a Cookie Run fan for like 4 years. I played it actively for the first 2 years of that, and then 2 years after that, I just kind of fell off. There's only so many things with dailies that I can keep track of at the same time. So, yeah, I had to take my turn with Neopets and do other things.
Hell yeah, Neopets.
Hell yeah, Neopets. And then my patrons were getting really back into Cookie Run, and they were like, I just came in to talk about some of the character designs, because like these fucking cookies, you can never guess their pronouns before they're announced. I love that about these cookies. This one is what got me to start playing the game again, because they were like, oh wow, I love him so much, and I'm like, huh?
Wait, who's that?
That's Peach Blossom Cookie. I love him.
He's beautiful.
He's beautiful. See right there, a male?
A male?
That don't look like a cookie.
So, the original cookies
Scam.
looked a lot more like cookies. It's more like they've got food motifs going on.
I see.
So like they have like icing and they have like food in their hair, and I don't know, it's all very cute. But I re-downloaded it for him, and it turned out like when I was playing the game, it was on like the first arc of the story, and in the time that I wasn't playing it, it started on the second arc. Like in Oven Break, there's within all the different spin-off games, they have largely different casts. But there's some cookies from the very first game that make it into most of the other games. So like Ginger Brave is the main character. He's in like every Cookie Run game. And then there's like the Ancients, which are the 5 heroes. And their names are Hollyberry, Dark Cacao, Golden Cheese, White Lily, and Pure Vanilla. Pure Vanilla, my boy. And they're your hero cookies that are in every game. They finished the first arc of the story in Cookie Run Kingdom, and the second arc started. And in the second arc decided to introduce brand new characters to Cookie Run Kingdom, and these were the Beast cookies. And what we found out is that, like, bear with me on explaining this plot, because some of it, I'm like, I don't know if it didn't make sense or if I just wasn't paying attention. I don't really care either way. I'm having fun, and I like looking at it. But, like, the Beasts used to be the 5 heroes. They represented 5 different virtues, and they were all powerful, but with all of that power, it inevitably led to all of them becoming corrupted, and all of them were then locked inside of a silver tree for many millennia. And their powers...
I didn't know the lore went...
Oh, yeah. Oh,
crazy
so
for cookies.
The base lore is that the main villain in every Cookie Run game is Dark Enchantress Cookie, which used to be White Lily Cookie, which was one of your 5 heroes.
Dark Enchantress? She sounds like a baddie.
She kind of, she should be, but she's one of the first cookies they designed, so she looks kind of funny, if I'm honest. She's one of the ones that looks the most like an actual gingerbread cookie. But she, like White Lily found out that cookies were created by the witches in ovens and that cookies are meant to be eaten, and she kind of had a little moment and fell into evil dough and became evil Dark Enchantress Cookie because she was sick of cookie genocide from being eaten, I guess. I don't know. But we have these beasts that were all locked away before. Their powers, which are called Soul Jam, were taken from them and given to the Ancients, who are our main heroes, and they're all like narrative opposites. Dark Cacao, I'd have to look up exactly what his thing is, but his narrative opposite is Mystic Flower, and Mystic Flower is like the cookie of apathy. She used to like grant wishes for everyone, and then people wanted so much from her that she's like, I think you should actually want for nothing. I think that I want everyone to die, not because I have hatred for you in my heart, but because everyone would be more satisfied if we wanted for nothing. So she's like, I want you all to return to Flower. And she gives them like Thanos snap disease. They all just start fading away. And they're content with it. It's like horrifying and awesome. And then you meet Burning Spice, and he used to be like the herald of change, and then he took that to like the extreme, and now he's like, he's the force of destruction. He's like, I want to kill you, and I want you to make it a challenge for me, or I'm gonna be pissed, because I love destroying things. So they really want to like kill their narrative opposite and take their soul jam back, get their powers back. And then you get to Shadow Milk, and his narrative opposite is Pure Vanilla.
Shadow Milk?
Shadow Milk Cookie!
Oh, that's his name, Shadow Milk?
Yeah, Shadow Milk Cookie. He's the narrative opposite to Pure Vanilla Cookie. Pure Vanilla is Jesus. He's your funny, pious little priest. He's pure, sweet, good boy. And his narrative opposite is Jester Satan. You know, you have Mystic Flower, who's like, I want you dead, and you have Burning Spice, who's like, I want you dead, and you get to Shadow Milk, and he goes, I want you. I want you so bad. He looks at Pure Vanilla, he's like, I want to see you become corrupted just like I did, and we're gonna be best friends forever, and we're gonna spend the rest of our lives together, being evil little cookies together. I want you. It works for a little bit. Pure Vanilla does become corrupted, and he has a little emo phase. He's got his head in his hands. He's like, what have I spent my life doing? But he powers through, and in the end, he like ascends to his new like a more advanced godhood form. And he's like, Shadow Milk, I feel like I actually really understand you now, and I still want to be your friend. And Shadow Milk's like, you can't do that. You can't overcome this when I couldn't and still like me. Fuck you. He freaks out. It's a messy breakup. I'm obsessed with them.
I can't keep this serious when you keep saying Shadow Milk. I like you're talking, and then the moment you say Shadow Milk, my brain's just like Shadow Milk.
You should hear him talk.
Shadow Milk.
He goes, he's so shiny, so strong. He talks so silly.
Okay, what does this Shadow Milk look like?
Is he new?
Is he milk?
Oh yeah, I just realized.
Is he a cookie or is he milk?
He doesn't have
He's a cookie.
Point of reference of what.
Where's my phone? There they are, my boys. So that's Shadow Milk right there.
Oh, I like Shadow Milk's design.
Yeah.
The eyes on the head.
That don't look edible.
You don't have to.
No, look, Vanilla has like a waffle cone hat.
Yeah, he's a little vanilla ice cream guy.
Yeah, that person looks edible.
There he is when he's evil. Don't worry about that. That's
so
it'll complicate the waters.
Is this like toxic yaoi?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I think one of the things that made getting into Love and Deep Space so fun is just engaging with that fandom culture that I feel like I've been so far removed from for so many years. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like nowadays when I get into something, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I like that thing. But I don't, like, actively talk about it with other people who like that thing. I'm usually not actively drawing fan art of the thing. I'm just like, I enjoy consuming this thing, and I kind of leave it at that. And, like, I think the last time I really got into the whole, like, fandom excitement was probably back in, like, college, when I got super into, like, Animal Crossing New Leaf and Gravity Falls. Like, for me, that was like, yeah, I'm actively engaging with this fandom. And then now, it's this Ultimate game, and oh my god, so there's some employees at our agency who's also really into Love and Deep Space. So right now my work DMs are just entirely like us sending each other Love and Deep Space memes.
Hell yeah.
Unrelated to work, by the way, just completely unrelated, but it's just, I don't know, it's just a fun way to connect. And like for like all of the love interest birthdays, we have a group chat where we plan like what we're gonna do for that day.
I saw you post on Twitter that you're like, oh, it's someone's birthday, so we all went to the aquarium and had like these themed snacks. I'm like, how the do I do that? That's awesome.
You can do that. Like, it's funny because people were like, "Oh, what restaurant is doing this event?" I'm like, we literally just brought our own stickers and like stuck them on the drinks. We're like, we made our own collab.
That
cafe.
sounds awesome. Cookie Run fans in my area, hit me up.
It's just been a lot of fun and like. I don't know, for the first time in a while, I made, like, new art mutuals on, like, Twitter.
Oh, yeah. It's so admittedly, like, a big part of why I got so attached to Shadow Milk and Pure Vanilla is because, like, it's so funny how I was justifying it to myself for a long time, and then I realized, like, all the vocabulary I was using to explain why I'm having fun, I'm like, this is a fandom. Yeah. I'm in a fandom again.
You're in a fandom. And, like, there's no shame in it.
And there isn't, but also it's a little scary, because it's, like, the horrifying ideal of being known again, suddenly. I'm not used to that. I'm such a little
We're
hermit,
YouTubers,
you know?
June. What do you mean? Our job is to be perceived.
I don't know. I spent like a hot minute there. Like I post and then I run.
Yeah, I feel that actually.
And like I changed a lot of my content because like I didn't want to make it about my personality. And I mean, not about my personality, but like not about my personal life, I should say. Like I felt like that was too much. I don't really do story times anymore because it was just getting to be too much for me for a long time. And I feel like I'm slowly starting to kind of come back from that a little bit. There's new boundaries for sure. Basically just people get really attached to the idea of you and cross lines for that idea of you. And like, I sit there and I'm like, but that's not even me. And I had like a whole identity crisis over it. It made me upset. So I pulled back pretty far for a while. So suddenly I'm like in a fandom again and suddenly like I'm using Twitter all the time. And I've got like these new mutuals that love these cookie characters. I'm like, I kind of want to be friends with you. but like, oh, I have to be known again. Scary. But also that's just life.
Yeah. One thing I'm really appreciative of is like, I feel like it's a feeling that a lot of people empathize with, like getting really into like a certain thing and it consumes your thoughts. Because I remember, I've been drawing a lot of like Love and Deep Space fan art recently. And like at first I was really self-conscious when I first started posting them because I was like, this isn't really related to like my channel or my life.
But
and,
they still pop off though.
I feel like people, I was worried that if I posted too much about it, people would get annoyed. Like, this isn't what I signed up for. But surprisingly and luckily, most of my viewers have been really nice about it. And like some of the comments I love getting is they're like, I don't know what this is, but I really like that you're enjoying yourself.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, thank you, I appreciate it.
I can feel your passion, Emily.
Yeah, they'll be like, I don't know who these characters are, I don't play this game, but like, I love that you're drawing, keep it up. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you. It's making me so creatively fulfilled.
I love when people message me, because like, I'm also just kind of hard to get a hold of, because I'm so easily overwhelmed. And when I'm easily overwhelmed, I avoid the internet, because that's where all my stressful stuff is. But also, that's the only way I communicate with people. So it's a problem that makes it's a cycle. Yeah. It's a cycle thingy. What was I saying?
Welcome to my life.
ADHD like a motherfucker, dude. But I have a lot of people. I felt bad for posting so many cookies. I've had days where the brain rot got so bad that I posted 10 illustrations in a day, multiple times. Multiple times I've done that. I did like a 24-hour challenge for a video recently, and then I was like, wow, that was hard, I need a break. And not 2 days later, I accidentally drew cookies for 21 hours straight. What the fuck am I doing? What's wrong with me? I'm like, am I pissing people off? Is this really annoying? But then I have people who I don't talk to all that often. They start sending me, they're like, I have no idea who these cookies are, but I saw them and they remind me of you. I'm like,
those are the sweetest, where they're like, I don't know who this, I thought you'd like this, I've seen you draw this character.
The other one that tickles me a bit is when people go, I swore that was your OC. I was so sure that was your OC.
Oh my god.
I'm like, I might file for custody at this point.
I posted, oh my god, what is it? Oh, some people were like, I thought you just were drawing your OCs and you named the comic lads. Or what is it? I drew like a high school AU, like fan art, with like their names and like little like fun facts about them.
Right.
And someone in my comments is like, you could have picked better names. And I'm like, I didn't name them! Also, these names are fine, how dare you?
What's wrong with Caleb, huh? Speak! Say it to my face. You could have picked a better name. I'm not really sure why you went with Shadow Milk. A little weird.
You guys, I wish I had brain rot. You guys sound like you're having a blast.
I'm having the time of my life. I'm animating again suddenly. I had all this brain rot over my actual OC, who I'm drawing right now. This guy is what kicked it off and made me realize that I need to be indulging more.
Oh my god, I need to do that.
Yeah.
I need to know your ways.
I did it all for him at first. All for my sweet baby boy Apollo. When I left that comment on your video, when like you posted the video, it's like, Emily brain rot.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know what it's like having like one special favorite little boy. I was talking about him.
Oh my, I like his design.
Thank you! I didn't know that the pure vanilla Shadow Milk plane was gonna hit the towers.
Shadow Milk.
What I was gonna say earlier is I was so removed from fandom that I started an animatic for my funny little cookie ship, my cookie
Oh,
Yowie.
I love your animatic.
Thank
It's so
you!
freaking good.
I started an animatic and it did not occur to me for even a second until I posted it and comments started coming in like, you make me feel like it's okay to say I like this ship. I'm like, is this controversial?
Yeah,
it is. It's incredibly controversial.
Why?
Oh, it's loaded. It's
What?
There's layers
Okay.
to it, and I think part of it is because Shadow Milk is so popular right now. Like
Of
Cookie Run
course.
itself is going through like a whole fandom revival because he's so popular. So
How
not
is there
only is it, like-
controversy over cookies?
because you're shipping like a hero and a villain, you know? Like Shadow Milk literally
I'm sorry.
psychologically tortured Pure Vanilla for a minute there.
Are people not able to handle like the enemies to lovers trope?
So he is Cookie Satan. I will say that. I love horror. I especially
too.
love what's called disreality horror. And it's like,
Yeah, what the heck is that?
how do you describe disreality? It's literally playing on the idea of like questioning if things are real or not. And there's different levels of which you can take it to. It can get pretty dreamlike in a way. Like because he's Cookie Satan and he's got all these different powers of deception. His whole thing is lies, and he can like distort reality. And that's like, he used all of that to torment Pure Vanilla into becoming corrupted for a bit. And people are like, that's not okay. It's not okay to do that to your partner. It's like,
They're
well,
also not fucking real. They're also not real. What? Okay, oh my, I'm gonna sound like a boomer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna sound like a boomer. I
I
can't
don't
do
get
this.
either. I don't get either.
I like that one of them is always obsessed with the other one. One of them's always chasing, but it's only one of them. The other one's always running away.
Hey, those are the best ones. The pining, the yearning.
Yeah. I don't know, it's fun. It's fun and it's incredibly removed from reality, you know, like there's not a real life comparison to this. They're god cookies. It's like trying to apply morals to enjoying the Greek gods. Like you can't enjoy Zeus because he's a serial cheater and terrible to his wife, you know, but do you know Epic, the musical?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love
Penelope.
Penelope, why? You know I'm too shy and terrified.
What's your favorite song?
That's a great question. I really like Scylla because of Gigi's animatic. Gigi's animatic drives me insane. The Scylla design that they did, I want to draw it. I do like Suffering a lot because I animated Apollo with it, and that's just associated now. I like 600 Strike because I started my own animatic to it. Don't get your hopes up. I don't know if I'm gonna finish that. I have a lot of cookies I need to draw right now.
Too many cookies, too little time. How many cookies are there in the game? Side note.
Depends on the game you're asking about. In Kingdom, there's like 140.
My God, and they're all voiced?
Oh yeah.
Jesus, I can barely keep up with the 5 men in my silly little ultimate game. What do I want to draw?
You should draw Caleb.
I didn't want.
Why not?
She's scared. She's scared.
Don't be scared. It's fun. We're just having fun here. If you don't draw Caleb, I'm gonna make a request for you to draw a cookie.
If June is drawing a cookie, you're drawing a cookie?
Well,
A gesture.
these ones are cookies.
These are cookies?
And
Okay.
this one's my guy.
That's OC?
Yeah, that's my OC.
You should draw your OC as a cookie.
I can do that. been highly requested. People are like, okay, I'm like, I'm neglecting my OCs for this freaking cookie, and they're like, well, turn your OCs into cookies.
Just
now.
combine the two.
I will. I'll do that after I finish this one.
I have a question, Didas.
Yo.
What's the last character you have been extremely not normal about, if ever?
Not normal? What does that mean?
Like the way that June feels about Shadow Milk and the way I feel about Caleb. What has been a character for you that has evoked those feelings?
Like you see them and you want to start just bashing your hands on the table. You go making monkey noises. You're like, that's my guy.
You know, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't get super duper like I must draw this character, right?
I will say that like I've been putting a lot of effort into with all this highlighter and sketchbooking stuff I've been doing lately. I've been trying to find ways to work with my ADHD instead of against it. And that's what really started unlocking my brain rot, I think, was just like giving in to Suddenly I've got my symptoms are going crazy, but I make it work. We're on good terms.
It's like Nosferatu where he calls for you.
You must bounce.
You must ride him till dawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sakura?
From Naruto?
From Naruto.
You said that and I'm like, surely not Card Captor. Surely not. You borrowed that.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I forgot his hand.
Like Marth from Fire Emblem. That's like your...
Well, that's like, but I don't like, I gotta draw Marth at 24/7 or like, oh, I can't wait to draw Marth.
I want to see Didas get super into a fandom.
Is that like, I don't, what do you mean like fandom? Like if Fire Emblem comes out, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play that game. Can't wait. Woo! You know? I'm not like, oh yeah, I don't know. I've never, in my whole life, I don't feel like I've ever felt that.
This is Caleb.
Yeah! Look at that face.
Honey, what do you think?
Yeah, he's beautiful. He's a beautiful man with them bangs.
Hell yeah.
That you like.
I do like bangs. That's one thing I've never grew out of since like middle school.
I remember you saying that in the childhood crushes video we did.
Oh yeah!
I remember bangs. You ever find that you say something in a video one time and people never let you forget?
I say that I like instant ramen more than real ramen one time, and people won't let me live it down.
Someone recently I was posting about Shadow Milk again, and they're like, it's always Shadow Milk or David Hasselhoff with you. I'm like, what are you on about? What? I said that one time!
Where's the David Hasselhoff banner?
No!
Cough it up.
No!
Cough it up.
We're not doing that. You cannot be serious.
What do you mean it's always David Hasselhoff?
You motherfucker!
Wasn't there like a period of time after that video came out where people just kept sending you like different old men?
Yeah.
And being like, hey, you like this?
Yeah, that definitely happened.
Also, viewers, I forgot to address this. Please don't mind the bruises on my arm. We've been moving hella boxes the past few days.
Yeah.
And I just am magically getting bruises.
I've also been beating the shit out of her.
Oh my, okay. I'm not gonna do the flip test no more. With that is not okay.
This sketchbook, I literally, the paper was so thin that I realized I could copy things onto the next page, so I did that. So like this one came out like super fucked up, and I'm like, fix it.
Oh wait, that's awesome.
You know what? I feel like the highlights are really nice for fast. I get it now.
Yeah.
I get the gestures and whatever.
I love not being able to erase. I think that was a big deal for me. Was not being able to erase.
Terrifies me.
Well, it's like everything just takes so much longer if you spend time erasing things. I'll frequently when I'm drawing something, I'll just redraw it if I don't like it in pen. I'll just redraw the same thing a couple times. And usually, like, by doing that, I'm able to problem solve what the issue is more effectively than if I were to, like, have an eraser and just keep erasing that one spot and trying to redo it again. So with digital art, if I find myself, like, finicking with something too much, I stop myself, I delete it, and I start over. with the sketch, and that always fixes it. It's a little magic cheat code for me.
Life hack? Okay.
So,
Yeah.
June, which do you prefer, digital or physical?
You ask every guest this question.
I have a lot of love for traditional right now because I think me finding my love for art again is entirely due to traditional.
Oh yeah.
And I went through like I made a focused effort to try and learn how to draw digitally the same way I do physically or traditionally. Words. I made a whole video about it, and that was like a whole process that took me a couple months to took a lot of journaling to figure out what wasn't working and what I needed to be doing, but I was able to figure out how to do digital art in a way that I enjoy similarly to traditional art. And now they offer me different things, but I like them both for different reasons.
Yeah.
And I find usually like if one of them's frustrating me, that's the sign that I need to spend some time in the other.
Oh, I never really thought of it. I just assumed if I'm having an off day, like I'm like, well, I'm gonna have an off day no matter what. I draw.
Well, I really, really enjoy doing art studies, which is not something that I used to spend so much time doing. But now it's like if I'm having an off day, if I'm struggling with a particular pose, I'll just go into my sketchbook and I'll start doing studies from that pose. And like if I'm ever art blocked, I start copying. You just look at your references and work on recreating them. And I like doing those in ink so that I can't worry too much about getting it perfect, because it's not about getting it perfect. I just need to capture the information of it.
Yeah, because with pencil, you're just tempted to just constantly erase till you get that line just right.
Yeah, there's something called blind studies that I've done a few times. I've got an example of that too.
Oh, I want to see blind studies.
Blind studies, where you redraw something multiple times, once with the reference, once without the reference, then again with the reference, then again without the reference, and you just keep going until you've kind of until you figure
don't edit that out. Hey. Every single one of those.
So like these are I did this one while looking at the reference. I did this from memory, and then looking at the reference, and then from memory, and then reference. I did them over here.
Oh my god!
And it helps to retain the information until the point, like I did it over here.
Yeah,
and
you've
then,
been in the lab.
Yeah, and then this page I just did from off the dome.
Who's this cutie patootie?
That's my OC. Her name is Frankie.
She's so freaking cute. I love
Thank
her little
you.
old lady mouth. Oh.
I love blind studies.
Damn, this is therapeutic. Honestly, I thought I was gonna have an awful time, not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because I was like, I'm not used to sketching in a sketchbook.
Same.
And also, I'm using a sketchbook where I've had the most art rage because I wasn't liking any of the stuff I was drawing. This was like my Inktober sketchbook. So I was like, okay, I'm returning to the sketchbook where I don't have the best memories. And I'm trying out this new technique that I'm not familiar with. But the way you, broke it down makes me feel more at ease.
Yay!
I don't even know.
That looks.
Want to
I love the
practice a side profile. Thanks. And I'm like, oh, I actually don't hate it. And even if I did, I could just try again, you know?
Yeah, we should convert Emily to highlight artist, or for notebooks at least.
Yeah, highlighter art.
I kind of like it.
Some other pens I have here that you guys should try out. I like these a lot.
So you brought a lot of material because you're doing like an art retreat in Japan, or is that secret? Or?
No, it's not a secret. I am doing an art retreat, and I guess that's part of why I brought them, but it's mostly because I made a travel sketchbook of my trip to the UK this year. People really liked it, and I had a lot of fun doing it. It felt very therapeutic, so I'm like, I'm just gonna fucking do it again. So it's for me, and I just like highlighters. I like having all my options.
Yeah, well, thank you for teaching us highlight. I actually really think like the loose thing, I get it now.
I'm glad.
I should start converting. I actually we might just go and buy like a whole set of highlighters.
I love highlighters.
From this brand.
I'm spreading my agenda. Where's the nice pink?
Would you? Oh, I have it. Is this it?
Oh no, it's good.
I lost it.
The ADHD. The ADHD.
I hate my life.
I understand. The amount of times that I'm like literally mid-sentence and I freeze. I'm in the middle of a story. I'm like, I have to look at the person I'm talking to, like, what the was I talking about? I don't know. I will lose whatever I'm talking about like nothing. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, you know what? I just realized how I never like thought about it until like we moved, right? And normally like I have spots where I put my objects, like my phone, I'll put it like always like either in the bathroom or like on top of the couch, right? So I have the spots, but ever since we moved, it's like a new environment. I'm losing my phone every 2 seconds. I'm like, where's my phone? Where's my scissors? Where's my phone? Where's my scissors? And I can never find the scissors.
I do this terrible thing where I lose my phone in the same spot every time. And I never expect it because I'll be getting ready for my day, and then I'm downstairs. I'm like, where the fuck is my phone? And every single time I do this, it's in my closet. I went into my closet to get changed, and I put it down in my closet, and I forgot it there. It happens every time, and the closet's never the first place I look, and I'm sick to death of myself.
Fellas, you won't believe it. While I was peeing, I found another bruise on my leg.
What are you doing?
I don't know. All right, what should I draw now?
You should draw like I think you should draw Caleb. If the mic didn't pick it up, I heard it. And it was special to me, and I think you should indulge. That's another big thing. I took a risk with my YouTube stuff recently, and I'm like, I used to be so focused on like trying to make sure that whatever I did was like algorithm stuff, and I just wasn't happy.
Yeah.
So I'm like, F it. I'm just gonna start doing things that I enjoy. And like, frankly, like numbers are down, but I feel like there's been so much more success. Like literally, I've been able to give everyone raises. The business is booming right now, and people seem so much more personally invested in the stuff that I've been putting out lately.
Yeah,
and
I
it
feel
just
like
feels good.
People can tell if your heart's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you feel like every artist has to go through this?
It's the human experience, baby.
And I think it's also because, like, we're in, like, a job where we're both using our art, but also the success depends on whether people are interested.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of artists kind of get pushed into this mindset of, like, well, I have to do something that's pleasing for the general public and, like, the algorithm.
No, yeah, exactly. And, like, it's easy to, like, let numbers really affect how you feel about something. Sometimes I hate that the YouTube studio like shows you how well a video performs.
I don't give a f***. They'll be like, hey, just so you okay, it's like having like a toxic friend who is trying to like tear you down. You log in and they're like, I just wanted to let you know, like, as a bestie, I have to let you know that fewer of your subscribers are choosing to click on this video. You should probably do something about that.
Right? It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I don't have control over that.
And also, I don't give a f***. Like,
I've been feeling much better about it since I started posting shorts, because I think shorts are really they're kind of like sketchbooks in the way where it's like it's low stakes. You know, if a short doesn't do that well, who cares? And like now I've had a bunch of shorts like either not do well or do like really well, and like it doesn't fucking matter either way.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? It. I'm tired putting so much energy into caring about it.
I almost did shorts, and then I decided not to.
What would, other than the collab cafes, because I know you almost did that, but
yeah,
like, were there other things you almost did them with?
That was just it. I was like, I might move to shorts, and people were like, I fucking hate shorts, please don't do it. And I was like,
try doing some dry
shorts. Okay.
I mean, if you know, if you want to do shorts, you should do shorts.
I don't really want to do shorts.
Okay, well, there it is.
I like having the excuse to, with my ADHD, I've always got new ideas. Always, and that means that a lot of things get left behind because I'm like on to the next thing.
Yeah.
So I've been learning to like, okay, I have an interest in this thing right now. How do I scale it back to work with the time that I have that I know I can finish it before I catch on to the next thing?
That's so smart.
Yeah, and shorts have been really good for that because I'm like, I'll see something like, oh, I could do an entire like animatic with this, but I won't. I can sketch it. I can keep it simple. I keep it in a weird vertical format, so you can't like worry too much about the background or anything like that. It's been liberating. It's been really fun. Also, you can cross-post it onto way more platforms, and now I feel more secure that if something ever happens to YouTube, that I could figure it out.
The multiple.
I like layering highlighters. It's so
Damn.
fun. So this character right here, her name is Cynthia.
Cynthia?
Yeah, she's like a goddess made of solid light.
Is she a cookie?
No, she's my OC. I'm just drawing her as a cookie
Oh.
right now. But she has a CMY color scheme, and she's goth, so she likes to wear all black. But like her hair. No! Sorry, I for some reason still have the alarms on my phone to take the trash out.
But she's like solid. She made a solid light, so her hair is like really pretty and crystalline. It's white, but it reflects in CMY. And then her clothes are all black because when you mix CMY together, you get black. So I like layering the colors together.
So clever.
Hee hee. Color theory. And she's also got a little berserker mode where she's like she's freaky monster, and that one's just a bunch of layered CMY to look all chaotic. I like my OCs. I have a little fun.
Did you make a book of your OCs?
I did.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It's sold out twice. We're working on volume 2 right now.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Always be plugging. Look at my merch shop, guys. So here's the first one, which is sold out already.
Wow.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Pretty cover. I like it.
It was this book doing so well was what made us go like YouTube numbers are fucking fake because this is like the most success that we've had in a long time, and this is why I was able to give everyone raises because this went so well.
I've been wanting to get into Pretty Care lately.
I keep trying,
but there's so much.
There's so much, and I hate to say it. I absolutely hate to say it, especially since like for a long time I did not fuck with One Piece. I couldn't get into it. I thought it was so ugly, and now I love One Piece. I really love
what
One
changed?
Piece. I really changed the way that I consume media. I don't know. There's a lot of things with like criticism when you're I don't know, you're analyzing the stuff that you like and you don't like that I think is just like not productive. So I'm a lot more open to different things. So I gave One Piece a shot and I'm really enjoying it. And I actually really like the art style now. There's a lot of, I really like goofier art styles lately where I used to like more pristine cutesy stuff.
Who's your favorite character?
Sanji.
Sanji? He's hot.
So I'm early in One Piece, right? Like I'm on what's it called? Skypiea. I'm on Skypiea.
Oh, you're on Skypiea.
Something
my least favorite.
Oh, it's your least favorite?
Oh, I hate Skypiea.
Something that I really like about Sanji is that like at least right now, I keep being told he's gonna get worse, but like right now, he's like a little flirty weirdo, but also he's respectful about it. Like Nami shows up on the ship and he goes, "Nami, I love you," and he stays his distance and he's like, "Can I make you something to eat?" He does not get in her bubble. He's happy to admire her from afar, and I fuck with that. I love that for him.
So are you watching the anime or you're reading the manga?
I've been watching the anime. I love manga. My thing with manga is if I can't like binge it all in one shot, the more I have to break it up into separate pieces, more likely it is that I'm going to get distracted and not finish it. And by the time that I come back to it, I have to start over.
Wait, really?
Yeah. My memory's really bad and I'm so easily distracted. That line went into the text. Yeah, easily distracted and my timeliness is insane. I never know how much time has passed ever.
Yeah, I feel that. I don't even know what today is. Is Saturday?
Exactly.
Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. So like, see, I lost it.
I understand you, Didas.
Oh yeah, but I was gonna say like, I think like, do you ever do that thing where you watch a show like dubbed because then you don't have to look up and you can just listen sometimes? Like if you're drawing or working.
That's usually what I do. Yeah, it takes a lot for me to watch something with the sub.
Right.
And it's a convenience thing. I really like to multitask, but even if I'm completely focused on the show, I prefer to be able to focus on actually looking at it and not having to read at the same time.
What do you usually do when you're like drawing, like as a secondary thing? Or is it silence?
Sometimes it's silence. I do try sometimes to sit with my thoughts, and I think that's been really good for me to have to sit with my thoughts. I think what gets me into the zone the most is when I'm able to draw just listening to music, and like I don't have to think about what I'm gonna put on next, because I do like to listen to like Reddit stories or video essays, but the more that I have to be like looking for something that I'm interested in listening to, that keeps me so distracted. So I really like
I get that.
I like when I'm able to get into the zone with music, but also sometimes I'm just throwing a little ADHD fit, and I'm like, I need to be entertained right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, I need someone to upload an Am I the Asshole compilation for me right now. What about you guys? Oh, what do you like to do when drawing?
Oh, I like to listen to music, or I alternate between listening to music and like turning on like a video essay.
Yeah.
But then there's so much video essay slop.
Oh yeah.
It's I don't know, it's hard to find the good stuff now.
Yeah, it's hard to find videos, but I try to find like the longest whatever, and sometimes I don't even care. I just hearing people yap is good enough for me.
Do you guys ever get like nostalgic for high school? Not in like the
hell no.
No, not in like the I I wish that I was in high school again thing, but like sometimes I just kind of wish that I had classes to go to. Either like I kind of wish I paid more attention just because I wish I knew more about the world, but also like I don't know, something about like having somewhere to be outside the house and being like, I'm just gonna draw here and I'll passively learn some stuff that I have no control over what I'm listening to, so I don't have to worry about finding the background noise or anything like that.
I get nostalgic for how slow the time goes when it came to classes, but I know that if I were to go into class, I'd fall asleep.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you like that there's a schedule that's forced upon you? You have no choice but to say, yes, I have to go.
Yeah, I think I like don't leave my house ever. I'm just inside my house all day long.
Right.
And I think I've been losing my ability to interact with the world. There was a period of time where I was like, why am I so freaked out every time I leave the house? And I realized it was because like the only human interaction I got on a regular daily basis was not human interaction, but like actually seeing people was highly curated YouTube content. Like I was only watching stuff that I'm like, oh, this stuff will inspire me. You know, like I should be watching things that I can learn from.
Right.
So like everything I was looking at was highly edited and polished. So of course when I go outside and I'm like stumbling over my words, I'm like, oh, I'm a bumbling fool. I'm an idiot. Loser. So I made an effort to start watching more normal people, and that helps. And also I don't know.
You
it's
spying
very
on
charming.
them?
Spying is a word to use.
I did that in high school. I would just observe. I was quiet. I was the quiet kid in the back. Oh, I wonder what they're talking about today. Oh, yes, Family Guy. Yeah.
People watching's fun.
Do you feel like you've gotten more introverted over the past few years?
Yes.
So it's not just me.
I absolutely.
Jude!
That's good to hear that you do that too.
I wanted to ask because I was like, I don't know. I was honestly, I felt like I was losing a part of my identity.
No, same.
I was like,
That's such a relief.
I'm losing my spark.
My sparkle, come back! No!
I miss the person I was like when I was like 24, but also that was ages ago.
And that's why the fandom stuff is so fun, right?
I know.
Because suddenly you're like, wait, I can speak.
This is
I can fight. I've noticed for sure. I do still enjoy spending time with people, but like I need to prepare myself.
Yes!
I need to know it's going to happen, and like if I'm not prepared for it, somebody comes around me, and I'm like, I'm off. I'm like, I'm working right now, and I don't want to speak. I'm sorry.
I remember last year, for like the first time in my life, I felt that experience of like not wanting to go to a thing that I made plans for. I remember I was standing in the bathroom mirror doing my makeup, getting ready to go to this like hangout of like with like a group of people that was planned like a month in advance. And usually I'm like super pumped, right? Like, yay, social interaction, let's go. But I was like, I don't want to go. Like, I want to stay home. Feeling was so foreign to me. And I was talking to my friend Soli about it. And she's like, this is so crazy to me that this is a new thing for you because I've felt this way my entire life. But yeah, now, I don't know what happened. It's like a switch happened in my brain. But I've noticed now, whenever I go to any like social event, I can feel myself switching to, I'm ready to go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't like it. Because I'm like, man, what happened to me? I remember I used to be able to just like, hell yeah, I'm ready to go to the next thing. Woo, you know?
So this is kind of a relief to hear because I was worried that was happening to me because I was being antisocial, that like I was just losing my ability to speak to people because I didn't do it regularly. But it seems like you guys are pretty social.
We are?
I think we're pretty social.
You've got people around that you hang out with. You do like collabs and stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I get like my closest friends are 2 hours away, and I have dogs at home, so I can't just like leave and go see people spontaneously.
I don't know. I feel like I'm a homebody though, for sure though.
Yeah, you're definitely more of a homebody, I'd say.
I think it even counts just to like leaving the house and having to interact with people on a regular basis. Like I don't have a reason to leave the house most days.
Yeah.
I'm like, I actively shouldn't leave the house. I should get work done.
But I've noticed that on days where I have to stay home, I don't have plans, I'm so happy. And it makes me feel bad. And like, okay, not to say like, oh, I always dread having to see my friends. Like, it's not like that at all. But it's just more like, if I open my schedule and I see that I have no plans except stay home and draw, I'm like, yes, this is a peak schedule right here.
I'm kind of the opposite, where I'm like, I'll be spending multiple days at home drawing, I'm like, I need to go to the grocery store to feel something.
Oh, we have to go on like dopamine walks sometimes. Like, we gotta go touch grass.
No, June, I know what you're talking about because I was feeling that when I was living in Maine, and it was during like obviously the COVID era.
Right.
But like in Maine, you know, sometimes there's nothing to do, so like I would just walk around Walmart and then.
The great American experience.
Right? Yeah, you go to Walmart and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going back home.
I don't even particularly need anything. I just kind of want to leave the house.
Yeah.
And I don't know where else to go. I went to a movie for the first time by myself very recently, and I told my mom, and I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but she's like, I am so proud of you. I was like, whoa.
What movie was it?
Venom 3.
What? Venom 3?
I like the Venom movies. I enjoy them.
I watched one Venom movie.
Was it the first one?
Yes.
The first time I saw that movie, that song that Eminem did for the credits, I listened to that for like a week straight.
Venom. Oh, the Eminem one. Yeah, no, that's a good song.
It's kind of fun.
Yo,
You're
I
like,
feel
this
you
is
real
my
quick.
new vocal stem for the next 2 weeks.
That's another thing is my vocal stimming is kind of going crazy lately. I was where was I? I was with my my friend. We were at the grocery store, and someone walked past us and said a completely normal thing, and I had to stop myself because I almost repeated him on the spot. I'm like, now why would I do that? He would look at me like I was insane, but like I just be saying.
Emily hates my vocal stem right now.
What's your vocal
What
stem?
is it right now?
Chicken jockey.
Oh my f***ing God!
And where did that come from?
The Minecraft movie trailer with Jack Black. Why'd you pick that one of all
Chicken
things?
jockey. Chicken jockey.
You want to try one of
Damn!
these? Yeah,
Nice.
they're funny monster form. These are just
You have so many of these.
they're slightly different sizes.
Oh,
I hate that they don't have numbers to denote what size they are, so I just kind of have to raw dog it every time. But fuck it, we ball.
Oh damn! Where'd you get these?
Amazon. So my friend Chi linked them to me, but Chi lives in a different country, and I didn't realize when she linked them to me that it was gonna open in that country's Amazon, and then I was trapped on that country's Amazon for like 20 minutes, and I couldn't figure out how to fix it, and that was just a
Oh my
whole
God.
unnecessary problem, and I was very upset, but we figured it out, and I got these pens and I like them, and the first thing I drew was Trolls fan art because I love Trolls.
Oh my God! Let me guess. Those twins.
Which twin? Oh, Velvet and Veneer! Yeah, I love Velvet and Veneer. I am in love with Branch, unironically.
Wait, who's Branch?
The main character.
Branch?
Yeah.
Someone's name is Branch? I've never seen any of the Trolls.
You know Velvet and Veneer, but you don't know Branch.
I don't know anything about trolls at all.
Wait, I thought the main character was that pink girl.
Okay, they're both main characers.
Is that the Justin Timberlake one?
Yeah, the one
Killed
that's
My
gonna be late
Grandma?
for the world tour.
Because
yeah,
Music Killed My
Music Killed My Grandma. Okay, I love those movies unironically, and it makes me sad that every time I say that, the people are like, ironically, right? No, they're good movies. They're good movies, and I love Branch, and he's the ideal man, and people also look at me weird for that, and I stand by it.
He's a troll. Are we gonna have to make a childhood crushes 5?
I'm down. Let's do it. Not childhood crushes, just like weird adult crushes.
Weird adult crushes! Yes! Oh my God.
Like an adult hyperfixation.
Adult hyperfixation. Right?
That's a good idea.
If I were to ever bring back the childhood crushes series, I think I'd want to do like a current, like a adult crushes version.
Because I want to hear me talk about Satan Cookie more? I could do that.
Shadow Milk? Yeah, there's
Shadow
more
Milk.
variety because I feel like since most of my peers grew up in the same era as I did, we kind of all have the same. Everyone kind of has the same like batches of characters they grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of repeats. But I feel like the stuff you're into now is very unique to you.
Yeah. Also, you know, when you have to make videos about like experiences from your past, there's only so many you can go through.
Yeah.
Do I want to? Are we wrapping up here soon? Should I turn to a new page?
Oh yeah. Okay, we can wrap up. Let me finish.
Here, let me show you guys one more thing that I really enjoy doing. This is an exercise that I learned on Twitter, and it helps with line stability. It's something
What's
that
that?
animators do.
Okay.
You draw a funny little shape, and I do this to fill pages, like fill space in my sketchbook all the time. You do a funny shape, and then you continually fill the shape within, and you try and keep the lines an even width apart.
Okay.
And you try and do it all in one take, and you just fill the whole thing.
Oh, I used to do that in when I was bored in class.
It's like you're drawing like a little amoeba.
Yeah, and it just helps with line control.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like just taking your time to try and make sure that they're all evenly spaced apart and that you do it all at once. Just helps you to control.
It's a good exercise.
Yeah, that's a good tip. Hey, can you turn off your brain with this too? You're like
Yeah, you can.
Just relaxing.
Since I've started doing sketchbook content, not to toot my own horn, you can tell when people have been getting back into sketchbooking because they've been watching me, and I love it to bits and pieces. I'm so flattered, but I see a lot of people doing this, and they think it's like an aesthetic thing, and it's like I'm tricking you into learning. I'm tricking you into learning. I got you.
I'm doing a terrible job. My line control is not.
That's
oh
why
my
you keep
god!
doing it. No, it does that all the time.
What the heck? I was like, this is easy. I could do this. I noticed there's like a certain part where my lines just get really squiggly. I think it's the curves. When I turn.
There's definitely like certain angles where like you find that like are your bad or your weak angles. So once you like identify them, you're able to more easily avoid them.
Maybe I'm rushing.
This was fun. Had a good time. I was so worried that I wouldn't be able to talk.
You know
and
what?
draw.
I'm gonna say it again. I really like this highlighter stuff.
Yeah!
We might have to bring it back for an
glad
episode.
I f***ing win. I stay winning. I can't stop winning.
Are we allowed to steal this method?
Yes, absolutely. I love spreading my sketchbook agenda.
Yay! I'm glad.
It makes me really happy. It did a lot for me to get into sketchbooking like this, and I've had a lot of people say like that, like you've really helped my relationship with art since I've started looking at it like this.
Oh,
and it's like
that's amazing.
It's so rewarding. It's so sweet. I'm so happy about it. I feel like, if that's gonna be my impact on the world, hell yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Like when I sketchbook and you do the pencil and you do like the beginning, like very liney. I kind of like that. Like you do the gesture and then you can fix it after the gesture.
Mm-hmm.
And then the background, the highlight just looks like a happy accident or like or like a background shadow or something like that.
You can even do this with stuff like Copics and stuff, but I feel like doing it with highlighters and like it's like baby steps. That's another thing that I'm really big on is I like downsizing. If something's difficult, how do I like make it a smaller issue to tackle first and work my way back up? That helps a lot. Getting used to using markers when they're just silly highlighters and it doesn't matter if they run out of ink and it's not going to be expensive to replace.
Yeah,
and it's not going to bleed through the pages. Yeah. And then I can work my way back up to Copics and then I have fun with
First
those.
time I've ever heard of someone using highlighters as an art material. That's amazing. All right, shall we do a review before we wrap?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Ooh, I like your page, Didas.
Thanks.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, is that your cue for me to go first or something?
I mean, sure, you wanna?
Okay. All right, well, I was just highlighting silhouette stuff, and then while I was drawing this dude, I like put this jail necklace thingy, and I was like, okay, I'll just make an anime. So then I made all these characters, and they all have like necklace thingy mabobbers, and I was like, oh, Hunter x Hunter, Jail x Jail. I was just like
you made
randomly.
OCs on the spot.
Yeah, I was just like making up like characters because I was trying to do what you were saying is to like just let my brain like not think too hard, and I just let loose.
And now if you keep drawing them multiple times, you might get brain rot over them.
Oh,
like banging on the table and making monkey
Well,
faces.
I could have brain rot over my own OCs, but like a character, I don't know if I would have brain rot over that because like I feel like I have less control.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's page 1, and then I just.
I love this color. This one's so fucking good.
Is this your OP power?
Oh yeah, that with the purple. Oh, and that's good.
Castlevania.
Yeah. So I was gonna draw like this weird hairstyle, and I messed up in the highlighter phase. As you can see, it goes past it, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, how do I fix this? So then I gave him a goatee, and I was like, well, goatee, mustache, okay, vampire. So then I drew a vampire.
I really like the follow through the line of action from the Widow's Peak all the way to the goatee, and the nose like kind of follows it. This is sick. I like him.
The Widow Peak.
Yeah, he's a fun vampire. His face looks kind of like a moon. You cooked with that one.
He does look like a Castlevania character, 100%.
Sexy
Nothing wrong with that.
Delph.
I'm pretty sure I just drew like Dracula.
It looks good though.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last page, I like
this.
That one looks like a Junji Ito character.
Yeah, I was going for the Grudge Kid.
Oh yeah.
And that was it. I don't know. Like I said, I was gonna draw a girl. I drew the face shape weird with the highlight, and I think I drew it too like wide or whatever. And I was like, oh, it kind of looks like a Grudge kid. And then, well, I drew the bowl cut. Yeah. So I was going for a bob cut. I accidentally drew a bowl cut. So I was like, oh, okay, that reminds me of the Grudge, and I just did that.
That's another fun thing with highlighters in this kind of method is like if you don't necessarily start with a plan and you just like see where it takes you.
Yeah,
it's like a fun little adventure.
I did that a lot. I did that a lot because like I said, this was supposed to be like a girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. It's a horror creature now.
Just takes a life of its own.
All right, Emily.
Emily. I didn't even see you.
Since we're going to the Tokyo Mew Mew pop-up shop right after this, I was like, okay, I'm gonna draw Mew Ichigo. So I just did. It was very simple, like sketching with the highlighter and then drawing over it in pen.
I love the line work of the eyes.
Thanks. And then I looked over and saw you were doing like the gesture, like blocking.
So cute.
So I was like, okay, there's like I made her a little too tall, but there's like a little
tall queen
lads comic I wanted to draw.
Yeah,
later. So I should try practicing like one of the poses I'm going to draw for the one of the panels. So I did that, messed up here, but I was like, it's fine. It's just highlighters.
It's just highlighters.
I can just draw over. It don't matter.
That's the beauty of it.
See it.
Wait, Emily, let's get a zoom in.
I did this, but I didn't like how it was turning out, so I gave up halfway, and then.
Caleb!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Stop looking at me like that. You did a lot of pages.
Practicing
you blew
a
through
side
it.
profile, and then oh
yes! Show it to me. Yeah!
Sorry. And then I drew this.
You did so
purple girl,
much, Emily.
What the heck? You drew like 40 pages.
Such a cute face.
Oh, that's it.
Isn't it like it's like a rush to be able to get through so much?
Yeah.
Isn't it awesome?
And like even though this is like the most incomplete one, I really like this one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just like how free the lines feel because I just didn't plan a whole lot. Just whoosh.
Mm-hmm.
And now I like it. I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, you got the really nice lines with the hair and the like scratchy ways that you do the eyelashes and like the shading in the eyes is so pretty.
Thank you.
Gorgeous, I love it.
But I think my favorite page is.
Yeah. Stop looking at me like that, Caleb.
God. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah, I just you guys drew me under the table a little bit.
No, look at these.
There we go.
So I drew 2 Shadow Milks because he's the man of the hour. I should have drawn Pure Vanilla and I did not do that and I feel a little bad.
Wait, this is Shadow Milk?
Yeah, this is Shadow Milk.
I love that you like in your sketchbooks you like fill up every nook and cranny of the page.
Oh, this one's sick. Yeah, this is color theory, huh?
Yeah.
A vibration, chromatic vibration or something?
Yeah, the rest of these are all my OCs. Is just Apollo in his natural form. Apollo and Cynthia as cookies, and then this is like I mentioned her beast form.
Cookie.
Yeah. Cause she's got the CMY, so when she goes beastly and she goes all black, it's because all of her colors are mixing together. And it's just fun and wild, and usually her teeth look a bit more monstrous, but I fucked that up. But it's fine. It's just a sketch.
It's amazing.
Who cares that much?
Oh my god, I love Apollo's snatched waist.
Yeah! He's also freakishly tall. Fun fact.
How
Really?
tall?
How tall?
What are the measurements?
Canon height is just freakishly tall. I can often be asked to like, people are like, no, give me a number. I'm like, I don't care. You think that I care? I kind of like the Gamagori method where like he's as tall as he needs to be as tall and like weird in the frame.
Like whatever you're comparing him to, he's taller than that.
Yeah.
What's his blood type?
I never like that's always in like the anime character like fun facts that they include the blood type and I don't get it.
When's his birthday? What's his favorite food?
What's a hip measurement?
He loves his wife. He loves his wife. That's it.
What's his MBTI?
He likes to slouch. He has back problems.
Oh, you like OC? Name everything about them. Big fan.
He's a pathetic, wet cat of a man. His wife died, and now he has a bad copy of her in his glasses. He made an AI of her in his glasses because he can't let her go.
Wait,
but
why does he look so happy if his wife is
because
dead?
he has they're in an apocalypse, in a magical apocalypse, and he has to make sure that everyone's okay because he has to run the business because he's got all these secrets. It's a whole thing.
So when he's
It's a
alone,
whole
he
thing.
cries in the corner by himself.
Yes, but when he's in front of people, he covers his eyes with his glasses so that people can't tell what he's thinking, and he keeps up this happy little facade, but also his AI wife is in his glasses, and he's the only one who can see her, and that gives him a little bit of comfort, but...
Is this so sad?
Wait, this is what the hell?
I love my my boy.
OC is not complete without a heavy dose of angst.
Oh yeah. He. Oh my guy.
God,
it's my special guy.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for coming, June. Where can our viewers find you? Where are you most active?
I am. Follow me on YouTube is where I want you to follow me. Find me there, Ginger Ninja OWO, a name that I came up with over a decade ago. Or actually, right, that's the business one that I use. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. That one's Jumpy June with 2 E's. And I'm on X, but I don't really want to necessarily. I don't want to leave X because I've got all my little Shadow Vanilla buddies over there now.
Yeah.
But also, I don't really. If you're not there, like, stay away. Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your visit in Japan.
I'm excited for the Tokyo Mew Mew Cafe.
Dude, it's not a cafe, it's a pop-up shop.
Right, sorry, we're going to get food and then also see Tokyo Mew Mew.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
It's okay, Patreon was already scrolling through. Bye. Hello and welcome to another episode of Spitters with Didas and Emily.
And today we are revisiting a concept that we did when we first started the channel, actually. So I thought we could bring it back because it's a lot of fun. It is What If Spilled Ink had a collab cafe?
Ooh.
I don't think that would ever happen, but it's fun to imagine. You know,
Right.
It's a good creative exercise.
This will be fun because the last time we did it, it was like individual channels, Didas and then Emerichu.
Mhm.
It's kind of like the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab. Like, which collab cafe are you going to?
You would be the Chum Bucket.
I would actually. But now we are combining forces and we're gonna make a collab cafe together.
Yeah. Some of you guys who are familiar with my main channel know that I have done a lot of market research on collab cafes.
Oh, that's right. So you might have to guide me.
Yes, I am very familiar with it. And also, in general, I just really love coming up with themed menus. Like when you guys have seen my planning a blank for a fictional character birthday party Ushikatsu videos.
Mhm.
And most recently, my Witch Hat Atelier watch party episode. It's fun to come up with food that matches the theme of whatever you're working with. Like we did last time, we are going to each come up with one drink. We're each going to come up with one main dish and one dessert.
And then I decided to go with acrylic gouache.
And I've decided to go with watercolors, specifically the mini travel watercolor palette that I got from Pingying. When I came up with the idea of doing the Collab Cafe concept video, I was like, okay, I gotta think long and hard about what I'm gonna do. I feel like expectations are higher for me because I should know what's good,
Oh,
right?
yeah. That's true. I'm a noob.
I don't want to repeat any conversations we already had in the last one, but update, Didas still does not really go to collab cafes with me, for good reason. They're not good.
I think the last time I went to was Yu Yu Hakusho because I couldn't...
Oh, okay! The Yu Yu Hakusho one was actually pretty good.
It was so sick. It was yummy, and they had, like, you know, the dessert was literally his spirit orb, which is sick. For cafes, Emily's like, you want to go to this cafe with me? And I'll be like, show me the pictures. And then usually they have all the pictures of, like, what you could possibly order. And if I feel like it's not unique enough, I'm just like, no, I'll pass.
I'm excited to show you what I come up with, Titus. I know we're not making like full art pieces today, but I don't know, getting to do, I don't know, creatively work my brain like this makes me happy. These are some of my favorite videos to do.
Painting does something that it just has a certain mood compared to drawing. Like drawing's more technical, and then painting's just kind of relaxing.
I'm technically painting because it's acrylic paint in marker form, I think. I think this counts.
Man, I think I should have just did watercolor. I'm gonna be real.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I'm like painting like a watercolor right now.
I know I said watercolor. It looks like I'm using paint markers right now. I'm making it up as I go, okay? I might do a mix. Who knows? You'll find out.
Restart. Can I have my other paper?
Oh, you're restarting?
Yeah. When it tries, I'm just gonna use the back of it.
Wait, this is fun. I'm having fun.
Oh yeah, you weren't before.
Well, no, before I was unsure. I was like, oh, is this gonna look good? I'm not sure. Doing the classic dive. The sound effects.
I gotta feel it.
Oh. Also, I just want everyone to know that my sleep score today was 88.
Oh yeah? You letting them know? You actually slept for once?
Yeah, my sleep score was 88.
Oh yeah, and how was it like 2 days ago or 3 days ago?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Don't ask me about that.
Well, keep it up. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. I woke up like momentarily this morning. I like snapped awake at like 7:30 because I was like, no, today's garbage day. Today's garbage day. And I forced Dias to get up and take the trash out.
Oh man, it was brutal.
Because it was raining.
No, it's more like when I wake up and I know I don't have enough sleep. In my head, I'm like, don't think. Because I know that the moment I start thinking, that I'll like stay awake. So I try to be as zombie as possible. So you're like, put the trash on. I'm like,
yes, honey.
And then I go to bed. It worked.
No, you know what's so funny? A lot of times I will keep myself awake by just like talking. I don't know why I do this.
Yeah, see exactly. I stopped that.
Yeah. So I remember when we were going back to bed after I woke up in a panic because of the garbage. I don't even remember what I was trying to say to Didas, but I started talking, and Didas just goes, "No talking." I passed out immediately after that.
Because I know if you start talking, you're gonna stay awake. So and also I'm gonna stay awake trying to listen to you. So I'm like, no, stop.
No talking.
No talk.
No talking. And I was like, oh, okay.
I do have good news to report to you guys.
Oh, good news.
Emily is watching SpongeBob. I think you watched a decent amount of episodes, probably like at least 20.
I understand the hype now.
You know what's sad? Her first impression was the new age SpongeBob because we're at a hotel and they were just spamming SpongeBob. And Emily's like, is SpongeBob just always ADHD like this? I'm like, no, don't judge it based off like this. Like, this is terrible. Like,
You're like, this was not Steven Hillenberg's vision.
Have you noticed like how slow paced like the first season is?
No, it is. It is.
Like
They let the jokes land.
Yeah, and they take time with their jokes too. They have like some humor for adults to like enjoy too, which is fun. And like rewatching it, I had to like hold back all the time by like I can easily quote it, but I don't want to be that guy that's annoying. So I just like I try really hard to suppress, you know.
I thought I was too old for SpongeBob. I was like, oh, I missed the window of opportunity of like getting into it, like Pokemon.
Yeah.
But like watching it, it's actually very funny.
Yeah,
It's hilarious.
I think it's like literally coded in my brain. I like remember everything to the T. I'm like, oh yeah, this episode. Oh yeah, this happens. Oh yeah, the quote's here. Oh, there's the meme right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. I think I'm kind of brainwashed by SpongeBob from Nickelodeon.
I can see why it's so quotable.
Whoa, that looks good, Emily. Oh my
Really?
god.
Oh, thanks.
Here I am just with a glass.
Hello. So my concept for today is nothing. The drink is nothing. I really like the watercolor effect. Wow. You know what? I think I really like watercolor. I say that
you know what?
until it starts giving me trouble, and then I'm gonna become a hater. Do you not like watercolor?
I wish I went watercolor. I just want to try gouache because we haven't done these mediums enough for me to be like, oh, I prefer gouache over watercolor. I don't know yet.
No, that is true, but I feel like that's kind of part of the magic because we keep getting pleasantly surprised by the most basic things.
Yeah, I do like it when like we have those episodes where I'm like, I guess I'm a gouache guy. I guess I'm a watercolor guy. And then we do pottery. I'm like, I'm not a pottery guy.
I'm not a diamond painting guy.
Oh, don't get me started on a diamond paint. You're bringing me back to D-Day right now.
D-Day.
Stop. No one will be able to guess what the heck I'm doing right now. They just see a
It's
bunch
like
of layers.
a layered parfait drink.
There's no way they can guess this. There's no way. That'll be insane. Hey, if you guys guess this, you know me. But if you don't, it's fine. You'll just wait and see.
Oh, also it's typhoon season, y'all. So we've kind of been trapped inside for the past few days.
Actually, this morning.
I didn't even quite.
Just this morning, I woke up to an earthquake, and my bed was just like sloshing around, and I was just like, whoa.
I was on my computer. I remember my tablet was shaking. I was like, what?
And I was like, I hope my bookcase in the bathroom's fine.
Your first priority.
But I was too tired to get up to protect it. And I was like, you know, I'm just banking on it and being okay.
Well, not even. I hope Emily's okay. I hope my mom is safe.
In my brain, I was like, maybe Emily can help me. Maybe she'll catch on that it's the bookcase that might fall.
No, I was
Protect my manga, Emily.
It wasn't that crazy.
I know, I know. It wasn't that crazy.
If it was, yes, it would have.
It was noticeable, though.
No,
sure.
it was.
I was definitely sloshing around.
I was like, wait a damn minute.
It is fun, like, when we record, and then I think it only happened, like, once or twice, where, like, an earthquake happens, like, mid-recording.
Oh, and the camera starts shaking?
Our camera's, like, shaking. We're like, whoa!
That is fun. Hasn't happened in a while, though. I don't want to write the name of this drink.
It looks so yummy. Oh, my gosh, she's doing it. Dirty paint? Water?
It's not actual paint water.
That's so funny.
Hold on. No, it's supposed to be like a cute.
How'd you think of that? That's so funny. I love how novelty that is. I would order it just for the meme. Like, that's awesome. I guess we're both memeing then.
Oh. Not a single serious drink on this menu.
Serious drinks? Boring.
Boring.
Three, two, one.
Here are the drinks that we've designed for our imaginary cafe.
All right, so what my drink is a bunch of monsters in a glass, and there's whipped cream on the top, and you get a sticker or one of those,
no paper freebies.
Paper freebies. But anyways, it's Ichigo holding 2 Monster cans, going like, yeah. I know technically you can't layer the monsters because also these are also 0 sugar versions. I wrote White Monster, Ultra Gold Monster, Ultra Paradise Monster, and Ultra Blue Monster, and it has a caffeine warning. But maybe there's a way to mix like something dense with the monster to make it layer. Who knows?
I think this could also be treated as a visual representation of what you're getting. But then once you get the drink, it's just all mixed together. It's just brown. Fun fact: before every spilled ink recording, Dietus drinks a Monster. That's like a requirement. He can't start filming an episode until he has a can of Monster.
I know it's bad for me. That's why I do it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm addicted. I'm sorry. It tastes good. What can I say?
Hey, it helps you draw. It's your power potion.
Also, can I just say that like 0-calorie drinks in Japan, there's not that many, okay? There's like Monster, Red Bull.
Yeah, literally all the ones you listed, you can't even get in Japan except for the White Monster.
So there is the Dietus Power Potion.
Who would dare order this? Wait, how much would this be? You didn't put a price.
Oh, you put a price on yours?
Yeah, I put a price on the other ones the first time we did this.
All right. Yeah, we'll put $9.92. Why not? Get your money's worth here. Emily.
Okay, to follow the theme of gimmicky drinks, I decided to go with dirty paint water to kind of play on the joke of like artists when you're painting, you'll have like your drink cup next to your paint cup, and then sometimes you accidentally reach for your paint cup.
This is so sick.
First of all, I want to say I was also inspired by the Final Fantasy Eortia Cafe in Akihabara because they have several drinks that kind of have that dirty paint water look to them. Let me show an example, like these. It looks kind of like dirty paint water if you were to mix it. I don't know if the camera's picking it up well. Basically, the base is yogurt soda. I guess like Kelpis.
Mm-hmm.
And then in these little mini glass ink bottles, you have blueberry syrup, strawberry syrup, and black lemon syrup. And you're supposed to mix in however much you want. And there's an Ichika stirring stick that you can mix to combine the colors to turn it into dirty paint water.
And or keep.
Yeah, but the Ichika stirring stick is extra in the merch corner.
Oh, they're also in the merch store. Okay.
It's in the merch store.
That's
and
funny.
it also comes with a paintbrush sugar cookie.
That is pretty awesome.
What do you think?
That is, I love the name of it. Dirty paint water. I would totally 100% order that.
I feel like
That's so sick.
I feel like it makes it so unappetizing, though, the name.
But that's what makes, when you go to Collab Cafe, you gotta always, if you see something weird on the menu, it's like your brain is like, I want to order that.
That's true. I remember when I went to the Full Metal Alchemist Cafe a few years back, they had an item on the menu called the Headquarters Bad Coffee. And it was like shitty, watery coffee.
Was it actually bad?
It was actually bad.
But you still bought it.
Yeah, I know, we did. I was like, well, I got it. It's the Headquarters Bad Coffee. And it came with like an extra side of like coffee espresso syrup that you're supposed to mix in to make it better. It was still bad.
That's awesome.
It was just bad coffee through and through.
I really like this idea. I really love the name. I love everything about it.
Oh, thank you.
What about mine? You would drink my drink?
I love how it is. It is very spilled ink, I would say. All right, good job.
All right, on to the next.
Moving on to the main dish.
And guys, if you were to pick one, which one would you drink? Okay. We'll
dirty paint water for sure. This looks like cardiac arrest waiting to happen.
Can I have some people saying this, please, please, I beg you.
One is the main dish. This time, I'm starting with colored pencil instead of the acrylic markers. Just switching it up.
I'm switching to watercolor because gouache made me feel slow, and I want to be a little bit faster.
But look how good it turned out.
Pretty nice.
Look how like detailed and like pretty it. Look at this.
I want to ask, does anyone also freeze their monster in the freezer for a little bit?
Oh yeah, you could make your drink a slushy.
Oh.
Yeah, you could have made it a slushy, like a power potion freeze.
Oh my god. Oh, that's it. It could still be monster, but then maybe a little food dye or something.
It's like how you know how when you go to the movie theater, you'll like layer the icy.
Yeah.
The icy
okay,
machine.
You're onto something, Emily.
Okay.
You're smart. You really are the collab cafe queen. Just thought that idea on the spot, huh?
Oh, I thought that's where you were leading with when you said, "Does anyone else like to freeze their monsters?"
No, I just don't want to feel alone, you know? I always have to cook my monster, you know?
You cook everything you drink. As in, you put everything you drink into the freezer.
I call it cooking, but it's not really cooking. But it's like I'll put a drink and I'll put it in the freezer for like 20 minutes to the point where it's like almost about to freeze, but not frozen. Oh,
yeah.
So good.
But then sometimes the ADHD makes you forget there's a drink in the freezer.
Yeah, and then it explodes. Oh my god, it's the worst. Diet Coke explodes. I've had that a couple of times. It'll like explode.
More than once?
Yeah. It would explode and it would turn into like you kind of like in a cave, you know, like on the walls.
Oh,
just, like,
you get little Diet Coke stalactites.
Yes, and it's so annoying to clean up. It's everywhere. Oh my god. Insane. Three, two, one.
Bam! All right.
Oh my god. Okay. Watercoloring was much faster.
I love how soft the look of everything is. So I decided to go with the Cup of Tools lunch set. So the thing that inspired me for this setup was our Cup of Tools.
I see.
For the chicken tenders, because we keep all of like our essentials in cups around the table, and this one is for the fries. So I put it in a square box.
Oh my god.
And so like the fries are supposed to represent the brushes. That's why there's like a brush pattern on
and
the fry
merch
box.
store, right?
No, these are just paper.
Oh.
This is just part of the cafe. However, it comes with a wooden palette dish with an assortment of sauces, and the wooden palette dish is merch.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
It's imaginary merch.
This is so cool. You got all the sauces here.
Yeah. So for the brushes, you can dip the fries in the sauces, like how you dip paintbrushes in paint.
I'm a honey mustard guy.
Yeah, we got spicy ketchup, we got garlic mayo, barbecue, buttermilk ranch, honey mustard, and cheese.
Cheese.
So you can dip your fries, the brushes, in the sauce, or you can dip the other tools, which are the chicken tenders, the tools, in the sauces.
And you can hold this up while you put it.
Yeah, if you want. Make yourself feel like an artist. But yeah, I went for something kind of simple-ish, but still has that like artistic. I was just inspired by the tools on our table.
No, that's very creative, Emily.
Yay!
I really like that.
Thank you.
The chicken tender is like very yummy.
I know. My tummy was growling.
I love the kind of food where like you get to play around and like the amount of sauces you get is like so fun.
Yeah, because every time I get chicken tenders or fries, I like having multiple sauces that I can like alternate between. But also, I got this idea from the Unimak Cafe we went to and made a video about, because they also had a wooden palette with different like creams that you can use.
Earthquake.
Oh, shaking. Hey, we were just talking about this earlier.
We were. Oh my god.
Hold on. The bookcase.
The books.
Holy,
that's like the fourth one today.
It is typhoon right now.
Yeah, it's typhoon season.
Okay, this is going on for. Okay, at least like.
Wait, let's see what this says. An earthquake occurred in Yamanashi Prefecture. Please prepare for strong shaking.
Well, cool.
Dude, okay, honestly.
Why did it warn us right when it shook though? God. Instantaneous.
I'm gonna be honest, the earthquake warnings scare me more than the actual
no, for real.
Whoop, whoop.
Well, that's the third time we got hit by an earthquake while filming Spilled Ink. Well, would you look at that? People are gonna think it's scripted, but I don't think you can script that double phone going off.
What the?
I have a heart attack right now.
I know.
I have a heart attack right
That
now.
was so strong, too. Anyways, I think I pretty much said everything I had to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a concept already. Like, I don't think this is anything new, but I think if we were to have a cafe, we would want to sell little, like, sauce dishes.
I think I do love finger food. Like, if I see it on the menu, I'm always tempted to be like, ooh, they got fries.
These are the shareables.
Yeah.
If you come to
that's
the cafe
great.
with
yeah.
friends, you gotta get your shareables.
Right. All right, Emily. That's a great idea. I really
Thank
like
you.
that. Cup of tools. I like that.
Yeah. All right, what do you have here, Ditus?
All right.
This looks very cute.
We got Ichika's fried abu rice.
Yay! Oh, so it's fried rice inside the egg.
It is fried rice, and they have squid in it.
Oh.
And probably some other meat, maybe pork. I don't know. I really like when my mom puts Chinese sausages in my
Oh,
my
so it
fried
could
rice.
be a mix of Chinese sausage and squid.
Yeah, honestly, I might.
It sounds yummy.
I might add that later. Just maybe a hint. There's my hint of.
I really like the ketchup drawing detail of having Ichigo's tentacles be made out of ketchup with this little cute face.
You like that idea because you helped me come up with that idea. So
Oh.
thank you so much,
Oh,
Emily.
yeah, of
the,
course,
the
of
cafe
course.
queen.
All me! All me!
The
All
cafe
me!
queen over here. I picked fried rice and omu rice because if you guys don't know, I'm an egg fiend, and I need every time there's an option to add egg on something like a banh mi, I will say I want the egg option. There was a time where we went out for like curry, and they're like, you have an option to add an egg. Boom, adding that egg. So, anyways, I love egg.
You love fried rice.
I love fried rice
And you
with
love
peas,
ketchup.
and ketchup and Chinese sausages. So that is, and there's a little bit of my homemade like mom cooking in there, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah, that looks yummy. Oh, this looks so good.
And the lettuce is just for looking cool.
Yeah, this looks great. I would order this. This looks delicious.
Yay! I wonder, like, squid and fried rice is okay, but this is on theme, so
I'm sure it's a thing. Hold on, let me look it up.
it sounds yummy to me.
Squid fried rice. Yeah, that's a thing.
It's okay. If you don't like squid, just put it aside.
People put in like squid rings and stuff.
Cool.
Delicious.
All right, that is the main courses, guys.
And now we are going to draw our desserts.
Woo!
Wow, we're on a roll.
It is dessert time. Annoying you yet? Annoy.
What is it? Annoy Squidward Day? No, that's on the 15th.
That's on the 15th.
Do you know what today is?
Annoy Squidward Day.
Ah, no, silly. That's on the 15th.
Squidward.
Squidward's such an asshole.
You hate Squidward.
I don't hate him. I just think he loves himself a little too much.
Yeah, he's a narcissist.
Is he actually? Is
Why
that his
do you
thing?
think there's so many episodes of him looking himself in the mirror?
Oh!
Wait, have you not noticed all the paintings he has in his house?
Of himself?
Of himself.
But, like, if I had a neighbor like SpongeBob, I think I would also kind of go insane.
Right? He honestly, he's a lot more chill than you think. Actually, the shenanigans he has, SpongeBob does, and Patrick. Oh my God, Patrick too.
I would move.
And there's like episodes where like SpongeBob and Patrick clearly know they're annoying. I think they know. I think they're well aware. I think they do it for fun, honestly.
On the topic of like themed parties and themed watch parties and stuff, I feel like I'm always planning like a themed thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that you would want like a themed watch party or like themed party for?
Oh.
I feel like you've usually been pretty disinterested when it comes to that kind of thing. Like you're just kind of like, well, as long as I get to eat, whatever.
Yeah, honestly, sorry. I hate to be that guy, but I am that guy. I'm like, theme party? Great. What are we eating? The thing is, I like theme parties. I don't like planning them, but I like the vibes that they give.
The last time we were in Maine, one of your family members had a themed luau. at their place.
Classic Hawaii. It's
Yeah.
so easy. That's why that's the best one. You know?
Yeah, and it was so much fun. Like, it was everything I loved. Like, they had a whole menu of cocktails, like Hawaiian themed cocktails, and they're like, "What would you like? We've got Malibu, we've got this or that," and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is so nice." You wore a lei when you walked in.
I mean, that's the basic of the basic.
They prepared spam musubi. Yeah, but like it's fun. It's fun. It's like because it's like a regular party except elevated. It just adds this sort of extra oomph to what would otherwise be a regular dinner party with like family members.
It's just good fun, you know. But it depends on like how complicated the party will be. Because if they're like, "Oh, come in with full." We're doing anime characters. You gotta go in full cosplay. That's a lot of work, you know?
That's so much fun, though.
It is fun. Well, it's a lot of work, right? Compared to a Hawaii party where it's just like, oh, here's your...
Just wear a Hawaiian shirt. Bam, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I realize now, even before I got into, like, collab cafes, I've always been really into the whole, like, themed party thing. I think maybe that's why I got into collab cafes, because I'm like, well, it's already a thing that I enjoy doing. I remember I had a Fruits Basket watch party at my place, like, years back, before I moved to Japan. Sorry, my friends came over, and we made, like, homemade rice balls to represent, like, Toru. We made homemade, like, chicken katsu sandwiches for Kureno.
Yeah, you were really into that, like, that prep work, huh?
Yeah, it's just fun. It's, like, a good bonding experience, too.
I really like the drinks that you can come up with. I think it's really fun, especially when you have to order it, and by ordering it, you have to say the name.
So, do you like like themed bars then?
I do like me a good. Yeah, I like pub themes. I like the smell of wood. I don't know. I'm just a wood guy though.
Okay, I bet you would love like a D&D.
Oh,
like
you just activated like my receptors in my brain just now.
You're like anime character birthdays, sleep. What about D&D? Oh my god, wait! I actually can recall my very first themed watch party.
What?
It came to me like a vision.
Okay.
The first time I ever did it was college, and it was for a Game of Thrones watch party.
Wow.
And because I had been gifted the Game of Thrones cookbook, and I picked a bunch of recipes from there, and I made like Sansa's favorite lemon cakes, and we had made like a chicken dish or something, some kind of stew. It was really fun. I think that's where it all began.
Really? Wow. Thanks, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, thanks.
Three, two, one. Let it rip.
Whoa! Wait, your dessert looks so good. That strawberry looks scrumptious.
My best piece yet.
I really love how you incorporated the gouache into it. Makes it pop.
Yeah, I think because like adding watercolor to make translation, I'd rather just put it on. Boom, done. That's so gouache, mostly watercolor. With a little bit of the paint markers.
So the sauce isn't coming out of the cheesecake, right? It's just
no, it just looks like it.
Yeah. That's really cool.
There's no blueberry inside, guys. It's just literally just it makes it look like.
And it's an ink bottle shaped cheesecake.
Yeah, so it's ink bottle shaped, and we have Emily's strawberry because she likes strawberry, and I like blueberry. It's my favorite, and I love cheesecake. So, it's the spilled ink cheesecake.
Wow, that looks delicious. The ink looked yummy. Whoa! So I went for a macaron palette plate, and so I decided to reuse the wooden paint palette.
So you get so they know now. They really want to buy that.
Yeah. I gotta push the merch. I gotta push the merch. So we have the wooden paint palette, and there's an assortment of macarons made to look like little.
Oh,
like
that's
paint,
awesome.
Paint. What do you call them? Little paint squirts. little things of paint.
Paint globs?
Yeah, paint globs, but they're macarons. So we have a macaron representing me, which is lemon raspberry.
Oh, there it is, the face.
We have a Didus macaron, which is blueberry. We have an Ichika macaron, strawberry. We have a ink macaron, which is black sesame.
Yeah.
And then we have a vanilla macaron with the Spilled Ink logo on it.
I do love the vanilla macarons.
Me too. And then a little smattering of raspberry sauce.
Oh, I really like that, Emily. You really have you have the really good cafe ideas. I wonder how.
Oh,
That's really
thank
weird.
you, thank you.
Really
And
weird
then
how you learn all this stuff.
I figured for a bonus.
Yeah.
I was thinking, edible wafer paper, because that is a thing.
Oh,
edible
okay.
wafer paper with food-safe markers. So
food safe markers.
yeah, that's a thing. Edible markers.
Can you eat the marker or just
No,
the ink?
you can eat the ink. So you can draw something and then eat the ink.
Does it taste good?
I don't think it tastes like anything.
Okay.
But I was thinking
That's cool.
that. Or a shiki board sugar cookie. So you have a sugar cookie made to look like a shiki board with the royal icing over it, and then you use the edible markers on it to draw on your very own mini shiki board.
That is so true because we do use shiki board. We have a lot of videos with shiki boards in them.
And every guest that comes by, we have them draw Ichika on a mini shiki board
That
to
is
put on
true.
our wall.
It's on the wall
So
there.
instead of, I decided, no, I don't like the edible wafer paper idea because it's boring. I like the idea of having a shiki board cookie and drawing on it with the edible markers.
Wow.
So you have your own edible shiki board.
That is awesome, Emily.
Yay!
Macaron palette plate. 1,600.
Macarons are expensive.
Including with this stuff too? Or what is it? It says bonus. Does that mean this is all one package? Or?
I feel like maybe as a bonus, if you order a certain amount, you get the shiki board cookie
Yeah.
with the edible markers. Yeah, this was just bonus as in an extra idea. Maybe this could be like an extra dessert on the menu or something. I'm talking as if we're actually gonna have a collab cafe. I wish. After what we came up with, man, I wish.
Well, if we can't have a real collab cafe, we'll make one.
Yeah, we'll make one.
At our house. Wow. Shall we review the other?
Oh yes. Okay, let's do a final menu review.
All right.
Okay.
There we go.
So, for the very first item that we came up with, it was the drink. So we have Didus's Power Potion, the Zero Sugar Monster Concoction,
Yo, zero sugar except for the cream.
and my Dirty Paint Water.
Yay! Oh yeah, and then, Emily, you came up with the idea of that making the slush instead, so they would sit on top of each other.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
think
can,
that's the
layer
move.
them more.
That might be the move. This is awesome, though. I really like this. Dirty paint water. How amazing is that? I've never heard
Ichika
of such a
stirring
thing.
stick found in the merch corner.
It'll be one of those cafes where the merch is before you exit, so you have no choice but to walk by it.
And then for our main dish, we have Didus's Ichika's Fried Omurice, delicious, and my Cup of Tools lunch set.
Oh my god, making food is so fun.
I know, right? If only it was real.
Oh my god, that is easily doable. Just saying.
And last but not least, we have Didus's Spilled Ink Cheesecake and my macaron palette plate with a bonus shiki board cookie.
I ain't gonna lie, if this cafe actually existed, this would be the most banger cafe.
This would be a
ever.
5 out of 5.
5 out of 5. We'll let you review it.
Yeah. Which of these items would you order if given the chance? And you're not allowed to say all of them.
By the way, if you rate us 5 stars on the website, we'll give you this for free. So make sure you have to show us you wrote the review
This
too.
isn't real.
All right.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let us know if you would eat here. And I think we upgraded from the last time we tried this.
Yo, I think
Challenge out.
watercolor for making food is so fun.
I like the mixed media approach.
Yeah, look how much we leveled up, Emily.
I know.
Like,
I know,
compare
this is
this to
fun.
our first video.
I mean, to be fair, we were using colored pencil for the first one.
It was fire though. I actually really liked
Yeah,
that
that was
episode.
fun. Wow, this is a good
So,
time.
Check out that episode in the description. We'll link it in the description. You should watch it. It's really fun. And this one too. So
Yeah, let us know what you think. And thanks so much to our patrons who got to watch this episode early and comment early. And if you would like those same privileges, please check out the link in the description down below. Woo! Okie dokie. Goodbye.
Flights of Loving is an old-ass video game. There's more. It's a wordless, pulpy short story about a Prohibition-era heist gone wrong, and it doesn't do things the way most games are supposed to. It don't look like much. If it came out today, it's the kind of thing that'd end up on someone's itch.io as like a free download, but things were different back in 2012. Our game's art was still a serious conversation people spent their limited time on this earth having. Journey came out and everyone flocked to it like, see? It was me, by the way. I was that guy. That was my me impression. It was genuinely novel back then to see a dinky little team like Blendo aiming for such a filmic presentation. It made enough of a splash back then to get a whole Wikipedia page, which surprised me because all I can find of its legacy among gamers is a handful of Let's Plays from 14 years ago. As Graham Smith for PC Gamer put it, it tells a better story in 13 minutes than most games do in 13 hours. That was true in 2012, but today, it's still true. It's also a novelty for being made in the Quake 2 engine, but it uses it a little differently. Can you spot the difference? The narrative of 30 Flights is non-linear, jumping forward and backward in time, intersplicing chaotic escape sequences with cute, quiet moments of characterization. It's silly, it's concise, and I didn't do that. It's just hard cuts in the middle of gameplay, constantly. Look at this. It's so fun. Not only is this style of hard cutting reminiscent of the media that inspired the game, but more importantly, the disorientation of these cuts syncs up to the emotional beats of the game's narrative. Like, yeah, if I were wading through swarms of people all fighting to escape an airport while my friend bleeds out in front of me, I reckon I'd be pretty disoriented. This constant smash cutting from one place to another gave me a sense of panic. Like even though there's no time limit or anything, I was still scrambling to find a way out before it's too late. I could call it ludonarrative harmony. Then you could repeat that in a Discord call, and all of your friends would think you were an asshole. The jump cutting in 30 Flights of Loving is integral to its narrative. It's also broadly considered a bad idea that feels bad. Now, one thing you need to know about me is I'm quite smart, and so I think that it's a little more complicated. When we get back, I'll explain to you why I think that actually the hard cut is kind of cool.
What's up, guys? It's White Morpheus again for more reviews. Sponsored. This is the ROG Strix Scar 18 2016 version. Up to Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 290HX Plus, and like before, up to a RTX 5090 with 175 watt max TGP. Thunderbolt capabilities. The speeds are lightning fast. We also have toolless access to within, meaning that you can one more thing that I think you need to see that will save the best for last.
It's interesting just how different the same techniques can feel depending on the medium. Why is it that something so ingrained in the language of cinema can be so unpleasant in games? I mean, games borrow from movies constantly, but over the last decade or three, as we've chased more and more movie-like narratives, especially in the first and third person, distinct differences in execution have emerged and kissed. The biggest problem developers have to contend with that filmmakers don't is control. Video games are inherently interactive. The more control you give the gamer, the more variables you have to contend with, because the gamer is unpredictable. How do you create a space to deliver a cinematic narrative while still keeping the game as interactive as possible? From what I can tell, the answer most games come to is sometimes you can't. If a game wants to have a narrative beat conveyed like a movie, it necessarily boots you into spectator mode. If you're lucky, then as a treat, some games will let you do this. Ooh. We've built a wide range of tools that soften the transition to and from gameplay, from fade-outs to crops to sudden mocapping. But at the end of the day, we're still asking gamer to relinquish control so that we can have our film and eat it too. I think the jump cut means something fundamentally different to James than to Jilms. There are few things more disorienting in a game than when your input is misaligned with the output, especially if we're talking about the camera. A movie is like a window into some cameraman's perspective, but in game, you are the man. And so when a cut happens and you didn't make it happen, it feels like being teleported. My eyes were over there, now they are over. I'm here, and because it's confusing, it's disarming, and for some people, it's even nauseating. 30 Flights of Loving just decided that's fine, that's cool, which makes it irregular. Unlike basically all of its contemporaries, it never removes control from the player character. With both approaches, the camera cuts, but here, you remain an active participant. You're expected to navigate the action from the inside. And the result is a novel game that ping-pongs between moments of calm and panic. The result is a game 6 years after the release of 30 Flights of Loving, there was a different video game. Paratopic is a little horror game you might be more familiar with. When it dropped, it was one of the few interesting, novel takes on what we've now coined liminal horror. That was back in 2018, but today, it's still true. Like 30 Flights, it made the rounds both among media outlets and gaming influencers. Like 30 Flights, it's an experimental short story created by a microscopic indie team. Like 30 Flights, it forgoes traditional gaming normals in favor of a non-linear narrative, making heavy use of jarring, hard cut. But unlike 30 Flights, Paratopic uses them to create mystery, intrigue, and dread. It feels like a direct iteration of the ideas brought forth by Blendo Games, I said to myself before learning that the literal first quote on the itch.io page is about how the game is inspired by 30 Flights of Loving, but it does something different with its narrative. It's a burden, you know, how large and bountiful my mind is, and how reasonable and humble my penis is. Cuts tend not to happen when you might expect. That's intentional. They're not exactly jump scares, but they rip you out of a place and time, never letting you get too comfortable. One moment you're talking to a strange fellow, all of a sudden you're driving a car. One moment you're wandering down a long, winding trail, all of a sudden you're in the car again. That's not to say that these cuts are happening all the time. They're actually pretty spaced out. The crazy thing about it is that these jump cuts are so ingrained into Paratopic's presentation that their absence is felt as strongly as their presence. This 45-ish minute game demands your patience, forcing you to sit with quiet unease for just long enough to create this weird sense of tension. I've been driving this car for like 5 minutes. Where is it going? What am I doing? What is gonna happen? And the cut finally arrives. But there's no relief. The character you were playing as moments ago is still there, in some other place and time. you'll be seeing them again. I kind of think these two games make really good companion pieces. They use the same unorthodox structure and techniques to do very different things. 30 Flights of Loving uses the hard cut to create a sense of panic and surprise. Paratopic uses it to invoke foreboding and unease. They're both explorations of how the hard cut feels different when you're trapped inside it. Instead of pulling back from the inherent discomfort, they use it to better tell stories in ways that I would have called gay when they were first released. And like gay in the bad, homophobic way. Not like now. I'm reformed. And gay. When the camera cuts, I'm still technically in control, but I feel utterly powerless. I can't change how things turn out. I don't get to decide how the story goes. The characters I play as are not in control of what's happening, and neither am I.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
I am the vampire Lestat. I'm a rock star now.
Try AMC Plus free for 7 days on YouTube and dive into the latest releases.
Which one of these would you choose? Given the opportunity, your arms can change into any shape or material. Make $100 for every mile you run, but it stops working when you stop running. And it resets every day. You can make $1 million in a day. You just gotta run 800 miles an hour. Stay young and have perfect health, but the moment you turn 70, you die. I'm 69 years old. Hey, isn't it your birthday today? Add 2 to anything. For example, add 2 to the amount of digits in your IQ. So I asked you what you would choose to see what you would say. So what would you guys choose? Hey, can you go away? What? Fine, more for me. Out of all of them, you guys really like the arms one. Honestly, I feel like out of all the options, interchangeable and transformable arms would probably be the best and most useful due to its versatility. True. You could do many things with the arms, Bill. You could open your own professional dog walking business. You'd never have to wait to cross the street ever again. You're basically just Jake the dog, but with only arms. Assuming the pill lets you change them at will and isn't just one and done, I'd probably go with that. You could change your arms into wings and fly. You can make them slightly buffer to open jars and stuff. Well, they're open. And you could maybe even create a second pair of arms to carry more things. Not to mention, you'd never be without a weapon in a pool noodle battle. You guys are pretty clever with your ideas. I also think it would be really cool to have. Maybe you could like, you know, like you could do, like make them into cool sunglasses. If you take this pill, it'll give you $100 for every mile you run without stopping. Can you guess who really liked this pill? I'll give you a hint. That's right. Long-distance runners. You see, I made a grave error when making this pill. If people can make money by running, then only the best runners will be rich, creating a new elite class in our modern world. An elite class of cardio athletes. While they will be out making bank by running and also improving their cardiovascular health, people like me will be doing the opposite, staying inside. All of us non-runners will be considered peasants, but you can't even run a 2-minute mile. What a dork. In this new future, the new beauty standard will be leg girth. This is a future we cannot have. I won't let them be more powerful than me. Oh my god. Now that I think back on it, I don't think I've ever run a mile without stopping somewhere in the middle. In high school, I ran a 7-minute mile. Felt pretty good about that. But I had to stop a bunch and I couldn't do it all at once. Which, if you remember, makes the pill stop working and reset the next day. So this pill is not my first choice. Hey, buddy.
Sponsorship.
This video video is sponsored by NordVPN. A VPN is a virtual private network. How confusing. Simply put, a virtual private network is something that protects your online activity from big, bad, scary things. Shown here. I've soiled myself. The great thing about NordVPN is that it can be installed on multiple devices, which is perfect if you're chronically online. I love dopamine. Do you worry about malware getting all up in your business? Well, NordVPN can block malware. No. I use NordVPN myself to protect me from all kinds of things. Can it protect me from... Shut up! Use promo code Ice Cream Sandwich to get NordVPN's 2-year plan plus 4 extra months for free. It's risk-free with Nord 30-day money-back guarantee. Thanks NordVPN for sponsoring this video. This pill is the ultimate health pill that gives you perfect health, but you stop living at exactly 70 years old. Clearly a very useful pill. But I'm willing to bet a lot of you don't know how useful it is. No illness? Ever? And you know the exact moment you die, so you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Hey man, thanks for inviting me to your birthday. I'm having a great time. I really value our friendship over all of these years. Yeah, no problem. Hey, pull my finger. If you didn't pick this pill, let me tell you what you're missing out on. Perfect health means that you can eat as much junk food as you want with 0 side effects. Perfect health means you can practice as much parkour as you want without being afraid of messing up. Should have chose the health pill. Some science labs need people to test on, and they pay money to do that. So you just make money and not worry about any of the side effects that might happen from the research. Oh no! And if you had perfect health, you could live at Chernobyl. Dad's chilling out. Wasteland style. Perfect health is A+, and you slept on this. Can you stop yelling? No! Now if you take this pill, you can add 2 to anything. And I mean anything. With the proper creativity, you can do some crazy things. I got nothing. For example, you can add 2 to the number of arms you have. Yeah, I'm like a bug. Could you get down? Could you get out of the walls? Plus 2 to the amount of senses I have. You know, we got taste and smell and stuff. But what if we had 2 more, right? Don't know what they would be. I hope it'd be Spidey sense. I guess that's not that useful if you also don't have Spidey reflexes. I'm in danger. I would add 2 to the amount of me's in the world, which means I technically could get twice as many things done in a day. I think we'd all still be kind of lazy though. Get to work! Oh. Thank you for participating in my video, and thanks for watching. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a good day. And watch what I can do.
Watch hit movies and TV shows on YouTube.
Being a witch is being a sister.
Get AMC Plus and more streaming channels to watch your favorites on YouTube.
Hello, I'm Blue, and today I want to talk about OCs, also known as original characters. I love OCs. I love them. I love hearing about them. I love seeing art of them, learning about them, and of course making them. I used to follow a lot of artists that would have OCs that they would draw and develop regularly, and as a viewer, it was so cool to see them because I got to fall in love with these characters and see them grow. So for the longest time, I wanted OCs that I loved just like them, characters I would just disappear in. Hello, I'm Blue, and today I want to talk about OCs. Also known as original characters. I love OCs. I love them. I love hearing about them. I love seeing art of them, learning about them, and of course making them. I used to follow a lot of artists that would have OCs that they would draw and develop regularly, and as a viewer, it was so cool to see them because I got to.
If there's anything that you should know about me, it's that I'm a snacker. There's no way that I'm walking past a concession stand at a movie theater or walking out of a gas station without a little snack. Fortunately for me, while I was in Japan, there was a variety of enticing snacks everywhere I turned. Walk around a corner in Japan, boom, there's a snack calling out my name. Emotionally, karmically, religiously, honestly. So I decided to start cataloging my inability to resist this bounty of beautiful, glorious snacks in the first iteration of Ted ranking every snack in Japan. Welcome to the Japan snack video. I know exactly what we're gonna call today. We're gonna call today Snack Day. It's the day that I just go around and I rate things in Japan based on tastiness, whimsy, and would I eat it again? I don't really know what the second channel is. I think it's just gonna be whatever I want. So, watch me. Watch me be a loud American. The first thing that caught my eye in Kyoto was the strawberry soft serve. I'm already a sucker for soft serve, specifically soft serve ice cream. I think it's the ultimate form of ice cream, and I'm willing to fight someone about that. So I was excited for the strawberry soft serve, the opening move of the snack video. Visually, this snack was exactly what I was looking for. Just a little taste of cream with strawberries. This is the kind of stuff that powers the human spirit. And you could tell by my face, I was deeply engaged with this dish. I bodied this beautiful soft serve.
Yeah, I finished it. Yeah.
Whimsy, 5. Taste, 5. Would I eat it again? Abso-fruitly. See what I did there?
I realized that they have chargers here and then also have more potential good food and snack. So I'm staying. I ordered mozzarella sticks in Japan.
That's right. We're keeping the wheel rolling with my first ever mozzarella sticks in Japan. I am a fiend for mozzarella sticks. I will ignore any opportunity to experience a culture if that culture has imported mozzarella sticks. And to be honest, these were not the best mozzarella sticks I've ever had. They were breaded mozzarella sticks, whereas I generally prefer a battered exoskeleton.
These are regular mozzarella sticks.
I would say it's highly likely that I've had this exact mozzarella stick since it was like the kind that you'd get at a snack shack at a local pool.
Whimsy, because we're in Japan.
5. Taste? I'll give it a 3. Would I eat it again? Always. Next up, since I was still hungry at this place, was a chicken katsu bowl. I hadn't had chicken katsu in Japan yet, so I was looking forward to this. Upon my first bite, you can see it stopped me in my tracks. This was by far the tastiest fried piece of chicken I had had in my entire life. Better than the Fami Chiki, it was lightly fried, but it had this perfect crunch to it. It was delicious. I finished this whole thing. It was wonderful. Due to the presentation and everything about it, whimsy, 5. Taste, 5. Would I eat again? Yeah, boy. Also, just gonna say, you're probably sensing a theme here. I am very optimistic about my ratings, and I will continue to be so. Now, before we keep taste testing these Japanese snacks, this video is sponsored by ZocDoc. One of the greatest realities about me is that I am a huge, massive, gigantic procrastinator. I procrastinate on work. I procrastinate even on watching shows or playing games that my friends have recommended to me. I procrastinate on everything, even if it's something that's good for my health. But that's why I am a huge fan of ZocDoc, and I've been using it for years now, because insurance websites are incredibly frustrating to navigate. It often feels like I have to learn a secret code or system just to figure out which doctors I'm allowed to visit. But ZocDoc is great because it solves the annoying part of the experience and makes it actually easy to make appointments. They have more than 150,000 providers in 200 plus specialties across all 50 states. And ZocDoc's website has so many reviews from actual patients and detailed doctor profiles, so you can actually make an informed choice. And what's awesome is that ZocDoc is completely free. This is just a really solid free service that makes finding healthcare providers and booking appointments easier for everyone. And I've said this the last time I was sponsored, but I've used ZocDoc plenty of times. It's actually the preferred way that I use to find a healthcare provider. Most notably, it's how I found my in-person therapist, who I've been seeing for more than a year now. And again, if I did not use ZocDoc, I probably wouldn't have a therapist right now because I would have been procrastinating the process of using my insurance's website in order to find one. I've also used it recently to book a dermatologist appointment, and that was super easy. So listen, if there's some sort of appointment that you're pushing off, or you don't want to deal with the process of finding a provider for it, ZocDoc genuinely makes it easy. So head to ZocDoc.com/Ted Nivison to check off that appointment off your to-do list. Thanks for watching the sponsor, guys, and let's get back to the snack. Next up in Kyoto was these little shiny balls on a stick. I had seen these walking around the day before, and I was certainly intrigued. I found out they're called dango, which are chewy Japanese dumplings made from rice flour. The variety I specifically bought was the green tea flavored dango. Initially, the presentation was less whimsical than I originally thought it would be. I thought it would be a hard outer layer, almost like a candy, when in reality, it's more this glaze that the dumplings are dipped into, and it's actually hot. I would say the whole flavor profile of this was different than I expected, but it was still fun to eat a traditional Japanese sweet, you know?
It was pretty good. Wasn't expecting it to be as sloppy as it ended up being. 5 out of 5 on the whimsy, by the way. Taste? 3.5.
And would I eat again? Maybe. Next up, we're going back to soft serve, baby. That's right. I'm a fiend for soft serve. I can't get enough, and I wouldn't have it any other way, actually. I consume my matcha vanilla soft serve twist under this particular Japanese pagoda in Kyoto. And what I'll say is the area that you are consuming the food itself does weigh into the whimsy score, for sure.
Matcha and vanilla. Whimsical. Highly whimsical, especially here. If we're talking whimsy, I mean, this is the spot. One thing I will say about Japan, all soft serve is great. And I'm a soft serve freak. This is my second soft serve today. Yeah, that's good. Whimsy 5. Cream? 5. 4.5, but still pretty good.
And would I eat again? Yeah. Yes. Yes, actually, I would love some soft serve again. Is the sky blue? I want some right now as I'm recording this voiceover. The next day, while I was waiting for this knife store to open, I decided to check out some interesting Japanese iterations on soda.
Today's vending machine test is going to be Fanta Grape.
I love a good grape soda, so I was ready to have my thirst quenched and my day improved by this drink.
Fanta Grape.
So I took my first sip. Wait, hold on. What's going on here?
What the hell?
Let me try that one more. What the hell? Nothing is coming out. It was then I realized to my horror that the inside of this can of soda was jelly.
It's a jelly? Was I supposed to shake this up beforehand? Hello?
I tried shaking it up a bit and managed to get some of the jelly drink. I was not liking this. I started to get a little embarrassed. I had to kind of emotionally work through what just happened to me. To be honest, I did feel a little violated in this moment.
I mean, I guess that's high on the whimsy scale.
But I needed to recover, so I decided to try a Japanese Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it's just a Coke.
But Fanta grape jelly drink thing, whimsy, I guess a 4. Taste, 1.5. Would I drink and or eat again? No. No, I don't think so. Next on the docket was strawberry tonghulu. This is apparently something that originated in China but has become very popular in Japan. And it seems like for a good reason. I mean, who could resist a bunch of strawberries beautifully candied on a stick? I had to try it.
This is the candy that I was looking for. I wanted to get something like this. Japan finally delivered. Little tiny strawberries. They put it in like a frit or oven or something. And also, can I just talk about, the name of the place was called Strawberry Fetish. I think I'm about to get one. Here we go. Oh. Yeah, that fucks. It kind of feels like I'm eating edible glass, but I like it. This is a 5 on the whimsy scale. I would say it's a 4.5 on the taste. I kind of wish the strawberry was a little bit harder.
And would I eat again? Absolutely. This was a good time.
Strawberry Fetish gave me a strawberry fetish.
While I was in Osaka, I happened upon again my greatest weakness in this world. Strawberry soft serve, baby. That's right. I'm having more. I can't stop. I'm starting to notice a trend as I look back at this footage, which is that I generally tend to gravitate towards either ice cream or strawberries. And that gravitational pull becomes like a black hole when those two are combined together. I'm crossing the horizon line here, man. I'm going into the 5th dimension. I'm in the fucking library that Matthew McConaughey is. I'm pushing the fucking books. But it's just all strawberries and soft serve.
Here's the strawberry thing. It's melting everywhere. How? Oh, shoot. It's whimsical. Strawberry ice cream gets a bad rap. I see a lot of people saying the strawberry ice cream is like the worst flavor. It's one of the best. I would say on this one, the whimsy is pretty significant. I feel like I'm choosing them exclusively because they're whimsy. So I don't think a single one's going to score below a 3 on the whimsy scale. I'm really good with rating systems.
Whimsy, 5. Taste, 5. Would I eat again? Yeah, I would.
I would say it's about a 10 on the stickiness scale. Do I have water? No, I have green tea. Okay, so just wash my hands with green tea. Don't have anywhere to wipe it. Wiping it on my pants. I'm really well put together.
While I was getting ready to board my bullet train from Osaka to Tokyo, I came upon 2 snacks that I would rate on the train. The first of which was from a Japanese Krispy Kreme, where they had a box of 3 promotional Super Mario Galaxy donuts. I was excited for these guys.
I bought all 3 of the donuts. I'm gonna try them on the train.
The second was, of course, something I always have to try when I'm in another country as an American, McDonald's. I got myself a double cheeseburger, some fries, a Diet Coke, and some chicken nuggets. And then I was off to my platform to wait for my train.
Here I go with all of my snacks to the entrance.
Okay, I'm at the train station right now, where the bullet train happens, and now I'm gonna try McDonald's. First thing I've noticed is that the drink comes in like a coffee kind of thing. Which is sick. First on the list, double cheeseburger. It honestly looks pretty good.
I was really impressed by the double cheeseburger. For starters, it was assembled correctly. I think every cheeseburger I've had in McDonald's in America has always had like a slant to it. The buns aren't aligned at all. I think that it's probably what a double cheeseburger is supposed to taste like, so crazy that I had to travel this far to figure that out.
Why does everything taste better here? That's genuinely fucked up. Whimsy? Honestly, this is kind of low on the whimsy level because I've had a double cheeseburger before, so it's not like different, but it's tasty. Oh, what time is it?
I then realized that my train had arrived without me noticing and was maybe 2 minutes away from leaving the station.
I need to get on this train.
On the dot. On the dot. Anyways, I started consuming the rest of my Japanese McDonald's, moving at like 300 miles an hour. This train is going really fast. It's so quiet on here. I'm like this loud fucking American. It's just like McDonald's. The fries were good, pretty standard. Same with the chicken nuggets. Chicken. So overall, whimsy. Pretty high because I'm doing it on the bullet train, and the bullet train's going really fast. The double cheeseburger was very good. The chicken nuggets, I thought they were fresh. They'd probably be bagging them, but yeah, overall, just tastes kind of like McDonald's. Whimsy, I'd give it a 3.8. I don't know why, it felt right. Taste, normally I'd say a 4 for the burger, but the rest brings it down to a 2.95 actually. Would I eat it again? I mean, probably. It's McDonald's, and I'll likely be drunk at some point in my future and have access to DoorDash. Next up a bit later, it was time for me to try the Japanese Krispy Kreme donuts. I was interested in these, mainly because I'm a bit of a sucker for a thematic snack. I started off with the, I guess, Mario donut. I tried that. Then I tasted this blue one. I almost got worried this little circle was made of paper or something, but it was luckily edible. So far though, it was hitting a 4.5 on the whimsy scale, just for there being a Krispy Kreme in Japan and having a Nintendo theme to it. Taste-wise, this shit was hitting in like the 2 zone though. But there was one final chance with the Yoshi egg donut. I was hoping this would be kind of like a Boston cream donut. But again, whatever they were using for the frosting or something, it was just too thick. It didn't even really taste good. And so I didn't finish any of these donuts. And I was a little upset that I had to carry with me the calories of eating donuts that were not that good. So whimsy, 4.5. Taste, 2. And would I eat again? No! I was severely disappointed by this snack. I was really bummed out. After Chad had departed for his Uber to the airport, like I mentioned in the last Japan video, I walked down the street and happened upon this cute little shop that, according to the writing that I can understand, was simply called Sandwich. And what caught my eye would totally surprise you. That's right, it's a strawberry sando, baby! Okay. I've got the strawberry sandwich. They have these at 7-Elevens, but I was thinking maybe if I got one from like a regular store, it might be the most legit version of it. Pretty good. I have to say, they really like their strawberries here. And I like their strawberries here. This is incredibly high level whimsy. The strawberries are always like really fresh too. Like even at the 7-Elevens, they're always really fresh. I could feel myself being wooed into a state of bliss by the strawberry sandwich, that the answer was clear to me. 5 out of 5. On the taste scale, I spaced out for a second. There's a very specific flavor of the whipped cream that's pretty good as well. And it feels like real bread. I would say incredibly high whimsy, incredibly high taste. Big fan. Another win of Japan. Strawberry sando, whimsy, 5. Taste, 4.5. Would I eat again? You bet your bottom dollar, sir or madam. When Jacob Alfarad, who had been strangely calling himself Mr. Japan the whole time, and that's totally not something I'm making up about him, and I scaled the Tokyo Tower, we were enamored with these 2 butt plug mascot characters.
So, Mr. Japan, do you have something to admit to the public?
Do I know you? And I was delighted to see that at the top of the tower that the Butt Plug Boys had their very own strawberry and vanilla soft serve twist.
Premium Tower Soft. What a crazy name for the butt plug ice cream. What do you think, Mr. Japan?
I didn't consent to this bit, for the record.
Cheers. We said it at the same time.
This ice cream was obviously very whimsical. It came with its own character-themed snack on it as well.
Oh, we actually get to eat the little butt plugs. Yeah, they're edible. That's a literal commuting wafer.
And when Jacob was recognized by a fan, I had no filter and decided to spread the word.
We're having butt plug ice cream.
Okay, well,
I think I made him uncomfortable really quickly.
How? I mean, I opened with the butt. Look at these.
Oh, you opened with butt plug
so
too?
You're fine.
It's pretty good though. Butt plug ice cream on the Tokyo Tower. Life is good. It doesn't get better than this. With Mr. Japan. Jacob Alfarad Japan. They get backed away.
On a whimsy scale, this is a 5 out of 5 on the whimsy scale. Oh, for sure. And taste scale? I always like soft serve, so I'm gonna rate it also a 5. And would I eat it again? Yeah. Duh. Yummy, yum, yum. Moving on to whatever else I taste next. Next up on the taste test list, Domino's. That's right, they've got Domino's here too. I got a Domino's bento box, so we're gonna see how that goes. I also got a Dr. Pep, little Dr. Pepper. They probably didn't change the flavor here. We kind of perfected it. Towards the end of my last day in Japan, I've gotten there like 3 p.m. tomorrow because my flight's at like 6 p.m., but I'm a little sad today. I'm so Japan pilled now, it's not even funny. Okay, I got it. I got it right here. Can I also just mention, I was not paying attention. Brother brought it out to me. He walked outside the store and gave it to me. Like a homie. That was cool. Sunset Pizza. Join me. I found a good spot to eat my my Domino's. I don't know if it's a faux pas or not to sit here, but this is where I'm eating my Domino's bento box. Asked me what I wanted, and I could choose between potato sticks and mozzarella sticks. You guys already know, 10 times out of 10, I'm gonna choose mozzarella sticks. And I'm not even really ranking it whether or not they can do pizza well. I think I'm ranking more, can they do Domino's well? So here we go. First time ever having a Domino's mozzarella stick. Looks a little suspicious at first. The flavor is divine. The whimsy level on the bento box is like, I feel like the whimsy for it is technically a 4, or maybe a 3.5. Man, maybe I'm getting more strict. I thought of a phrase, because I was trying to determine whether or not I wanted to go to the top of the Tokyo Skytree. And the thing is like, things are more impressive looking up than down, huh? Because once you reach the top, then you're like, well, I did it. And I feel like you could apply that to other parts of life. You know, when you look at a goal, it's more impressive looking at the goal. Once you've done it, and you're like, well, I did that. And it becomes so much more simple after you've done it. Man, maybe this Japan trip's making me wise as fuck. A whimsy. It coming in this little box. That's pretty cool. Oh, I don't know. Domino's bento box is a 4 out of 5 on whimsy scale. Taste? It's Domino's. It's a 3 out of 5 for taste. And would I eat it again? I will likely have Domino's again in America, but I think this is the only time I need to try it in Japan. The final strawberry ice cream. Whimsy, 5. Taste, probably 5. I don't know. Hey, thanks for watching. Ice cream video. It's melting. I really want to eat it. God, I want to eat that so bad. And then finally, the final snack of the Japan snack video. I'm waiting for my Uber, and this is the last snack of the whimsical Japan trip challenge. My Uber comes in 10 minutes. Pure, powerful, delicious Japanese strawberries. You know how sometimes you go and buy strawberries from the grocery store and you get some really good ones, but a lot of them don't really have the firmness and texture that you'd want? Not here. That's the most perfect strawberry I've ever seen in my entire life. This was like being able to eat a strawberry out of a cartoon that you saw as a child or something. I mean, come on. That's truly absurd. How tasty that strawberry is. It's actually fucked up. This is the kind of shit they sell at Erewhon for like $100, $5. $5 here. Devon, the whimsicalness of it, just a tray of strawberries and all pink foam. High whimsy, 5. The taste, this is the most consistently delicious strawberry I've ever had. What else I gotta say? The theme of this video is literally just Ted eating strawberry themed food the whole time. Every single one of these strawberries was divine, perfect, and holy in its juiciness, in its firmness, and in their physical shape. It was like a good piece of ass. This is the best possible thing I could finish off my trip with, just a bunch of strawberries. So for the strawberries, whimsy, 5. Taste, 5. Would I eat again? Yes, please. Yummy! Thanks so much for joining me on Ted Tastes Things Across Japan. Tune in next time, where I do maybe the same thing, because it's kind of fun. Let me know if you like it. Strawberries.
Welcome to Cherry Ink. I'm not sure whether to call this a time lapse or a devlog, but I suppose it can be a mixture of both. So come with me as I brainstorm and also make a theoretical poster for hopefully a future game. I am a one-woman show making all of this. And I got 2 kids, and I'm currently a stay-at-home mom. So this is purely in my free time. So I'm gonna try to give myself some leeway where possible. My qualifications are artist and stubborn. So I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna teach myself Unreal, maybe some Blender. But yeah, here we go. So, starting off, pretty simple. I'm just doing some sketch ideas. Here, I was trying to think of like a thematic poster type of deal, like just doing some concept art. Because I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things to collect is actually like art books. And that's part of the reason I actually wanted to make a game. Because if I made a game, then I could have my own art book. So yeah, so this is just me kind of brainstorming with ideas and stuff. I do have a board already of ideas. I should probably have had that up already. Here, I will pull it up. On Milanote, and I'm not sponsored, but I do love Milanote. But yeah, I wanted to make a game that's like heavily inspired by Persona, like Honkai, Star Rail, Madoka Magica, and it's like a conglomeration of all 3, and then also being an adult with I guess not weird hobbies, because anime and stuff isn't weird so much anymore, but more like creative hobbies. And I wanted to discuss something I've been personally feeling about that, like in the game. I wanted the game's themes to be more about like burnout rather than necessarily like evil in the world or anything. I wanted it to be like burnout and losing yourself in adulthood, and trying to bring back enjoyment that you would find as a kid, but obviously in an adult appropriate fashion, because in the end of the day it's not the same. And this is like my personal passion project for that. So you see here is like I'm trying to think of like an average office worker in a very desaturated world versus like this magical girl who's bringing back all the color and the brightness and the excitement. I end up trashing this whole idea. So don't get too attached to it, because you'll see I hate it. I honestly hated it. I played around with it so much, I think I watched it for too long and I did too much. But anyways, I'm gonna talk a little bit about my game more. I want it to be very Persona-like in the game style, so I want it to be a JRPG. I want to do a turn-based system. I also want to create kind of like the Persona with the calendar and how you like have to have relationships with people or like get certain stats up. Instead of necessarily stats, I want to have like bonuses for like your dungeons and your levels later on, and it's slowing down. I want this game to punish you for like skipping ahead, if that makes any sense. So if you slow down and like get a drink and then go to work, or you do a hobby before you go home, or you stop and talk to somebody, like the more you interact with your environment and the more you like do random things and go discover things, it like adds this invisible bar of leveling up. I don't know how well that will do, or if that's even possible to make an Unreal. We'll figure it out, and if not, I'm open to adjusting. So yeah, so you can see I kind of like hated it, so I was trying to save it desperately, and I think I do like this idea right here where I like changed the orientation of it, but in the end I still didn't like it. So yeah, so the main character that you play is gonna be like this burnt out office woman who's just put her entire life into working, and her life is just so boring. Like, what do? You just go to work, go home, and that's not what life should be about. I don't want to be on this world to suffer. So you see here, I do like an inviting open arm pose instead of this like really warm feeling magical girl, kind of beautiful, kind of inviting. So yeah, this is what I went up with. It's like very much more typical of my art, except I did try something new with the gradient. I've been playing around with gradients more often on Clip Studio because I think they're so fun. And different color palettes, like moving away from just like typical color palettes, I suppose. But yeah, so this is devlog video 1, and I got nothing done except a poster idea. So